Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 267. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, what can I get you? What can I get you?
Oh man, I don't know. This is putting me on the spot. I'm not hungry. I just ate.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not really feeling a lot of boar. I love that you have that boar's head hat, like in arm's reach.
I brought it up for that specific joke.
You should leave it there forever.
I wear this all the time. I wear this in the pool. I wear this when I do the lawn. And this is like the hat that people at like Publix wear when they work in the deli. So I think people probably just think I work in the deli. I'm like, that's fine. Mm-hmm. How are you today, my friend?
I'm good. I'm thinking about the possibility that all your neighbors are looking at this guy who works in a deli, never leaving his house and swimming in his pool in the middle of the day and wondering what the fuck he could possibly be doing.
Have I told you about
some underground like nighttime deli for criminals?
Whoa.
I don't think anyone that I live around, there's like a couple across the street. They're a little younger than us. They're a lesbian couple and we're friendly with them and they know what we do for a living, but I don't think anyone else does know. And I always wonder what they think. Because I think, did I say this on this show or on Constellation, where we only have one car? I don't drive, as people know. And I have nowhere to go anywhere. I don't care about that. But I always wonder what the neighbors think about that, because my theory is that they would think that I had a DWI or something like that and like can't drive or for some strange reason. But I'm like, no, I just don't want to. I just don't want to go anywhere. So they have probably no idea what's going on in this house.
Yeah,
and that's most of the fun for me. Yeah, why is this man swimming at 2 p.m. every weekday in his boar's head hat, shooting hoops? Yeah. Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing just fine. I think that was an episode of Constellation because I was saying we only have one car too, and but Holly's always coming and going to teach lessons and stuff like that. But I see the one thing between you and I, Colin, is that I will stay home 2 or 3 days in a row, and I eventually start to get a little restless. Where I'm like, I gotta go somewhere. I gotta go to Target, or I gotta go walk around something. You know?
Yeah, I walk around all the time. I mean, that's the thing, is that I'm out and about in my neighborhood, in my backyard, doing all sorts of things. I have no desire to go anywhere. I went to my sister's a few days ago for a barbecue, which was nice, and I'm going out to dinner with my brother-in-law tomorrow, and then Micah's parents are here, so I will be quite
very active.
I'm going to be quite active over the next few days, but which is fine because it seems a little slow in games right now for me anyway. I know people are really enjoying Baldur's Gate and all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, this is as good a time as any to kind of come in and get some time with Colin. You know, come in, squeeze it in a little bit. My brother-in-law and I are trying to go out like once a month to just random places and catch up because we've known each other for so long and we get along very well. So we like hang out with each other. And he's like an administrator for the local school district.
Interesting.
I think his life is just totally stressful at all times.
Yeah.
All right, my friends, it's good to be here with you guys. Thank you for taking the time. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. You can get it 3 days early and ad free every week on patreon.com/laststandmedia. That level of support, or various levels of support, I should say, get you access to Discord, the ability to submit questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to the show, and more. Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week over on Patreon. That's our supplement to this show where we do deep dives, interviews, discussions about the games we're playing and more. And we have a few cool things going on over there right now. And I actually did a rare text to the boys to promote myself, which I never do, and for things that they're not on, where I think that the episode Gene and I did with David Jaffe about the original 1995 Twisted Metal is one of the great Sacred Symbols Plus episodes, in my opinion. And just absolutely amazing anecdotes and stories and things I just really didn't know very much about Single Track, the developer that he worked for at that time. And so we decided we would deep dive into the making of Twisted Metal, and that conversation can be found now on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We're going to do that for Twisted Metal 2 as well. If that goes well, I think we'll do it for Twisted Metal Black. These are games I'm really not familiar with. And it was really cool going and platinuming the original Twisted Metal and understanding it at a very deep level. And hearing Jaffe's opinions about it and how difficult he was to work with and how It's Chris, I told Dustin this already, I think, on our episode what we did, because we have Sacred Symbols Plus episodes going about Twisted Metal, the TV show as well. A lot of Twisted Metal right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying that Jaffe was noting that he was basically like the designer that was installed with a bunch of military contractors in Utah. Like that's basically how Twisted Metal came to be, is like these guys were military grade sim technologists and had like this incredible technology, but they had no idea how to make a game. And then like he was like some young brash dude that was sent in and they made it work. And it's like a very, very interesting story. So I think people will really enjoy that conversation. I also did a deep dive with Michael Mumbauer and John Garvin from Lethos, the guys that are doing the game Trace War, which we used to know as Ashfall. They're both notable because they've come from Sony. And that conversation was really interesting too, and started to get into so many different contours. And I was kind of bummed because we had to end quickly because John Garvin's laptop was dying. He was in his backyard because they're like redoing his house or something. And he lives in the middle of Bend, Oregon. So it's just beautiful surroundings and whatever. But then he plugged his computer back in, and unfortunately it was off the record. I'm not going to talk about the things that were specifically said, but we had like 45 more minutes together talking about all sorts of different things. And they agreed to come on the show again to talk about a bunch of different stuff. So definitely check out that conversation. That will go live the day after this goes live on Patreon. So if you're hearing this on free feeds, it's already there for you. Final Fantasy 16 review discussion and spoiler cast doing really, really well. We appreciate that. If people want the legacy of the Sacred Symbols Cross-Defining Duke ABK conversation, you can find a bunch about that. We'll meet again soon in the coming weeks to talk about new topics. And I'm trying to think about what else I have planned. Is there anything interesting going on for Sacred Symbols Plus? I'm sure there is.
We're doing, we recorded another episode to review the Twisted Metal TV show.
Right.
That'll be sometime next week.
Right. That was episodes 3 through 6.
Correct.
And then I'm looking at the calendar. Oh, I'm going to be on the Xbox 2 podcast with friend of Last Stand Media, Jez. Jez Corden, right? Is that that's how you say the name? Mm-hmm. And then I guess there's a few things coming up. I'm excited to, Sacred Symbols Plus is doing really well. Plus there's like not that many games to talk about, although I'll be interested to see with what people are playing if we can maybe do something about Baldur's Gate, and we'll talk about that later. Let's see here. Mark L. wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, Colin, your Twisted Metal episode with Jaffe and Gene was fantastic. One thing that really piqued my interest was when Jaffe mentioned he downloaded a game in 1982. I actually had no idea this was even possible that far back. Would be fascinating to hear an SS Plus episode on this subject alone. Take care, guys." Yeah, what he's referencing are like really early baud modems, things that were like literally 400 baud, like, or 800 baud. Can you even imagine how slow that is? for and I'm not a technological person, but 56K, 28. First it was 14.4, 28K, and then 56K. There was 36.6 as well. And that was 1,000 baud. So you can see that even when we make fun of 56K modems that we were using in like 1999, they were like 125 times faster than what they were using at that point. And so he said, it was like early shareware of like downloading things off of Usenet and everything. And I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, we could do something deeper. And I said this also on the Twisted Metal episode, and I want to reiterate it, that if Jaffe doesn't want to write an autobiography at some point, which I really think he should do, I don't know if he has the discipline, the interest, whatever, to do that kind of stuff, then I would like to write his biography at some point. I'll be the Walter Isaacson to his Steve Jobs. Does that make sense?
I read that book.
It's an amazing book.
It's a great book.
Amazing.
Been a while, but yeah, it's good.
Crazy access he got. Mm-hmm. I love Walter Isaacson. Walter Isaacson has written awesome biographies about a few different people. He wrote an Edison biography that's excellent too, if you're interested in Thomas Edison. Let's see here. Oh, Matthew Miller wrote in and said, part question, part FYI. Ever since Sony shuffled their film release schedule because of the strikes, Gran Turismo's release date is fucked. Though the film doesn't officially open until August 25th, it's pretty widely available through early access screenings all over the country right now. In fact, most theaters are showing the film in a limited capacity with 1 or 2 showings a day until its official release. This strange strategy begs the question, when can we expect the Sacred Plus episode of this film from you all? Thank you, Matthew, for writing in. I'm down to really go whenever. We have to obviously go see it. Chris, are you going to want to go see Gran Turismo and be on that episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to figure this out. Should we wait until the 25th? I'm sure we can probably find it earlier than that. I'm not like that eager to see it.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing where it's like, it's not like I'm not jonesing, you know, right. I'll happily wait. But yeah, no, I do want to see it. I'm curious about it. I've heard it's very good.
Yeah. I'm open. I'm totally after Uncharted, obviously The Last of Us was awesome. Twisted Metal is really good. And so why have like a negative outlook? until proven otherwise, I guess.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe they know what they're doing, which is, on one hand, why wouldn't they? Sony Pictures is very, very successful. And so having a PlayStation kind of arm of that is obvious and wise to kind of have that synergy inside their corporation. We'll talk about Sony Pictures in a little while, but also just because like they know what they're doing at PlayStation. So why wouldn't it necessarily translate? I think we're just so used to bad movies and TV shows.
Oh, yeah. Well, specifically bad video game movies and TV. It's kind of interesting that we're in a weird kind of, I wouldn't say renaissance yet, because I don't think we've had, I don't know if we've had like the video game equivalent to movies or television that like, you know, Spider-Man or X-Men was for comics yet. You know, like I don't know if we've had that. I don't know if we've crossed that horizon, but so far in the last like year or two, every video game related like movie or TV show has done surprisingly well. And that's kind of
blocked Halo out of your mind, it seems.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like that's the exception, and that used to be.
I
the
like
rule.
that you blocked it out though. It wasn't even in the lexicon of your brain.
No, I'm always thinking about that show.
Oh,
I'm always thinking about that show in some way. You know.
Let me see here. So yeah, we'll get to Gran Turismo probably by the end of the month, I would assume.
Yeah.
Maybe early in September, and so keep an eye out for that. Just a quick word on merch. LastStandMedia.store. Sutter Kane wrote in, said, "Gentlemen, I come to you prostrated and humbled. I did not purchase the Pope series of stickers when I had the chance, and now, like the reformed addict, am regretting my past decision. Is there any hope to have a reprint of these? I will buy them on day one in penance." Do we want to reprint any of these stickers, or do we want to just keep making new ones? I don't know what
We have reprinted the Pope, I think, twice. If I remember correctly. We may do it again, but I'm not going to tell you when we do it. It's just gonna happen. And, you know, that's the thing, is that I kind of like, we try to have everything available. You know, we quickly ordered more Sacred Symbol shirts because we want those to be available. But it's kind of fun to have something a little limited. But I'm not saying never. You know, and more likely we'll do a different one at some point. But maybe we can bring back some of the, you know, the classics of John Paul, whatever. I don't remember.
Yeah, John Paul. That's John Paul II, I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Sutter, keep an eye out. Stay frosty out there. Before I move on to the next topic, Dustin, do you want to go? Do you want to do this every week? I didn't know. I didn't want to delete it.
I'll mention it one time this week, and then we'll forget about it until closer till. But actually, I have one other thing that I put in the document too, that I just is an important PSA for the audience. Recently,
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
This is official now, and I know it's already, I'm seeing people jump for joy at this news, and that is you can now access our Patreon exclusive episodes on Spotify. Oh. And I know this has been a big deal for people. I've seen people leave exit surveys because they couldn't listen to our content on Spotify. Well, now you can. Basically, all you got to do is go into your Patreon settings, into the connections aspect where it has your Discord and stuff like that. Connect your Spotify account. You will get the Last Stand feed on your Spotify account, and you can listen to everything there if that's your place to listen to podcasts. So make sure to check that out. Hope you guys enjoy that. Now we just need to rally for Patreon to give us multiple RSS feeds, and we'll have pretty much everything we want. So check that out. The other thing is just that one more reminder, and then like I said, we won't bother you every week, is that Ben and I will be at the Pittsburgh Gaming Expo September 30th and October 1st. That is in Monroeville, PA, which is right beside the Monroeville Mall, where they filmed Dawn of the Dead. I think the one that's in the mall. I screwed it up last year too, and I was nicely corrected, but I can't remember which one it is. But there's a cool museum there. But so if you want to go, check it out. We're going to be doing some kind of meetup. We'll have more details soon. But if you want to get 10% off your badge and any kind of merch, you can use code LASTSTAND2023 for 10% off. And we'll see you there and keep you updated.
Cool. That sounds good. Oh, you deleted it. It's just
I didn't want to forget before next time.
Oh, okay.
Just delete it now. We'll bring it back later.
I'm gonna delete that extra line there. Like that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
All right, perfect. All right, so the other thing that I want to bring up here, I didn't know exactly how to do this. We've teased this before. It shouldn't be that much of a mystery to people, but I'm pleased to announce that we are publishing a physical edition of Super Perils of Baking, which is our last game at Lilymo, my developer that I co-own with the the luminary Barry Johnson, who really does all the work. And actually, Super Perils of Baking, we used. So this is an interesting situation here, and why I want to tell you this is because it's very limited. So I don't know if we'll sell through them. I assume we will. I really have no idea. But to be straight up with you, here's what happened. In late 2022, we went to East Asia Soft, who was our publisher. I've known East Asia Soft for a really long time, going all the way back to Rainbow Moon and my stuff at IGN covering that game. And they did the physical versions of some of our previous games, Twin Breaker, Habroxia 1, Habroxia 2 on Vita and PS4. And they actually published a few of our digital ports as well. Like they ported some of our games to Xbox and so on and so forth. And recently, upon the success of Habroxia 2, we actually went back and bought all of the rights to our games back from them. So we own everything. But we still wanted to work with them in some sort of capacity with physical games. And here's the thing about physical game sales is that other people do all of the work for you typically. And so you really make no money on it. And it's kind of just a novelty. In fact, we made more money from selling physical or from selling digital versions of some of the games than we did physical versions per game sold. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's cool that that's the case, but it doesn't really there's no profit motive to really do it that way. Like you might as well just go buy digital copies of the game. You will make more money. It's like, what is the point? But we thought, and really I thought, what if we cut out as much as possible and did as much of it ourselves as we could? And so Super Perils of Baking, the physical edition of the game, which will be available for PS4, is the result of that. And so here's how it went. I spoke to my friends at East Asia Soft, and so you can't just go and publish physical games, at least legally. You need to have a connection to certain regional publishing factories, printing factories, and have permission from Sony and like the licenses and everything to do it. And we're never going to get those, and I don't want that anyway. I have no idea what you would do. It'd probably cost a bunch of money. We have no interest in doing that. But East Asia Soft, our friends over there, do have that. And so what we did was we had them print 1,000 copies of Super Perils of Baking on PS4 physically, and it's co-published between them and Last Stand Media. It actually the Last Stand Moon is on the box, which is really, really cool. And so by doing that and then saying like, just ship us the games raw from that, we'll pay a per unit price for those games, send them to us. We did that. And in fact, the games have been sitting in my kitchen in boxes since December because we did all of this last year. The reason this has taken so long to get off the ground, and I think even longer than we had anticipated, although we could have gone quicker if we were a little more motivated, but that's no one's fault. It doesn't really matter. It's not like that urgent, is that we wanted to make a special edition. So what we got, and Dustin, do you have the stuff there? So we made our own special edition of Super Perils of Baking using at the core the East Asia Soft published copy of the game itself. And so what we did was we made a box that looks like an SNES box.
Shout out to Hodge, who he designed the box for. I mean, he used the assets from Lilimo, but he designed the super cool Super Nintendo box.
So it's like that's like the box. So you'll receive a bigger blue box. My nephew has been putting them together for us. That's the shipping box. And then, you'll get, this is like the display box for it. And then inside, do you have a full version of it or do I need to?
Oh, no, you have it, right?
Perfect.
Full version.
All right. So here it is. So we've done all of this ourselves. So we made our own, this is like here we go. Take it all out.
So we got
the game.
You get the game.
So this is what East Asia Soft did for us. And we got just cases of this.
Yeah.
Okay. So, which is awesome. We appreciate that. And that they're a great partner. And then we made a series of like little packets with special edition things that we did. So there's like a numbered, and I'm writing all the numbered like 1/whatever for all of the certificates of authenticity.
Right.
So
mine's
you know which
not
one
numbered since it's a sample, but
right. So that's one thing. And then stickers.
These look
which are cool.
This cool sticker sheet, postcards, of course. And there's a nice note on the back, but I won't spoil it. So we thought it would be fun to just try to do something like kind of silly and interesting ourselves and see how it goes. And so here's the deal is that and what is the date? It would be Friday the 18th. Let's say, so August 18th at noon Eastern. Actually, we have game ship publishing at noon Eastern. So let's say at 1 Eastern. So August 18th, it's a Friday at 1 Eastern. We will set it live on our store at laststandmedia.store.
and you guys can buy these special editions if you'd like. We'd appreciate your support, and of course your feedback as well, because it's so let me connect it back to what I was saying earlier about kind of the profit motive and all of that, and just kind of, this is experimental, but it's much more high profit for us, which will allow us to do cooler things in the future with future games that Lilymo does, with Last Stand acting as publisher. And so I would love your feedback on what you guys think about everything and what we can do in the future. I have bigger and more ambitious ideas. We can't like get crazy. This is also not going to be an expensive thing that we're selling here. As well. So I would love your guys' feedback on that. And then we can kind of dump the money maybe into another project for future games and see how that goes. But here's the big thing. And this is what I'm interested in, how people feel or they don't feel. This might be one of the rarest games ever published for PS4, straight up. And the reason for that is because I'm not selling all of them. I'm selling only half of them right now. So we're only going to have 500 copies available. The reason that this is multiple reasons. Is number one, I want to make sure that like everything works. What if there's like some fatal flaw with like our system where we've dedicated the entire run of this thing that was quite expensive for us to do and complicated, and then there's like something wrong with it. So I wanted to note that's one of the reasons. The other reason is that we have these ideas at Lilymo that we would like to do anthology runs one day where we have a bunch of our published games and sell them all as a package. And so I want to save some of the cases for that. And then I think thirdly, I'll probably just, one of two things will happen afterwards, is that we'll sell the other ones in the same exact way, or we'll do maybe even a different special edition, which I doubt that would probably be the same special edition, or we'll sell them a la carte at future live shows that we do. But I want to be clear, there will be only 500 of them available at first. And if people are going out there for complete PS4 collections, sorry, I just fucked it all up for you. Sorry about that. So that's exciting. I mean, what do we think, Dustin? Are you amped up about the potential and the possibility here?
Yeah, it's been interesting learning how to make a special edition of a game, since it's, figuring out like sourcing all the different stuff and getting the art together. It was a fun process. I'm just curious. I don't know what the PS4 collector standpoint is. I don't know if anyone can possibly even have a full complete, but I know that people do. I mean, look at company we've talked about a lot, like Limited Run, that people are just drawn to limited stuff. But you should be interested in this just because it's a cool game. And we also, one of the things we wanted to make sure, this is such a small detail, but one that I care about, is that when you get this box, we're not sealing this. So you'll be able to open it up and look at it and not have a crusty cut sticker.
Right.
You'll be able to look, you can keep it in a nice display condition while being able to enjoy it. And if you want to never open it, that's fine too. But you're able to do that. And that was something that we intentionally thought about. So, and yeah, dude, this box, I absolutely love this box. It's so cool. It's not exactly like in any or a Super Nintendo box. We had to do slightly different dimensions and we wanted to be able to open a different way. But it's just so, Hodge did such a good job making it look and feel authentic as far as its design. And I'm really excited for people to be able to have this, put it on your shelf, enjoy it, put it on display. It's as someone who loves this type of stuff, it's cool to be a part of one.
Do you want to know some? So here's some cool trivia for people, or not trivia, but just kind of facts about printing our own games. First of all, yeah, again, great working with our friends over at East Asia Soft. They're awesome. They're still trucking along and doing their thing. But one of the interesting things is we had to resubmit Super Perils to ESRB for this specific version of the game. And when you have physical versions of ESRB games or physical versions of games rated by ESRB, you have to send them 3 copies of the physical game for their library. And they apparently have a library of every game that's ever been ESRB rated physically in their control. And I was like, that's amazing. Because that would go all the way back to 94, 93, 94. And so there would be so many like complete collections of everything. And so I thought that was interesting. You have to do that within a certain time parameter. There's like all these different rules. You can't fuck around with them or you'll be blackballed and never be able to publish again. And I think we got to get the trophies live at some point for them too. I'll be interested to see how many people connect with that. But yeah, the other thing for people that are noting, Super Perils of Baking is on all platforms. There's no physical games market really to speak of on Xbox or PC. And then Switch, the problem with Switch is that so here's another interesting tidbit. You can print as few as 1,020 copies of a PS4 game. That's like the minimum run you can do, 1,020. The minimum Switch run is 6,000. And so there's no way we would sell so
Yeah.
go ahead.
I would imagine those are more expensive per unit too, since we're talking a physical cartridge over a piece of plastic with the disc, right?
So if you're wondering why PS4 is by far the easiest special edition or the easiest print run to do for all the games. Xbox is like very bespoke and weird. They don't really even do physical printing. Like there are, as in our research, in my own research, I was finding that that's like not even a thing really. And then Switch has a really robust physical collection community, but the reality is that Super Perils of Baking, and I'll be honest, I always say like, why aren't people more honest with their data? Super Perils of Baking is by far our worst selling game, and we think that it's because my personal theory is because it was released at the worst possible time in that flux of PSN games where you couldn't find anything and it was horrible, everything was buried, and they finally did something about that. But Super Perils of Baking was launched into that, and so while games like Hyroxia have done 30 or 40,000 units, like we're way below that with Super Perils of Baking. And so to give it a little bit of life again, I think would be really cool because we really believe in the game. I think that people love Hyroxia too, and I appreciate that. Like they think that that's our best game, and maybe they're right. But I think Super Perils of Baking is like so unique and cute and interesting, and really made for a younger audience too. So hopefully it finds maybe a new life, and we're going to move on. Otherwise, I mean, we're never going to revisit Super Peril or Perils of Baking as a franchise again. We're moving back to Hyroxia and the upcoming role-playing game. And we go from there. So thank you for your love and kindness and support on that. I don't mean to be too self-promotional about Lilimo, but sometimes it's necessary. And I think a lot of you will enjoy the special edition. So remember, again, it'll be on Friday, August 18th at 1 p.m. Eastern, laststandmedia.store. I'll also post about it on Patreon, but you've been warned that this is happening. So I don't want anyone being like, I didn't know. I just didn't know. All right. Let's see here. Let's get into some comments, stretch our legs, my friends. Ryan Cochran wrote in and said, Colin, are you getting Micah a wedding present? I'm getting married September 2nd, and I'm struggling with gift ideas for my future wife. She likes sports, video games, golf, etc. I have thought about getting her a PS5, but I'm hesitant because there may be a new model coming out. Help me, Sacred Symbols. You're my only hope. I'm supposed to get Micah a present?
That's what I was thinking.
I've never heard this.
That's what I was thinking too. And I wasn't sure. Look, I'm not married and I've never been married. But as far as I'm aware, the present is, I don't know, undying commitment and love and potentially a honeymoon of some kind. That's the gift.
Right.
What the hell? It's not like a birthday.
I'm the gift.
Yeah, right. What the fuck? That's nuts.
I would assume that. Now, I guess this is not true for everyone, but I'm paying for the wedding. What?
Chris just, I think it was just like,
because I got so angry for a second.
Not about what you said. He's still in the moment here.
I'm still, because I just think because isn't everybody else supposed to get you presents? Isn't that the whole, at least but part of it?
Even that, see, I'm a little disturbed because from my perspective, because again, this is not true for everyone, but I'm paying for the wedding. So that's my gift.
Oh yeah.
Is like me paying for it, plus being a part of it and being there. I had no idea that. I'm nervous about not knowing all the mores and expectations of what is going on with this. And that one never even crossed my mind. I'm like, a gift. When I saw that, I needed to bring it up because I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Is this something I need to, I don't have that much time. I mean, I have more time than you do. You say September 2nd, you're really working against it now. I'm October 28th. But the other thing though, Chris, about the presents, it's so funny you say that because I feel like I'm putting people out so significantly by even having to go to my wedding that my original intent was to not have to literally be explicit. I don't want anything from anyone. Yeah. Just come. And my dad who's very stoic and interesting. So he wouldn't say this unless he really felt it. He's like, that would come off as rude and presumptuous to people that want to do something nice for you. So what you want to do is just make because I was like, I just want people to come and just hang out. And he's like, no, people want to do nice things for you and celebrate you. So we made some, what do they call them? Where you make a list of things at different stores.
Oh, registry?
Oh, registry.
Yeah. Registry, right. And Micah took care of all that. But my original idea was to just be just come and hang out and have fun. So in that spirit, the night before, I still have to organize it, but the night before the wedding, I'm going to try to have a gathering of friends only, not my family really, but just friends and whatever. And try to treat them, to another nice evening if they're going to actually have to give me a gift. But I'm not even comfortable. In other words, I'm not really even comfortable with anyone giving me anything. I don't really want anything. I have no needs. I'm good. You know? But I appreciate it. So we're going to get all sorts of things. I mean, Micah picked it up. So yeah.
Nice.
But the wedding gift, did you get a gift for Holly?
No, absolutely not. I've never heard of that in my life. And you're right. It's like the gift. I mean, saying gift just sounds weird, but it's like, yeah, you're getting married. That's the thing to be excited about. We're going to split ownership of literally everything we each individually own. It's kind of enough, you know? So the question I have for Ryan is,
well, I'm not doing that, but yeah, fair enough.
Oh, you're not? Well,
no, we're having a prenuptial. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Interesting.
Not for everything that's after. Like when we're married, I have no problem with that. But you know, it's complicated when you own business entities and stuff like that. You gotta narrow that all down and button that all up.
Right.
You know? So
my question for Ryan is she expecting a gift? Because first of all, I think that would be ridiculous if she was, but you also wouldn't want that if you decide, like you have to, if she expects it, you don't want to ruin the wedding day, even though I would question the whole parameters of everything at that point. But I don't know. Don't get her the PS5 though. She doesn't want a PS5 on her fucking wedding day. Yeah, I can promise you that.
Yeah, that's I would assume the gift was the extremely expensive precious stone that's set into motion the entire event, you know? Perhaps. Or the ornate celebration.
Yeah.
That comes at the end.
Or the long dick.
Or the long
wedding presents, engagement presents. It never ends.
Hey, Micah, are you there? Yeah. Oh yeah, come here real quick.
Oh yeah, I wonder
what wedding presents. What do you think about wedding presents? I realized when we did this the other day that you couldn't hear anything.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. So I found out that I'm supposed to get Colin a present for the wedding.
Says who?
I was like,
who said that?
It was all over the internet. It was like groom's present, and there was a box, and it said like for the day we get married.
That's crazy.
It rhymed. It was something like for the day we get married or something to carry. I don't remember.
That's corporations talking. They're trying to make it like Christmas. They're like, oh, you got to buy stuff.
That's 100% what that is. That's not real. I've never heard of that.
I don't know. It was also like I was supposed to give you a pair of socks that said in case you got cold feet. It was this whole like package deal of like here's like stuff you could put together.
That makes me sick.
Yeah,
that makes me want to kill myself. I don't like that. I don't like that. This is this something that I'm gonna have to think about? Like I'm no way in hell am I thinking about this if I ever get married. If I think about getting socks.
In case you get cold feet. Oh no, none of that. Can't do that.
No, I'm skipping that altogether. I wasn't going to mention it to Colin because I saw it online. Was like, oh, we're supposed to get each other presents. And I said, he's not going to like that. And I don't like it. So I just didn't mention it at all.
Good.
Yeah, good.
That's a strong sign already that you'll be all right.
All right, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that was a fun little interlude.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So no on the wedding gift.
No.
Then.
It's insanity.
I just can't believe I never even anticipated this. I don't like gift giving. And I don't mean it as like giving things. It's cool. I don't like the whole, like everything has to, there are just people in my family and I love them, but they're just constantly buying things and there's like expectations of like exchanging gifts. And I think I said this on the show last year, although there was some anger about it, I think from parts of the family where I'm like, I don't want to do this gift exchange shit anymore. Yeah. None of us need anything. Everyone is fine. We have children. There's like 6 nieces and nephews, get them stuff. And then otherwise we do the ugly ornament exchange. And I'm like, isn't that enough? Like, I don't want anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more I can instill that. Frankly, just give me money if that's what you wanted. Just give me the money you were going to spend on it. I'd rather have that than the fucking tchotchke you were going to buy.
But there's no thought in money. Yeah. There's no thought in that. Shut the fuck up. It's like when I used to get like $100 gift cards. I'm like, why'd you do this? Like, why did you give me like a very specific amount of money that I can only, and it's, and there's like a Microsoft point rule system to it too, where like there's always like $5 left on it that like you can't, I don't know.
It's like you get the gift card when you're a kid and they're like, here's $100 for Radio Shack.
It's like, oh boy.
Oh,
can't wait to buy a fucking ham radio.
Yeah, great. I'll buy an RC car.
Go buy a fucking Tandy PC.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about is like the gift giving. It's just I don't understand why everything has to be so transactional. I guess amongst us. Yeah. And you know what really pissed me off? This is a funny story, but a long time ago, I was dating a girl. We lived together, and I was broke. Like I had not very much money. I was like getting started in San Francisco, and for her birthday, I paid. Her birthday was like in the beginning of the month, and I paid her rent, like her part of the rent, and thought this was like a very, very nice thing to do, and like really expensive. And she was like disappointed, being like, kind of like it's not really thought. I'm like, you don't have any idea how much money I just saved you? Are you fucking crazy?
Do you know what rent is?
Yeah, are you fucking crazy?
If someone was like, "Yo, I'm gonna pay your rent this month," I'd be like, "Absolutely, dude." That's. I can't think of a better gift, quite frankly.
And it was honestly, like whatever, $700 or something, which was like a lot of money for me. Like it's a lot of money now, but when I was making $50,000 a year,
yeah, that's insane.
So that stuck with me, where I was like, what? That really stuck with me in the sense that like it's what you said. People just have these expectations of like what the thought and like the intent and all that. I'm like, the intent is so that you don't have to pay your rent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which I would shit myself if someone did that for me back then.
I'm very averse to it, probably largely because, like you, I'm just in a position where I have everything that I want, and if there's anything that I don't have that I do want, chances are I don't have it because I'm researching it. Like it's like a guitar or like you know what I mean, or something like that. Where it's like if somebody just bought me like, I don't know, a bass without really thinking about it. Maybe if like a musician friend of mine bought me a bass, I'd be like, oh shit. But if like, if like my aunt bought me a bass, I'd be like, thank you. But like, there's no way you research this more than I have. And I'm probably stuck with a weird bass now. So like, to me, it's just like, and the transactionality of it too is bizarre. The expectations that are built around it. It's like, don't get me anything. I don't need anything. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Get me a meal. You know what? How about
that? Yeah,
it's a great gift,
dude. Dinners,
pick up the check. Yeah,
dinners and like anything like that, like food. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll accept any food.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with. I don't even know what to do with some of these things that I get sometimes. It's like actually my family knows now because I think it comes off as rude. I think to some people in my family, but I'm like, you don't have to get me. Please don't get me anything. I don't want anything. Please don't. Please don't. Not because I try to live very minimalistic, and then they come into my office and they look around. They're like, it doesn't look very minimalistic in here. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. All right. Who was that even wrote in? Ryan, thank you for the fucking existential nightmare that you instilled in me when I was going through the questions last night. And so glad that my future wife will not be expecting a gift, which is nice. Because again, I am the gift.
I like to underline that. I like to imagine you reading that question and it's that, that image of Cillian Murphy in Oppenheimer where he's like grabbing his forehead.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was basically like I read that and I literally was like, because I really have been trying to anticipate all things. There are so many rules to American weddings, right? And just even like Micah doesn't want to have a traditional shower, like wedding shower. Instead, I think my sisters and my mom are going to just go out to dinner with her or whatever. But like, they're very confused by this because like, that's what you do. You have a surprise party and I'm like, that's not what she wants to do. Like there are so many rules and expectations. And I thought by paying for it myself, this would eliminate all of that where there's just no need for any input.
Nope.
It's like, no, that's enough. I don't need your input. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right.
Alas.
Trevor Fletcher wrote in. Said, hey, CDC, what is the best type of pasta? I personally believe it to be rigatoni. It's easy to eat, and you get a lot of void space for sauce and meat. Also, my wife doesn't like fettuccine because she claims it tastes different than other shapes. Does she have any merit, or is she as troubled as I believe? Thank you for all that you do. I'll be interested. You guys are non-Italians. I'm Italian-American, of course, not a real Italian. But do you have any there's very strong feelings in my family about what the quality pasta types are, and I'm curious if you guys have anything to say about this. Let me kick it off. Dustin, I want to throw to you first.
Yes.
I will say this, and this is a controversial thing, but it's true, and it's true in my family. Don't bring that spaghetti shit around us. We don't want it. We're not interested in it. Fettuccine would be in that same category. Yeah. Spaghetti is horrible compared to other pasta types. I do not understand why anyone would want spaghetti. It holds nothing. You have to struggle and move your fucking fork around to eat it. It's literally, you pick it up, right? And then all the sauce just falls off it.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm like, so it's funny. Like spaghetti was not even, that was anathema to the Moriarty family. Like it wasn't even a thing we did. For me, ziti, like a tube pasta is the best. And
Ziti's,
that's the old standby. Hey, Chris, go to you first. That's fine.
Well, I was just gonna say ziti's pretty top tier, but you know, I don't know. Fettuccine. I will say, fettuccine is there. I think I agree that it does taste very, very different. Like there is something about it where it's like I don't like fettuccine at all, and I'm with you on the spaghetti thing. I personally think rigatoni's pretty great. I think penne's pretty great. But I'm a ravioli guy.
Raviolis? What do you like in ravioli?
I love a good ravioli, dude. Like mozzarella on the inside or something, and then like there's like you get like good sauce on. Like even just something simple like that is just so good. If you've had like real like homemade ravioli, like stuff like where the pasta's actually like made, it's so fucking delicious. It's like
did I ever bring you to that place in do we ever go to that place in Marina Del Rey? That Italian place I liked. What was it called?
No way.
They made their own pasta, and it was, I must have not bringing it.
No way in hell. I don't think we ever went to Marina Del Rey.
Yeah, that's where I used to love eating down there. It was like a lot of good food. Well, that would be like way far away for you.
Yeah. There's
that was like our only option, you know. Like,
that's true. Yeah.
Well, hit me with this, Dustin. I need to know where you are.
Two thoughts about this. First of all, I want to comment on the rigatoni. Rigatoni is fantastic, and my dad had a saying growing up when we would go to different weddings that at least in Western PA, if you didn't have rigatoni at the wedding, the marriage wasn't going to last. So that was the thing, like rigatoni at the Western PA wedding. You know, you got the cookie table here, all those essentials. So shout out to the rigatoni. Now, I don't know if you're going to call foul on this, Colin, because my favorite, when I search, I just went to Google, went types of pasta, just so I could see the types of options.
Yeah. This
is listed as a type, though it is a dish on its own, and that's lasagna.
Sure.
Lasagna, okay, my mom, she will admit this herself, doesn't like to cook. She didn't cook very much, but she did what she could. She wasn't a horrible cook either. She just didn't really enjoy it. Her dish, though, the dish that I think of, like, man, I wish I had mom's cooking, is the lasagna she would make. She had a few different tricks that she would use that would make hers unique. Number one, and this is where the Italians may get very offended.
Yeah.
Is that she would use pepper jack cheese in the lasagna, giving it a little bit of a spicy flavor. And it was fantastic.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's not the only trick, though, but I don't know if I should reveal her other... I don't think she would actually care. The other thing I'll just say real quick, she would use... So you know how there's regular lasagna that you're supposed to boil, and then there's the no-bake or the no-boil type that you're supposed to be able to just put into the lasagna hard? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
Yeah, so there's two types at the grocery store where one you are intended to boil, put in, and then bake, and the other you can just put in hard and it's supposed to like soften up on its own. Okay. One of her secrets is to use the boil kind, but put it in the lasagna hard, because then it makes it more firm and you don't get like a nasty soupy lasagna.
Interesting. Where are you?
Chris, oh, no. I want Chris to speak up because he clearly has something to say here.
No. It's just because Colin said okay in a way that like exuded so much boredom that it just.
Colin's never made lasagna in his life.
We are not lasagna people.
He was holding his head like this too. Like, okay,
the Oppenheimer.
I'm more disturbed by the wrong cheeses going in it, but we were big in terms of baked pastas. We were big ziti people. I mean, that's
I've never had that.
Baked ziti, so
I'd
good.
like
baked ziti is wonderful. Yeah,
especially like 2 or 3 day old baked ziti where you heat it up.
Yo, how weird is that? How weird is that?
In the freezer, made by your dead wife.
Yeah, just like in The Sopranos. That's right,
dude. It's so good. It's so good days later. Which is so bizarre because that's not very true for a lot of things.
This just looks like lasagna. It's all the ingredients of lasagna practically in a different form.
Yeah, I mean, well,
it's sauce and cheese.
You can make it in. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but can I say something about lasagna that might be controversial?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think lasagna is a little pretentious. Like,
no.
I think it's trying. I think like the dish itself. I think it's trying too much. It's trying to be its own like little fucking tower of stuff, and it's like you don't gotta doesn't have to be this needlessly. You shouldn't be.
It is complex because there's layers. First of all, you have to cook things on the side first.
Yeah, it's like it's very much like you shouldn't have to be like a junior architect to make your pasta. You know, like I just, especially because Italian food is so delicious in large part because it's so simple. Like there's really not a lot, like there's complexity in how you like maybe mix certain things, but like when you look at like the ingredients of what a pizza is, especially in Italy, it's like barely anything.
Yeah,
like,
they eat like margarita pizzas.
Yeah, we overdo pizza here.
Dude, margarita pizza sucks.
I don't know.
It's like, hey, I'd like an entire ball of mozzarella in this one bite.
You don't.
What's up with that? No.
Look.
An entire basil leaf was in that bite. Real good.
An entire.
I can't handle this pizza slander.
Yeah.
I love pizza, but
I love margarita pizza, honestly, personally. Like I'll if I'm ever ordering a pizza, it's not necessarily the first thing on my mind, but like if I'm out and I'll get like one slice, I might get a margarita.
Hopefully it's a slice that has cheese on it.
It's just a piece of baked bread. I like it
sauce.
too. I personally like it too. I wanted to give a shout out to gnocchi is pretty good. If you guys are into that. Fusilli is pretty good, although it has that spaghetti problem where it doesn't hold everything and it's too easy to overcook fusilli. See, that's what's so interesting about ziti and rigatoni and these kinds of good pastas is that I like my pasta firm, al dente.
Oh yeah.
However, there's some like cavatappi is pretty good. That's like a spiral pasta. Capellini is pretty good. That's like a spaghetti pasta. Ditalini is like a rigatoni style pasta. That's really good.
Yeah.
But the one that we've been eating a lot lately here in the Moriarty household is orchette. And this is a really solid ass pasta type because if you cook it pretty quickly, it stays really firm. And Micah makes it with like broccoli rabe or rapini, depending on where you are in the world.
Oh, that looks
it's really, really good. And and they kind of stick together, so you get like 2 or 3 of them at the same time, and you bite it. It's so doughy and good. I love it. Yeah.
Oh, also before we move on, quick shout out,
please.
Quick shout out to the king of simplicity here. Just elbows, just straight up macaroni.
Sure.
I'm like a bit like look, man. I bring this up a lot because I think about it a lot. But that scene in Home Alone where he makes the mac and cheese, and it looks so fucking delicious, and he leaves it. Pisses me off every day.
Yeah, that really, you really do have like a childhood hang up about that.
Like because it's just, I've never been able to have that bowl of macaroni and cheese, and he made it and he ignored it. That bothers me because it's like a picture perfect. It's such a perfect looking bowl of mac and cheese. It's crazy. It's nuts.
That's so interesting what sticks with us, right? Like these random things that no one else would think of.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's probably
good pasta conversation, nonetheless. Very, very ethnic, vaguely ethnic, just like me. All right, Chris, I'm curious to. So, actually, wait a minute. No, we're not going to get to that one yet. Andrew Griffin, let's start with you. The next one after that is definitely something I want to hear from Chris, but we'll hear from everyone on this one. Fellas, what is proper social etiquette when using a single occupant public toilet? My employer is filled with these anxiety-inducing temples. I am referring to the toilet and sink combo with the locked door. What do you do when someone knocks and you're shitting? Do you proclaim your defecation out loud? What are you supposed to say? Do you stay quiet? Does their presence make you rush? When you're all done and exit, do you make eye contact and gesture to the waiting unfortunate soul about to smell your wrath? What about flipping the roll? Should you knock, test to see if it's locked, wait outside, apologize? For the love of God, what the fuck is proper in these awful moments in life, or am I just anxious? An anxious mess, like Colin, he says. Thank you, Andrew, for writing in. This is interesting. This reminds me of my days at IGN in our old office because we had some of these. You know, like the very violent rap on the door? Like, why do people have to knock like that? Scare the shit out of you? Maybe a good thing.
Yeah.
But the ones at IGN had showers in them too. So sometimes people would just be in there forever. Like they would go for a run.
Showering at work.
Yeah, they would like go for a run at lunch and then shower or whatever. And so you would never know. And it is awkward. I always just check the lock. And then if it's locked, then you kind of you got to back off. I don't think knocking is necessarily appropriate.
No.
You're right there, Chris. You just smacked yourself in the face, it looked like a little bit.
What?
There.
No, I was just
I thought I heard you might have It might have been that you were delayed, and so like it showed your hand here and then went up like that, and it looked like you smacked yourself.
Nah, dude.
Holy shit. That was a scary thing. I was like, oh my God, Chris is getting violent on himself. Dustin, what do we do in these public bathroom situations here?
This is such a complex situation. I have to agree, very anxiety inducing, because I personally, first of all, I avoid defecating in a public restroom as much as possible. I will hold it if I can. Sometimes not always possible. Sometimes you just got to go. And this is it's a nice situation that you've got your own room. You don't have to be in a stall and someone here you fight for your life, in a sheets or something like that. That's unfortunate also. But the knocking immediately, that's going to like, send a cold spell down my entire body. Like, oh no. And I'm definitely going to rush at that point. And then I'm definitely going to feel weird when I leave. So it's one of those things. Okay, let's talk about the flip side, though, real quick. Do you knock? Now, you should think that everyone who uses this bathroom should lock it, right? So the idea is that if it's locked, you'll know that someone's in there. I'm also petrified of walking in on somebody. So, but I'm not, maybe it's one of those things where you like move the door a little bit first to kind of like signal in case, and then like lightly open. That's the type of paranoia I have, that I just don't.
I do the same thing.
Dude, I don't know. It's not that I'm. So if I'm on the inside, for example, at my old work, there was one bathroom in our office, and my old boss used to be like, well, you always go in there and you lock the door, but it's just the two of us in here. And I'm like, I know that I went to the bathroom, but I don't want there to be any confusion, because I don't want there to be any kind of weirdness if you walked in on me while I'm holding my dick, taking a piss. Just not. It's better to just lock it. So always lock the door. That's the problem. So anyway, I have no firm conclusions. I had to expel all these anxieties with this particular situation that I deeply feel.
Fair enough.
Oh man, I love conversations like this because I am never in a public restroom for number 2 ever. Literally, like maybe like 7th grade was the last time I even found myself in a situation like that.
Well, you're lucky you have that kind of control.
Yeah, I mean, God willing, I can keep it. But
dude, okay, but when you were in 7th grade, did you poop at school?
That might be the last time.
I never in my entire K through 12 experience pooped at school.
Oh wow, yeah.
I definitely didn't as a habit.
13 years.
I must have at some point. But
I feel like I did it at least once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I wasn't about to be pooping in the stalls of fucking Belport High School. Someone would fucking come in there, knock the door open.
Yeah.
Like
drop acid on you from over the
you
stall.
gotta be careful in those places.
Yeah. But the reason I love this is because sometimes I will just kind of wander by like a bathroom door in like a I don't know, like a gas station or something, and I'll see that it's occupied, and I will knock ferociously.
No,
and then I will leave because I just love that it gives somebody a story first off, because I'm not actually gonna come in there, but I like knowing that that's like a like a really anxiety inducing brief thing that I don't know. It's a little chaotic. I'm sorry. I know it's not a good thing to do, but.
So I'll have to post this, Chris. And the other day in the Discord, we were discussing, since everyone's talking about D&D, we put the members in the Last Stand crew on the affinity chart, and you were placed under chaotic neutral. And it seems like that was spot on.
Yeah.
So
I think that would make sense. Yeah.
What was
Not malicious, not benevolent, but I just want to see what happens.
Do you want to know, Colin?
Yeah, I'm afraid to
So
ask,
here's the thing that you got to know before I say this is that I'm not the one who created. I put a few people on there, but I didn't put you on there because I let the audience decide that. You are lawful evil.
I was gonna say that. I knew that was gonna be what it was. That's so annoying. You guys are so annoying. I hate all of you.
I'm lawful neutral, so we're right beside each other on the list. Also with Hogue. I'll post it on the Last Stand Twitter account so everyone can see it.
Cool.
As voted by the audience.
Beyond the Sea Rodent, this is what I wanted to get Chris's take on specifically, but I'm curious what we all think about this. Greetings from across the pond, CDC. I'm fully aware that what I'm about to say will not be taken kindly, but I'm going to say it anyway. What's so good about Seinfeld? It was on TV a lot when I was a kid, and I didn't think much of it then. However, considering how much it's mentioned on the show, combined with my love of Curb Your Enthusiasm, I thought I'd give it a whirl. I made it as far as season 5. I really tried, but I'm afraid I just don't get it. My laugh ratio level is out around 1 laugh for every 3 episodes, usually due to one of Jerry's sarcastic observations. I actually think Frasier is a funnier, better written show. But what do you say? Is there something wrong with me? Is Seinfeld really the greatest TV comedy of all time, or am I just humorless, pale-faced lobsterback? Godspeed. Well, you being from Europe says a lot, perhaps, but here's the thing, is you like Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't understand people that like one or the other, but not both. They're the same. They're one is just an HBO version of it about a different character in the show, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's raunchier maybe, and maybe that's like something that is more appealing. It's a little bit more rated R than Seinfeld is, obviously, because it's a network television show. By the way, I say that I like Frasier too, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
I actually didn't know for the longest time that Frasier was even a spinoff.
Oh yeah, Cheers.
Because I never watched Cheers at all. Like I had no interest in watching a bunch of 40-year-olds.
Yeah, he was just one of the patrons at the bar.
Yeah, I had no clue. So I just saw Frasier in a vacuum, and I liked Frasier. But like, I think Seinfeld is one of those shows where it's like that's how there are like musicians, or like how there's there are rappers or something that like most rappers love, but they might not necessarily like. I feel like Seinfeld is it's like a comedian's it's a comedian's sitcom, I think, because if you watch it and you'd like kind of think about like the writing process and how everything kind of like intertwines and dovetails and kind of comes back, it's like it's very cleverly written, and it's fun to watch those seeds of writing kind of come together and like spread apart and come back. And also, it's just like a fun ensemble cast. I don't know. It might just be a taste thing. I do think being from Europe probably hinders it a lot, because it is very much an East Coast. It's very much rooted in that kind of culture, especially of that time too, where it's just like it's a show about really, really horrible people. And there's like no lessons, there's no learning. It was like a very different show from like a lot of stuff that was on TV at the time, which was very like, Full House, very like, oh, here's a lesson about like how we should love each other. And these people are like screwing each other over constantly, but they're still friends, which I thought was like kind of interesting and like weirdly. It doesn't consider itself sentimental, but that's a sentimentality in and of itself. The fact that these people kind of don't necessarily like each other, but they still choose to spend their time with each other. I think it's kind of like, it's emblematic of a lot of friendships that I have and like that I've known throughout my life. And so I relate to it a lot, but I don't know. It's a taste thing. It doesn't necessarily matter. I do think Curb Your Enthusiasm is funnier, although I don't think Curb Your Enthusiasm is as cleverly written.
Yeah, because it can do much more, and so it's easier to be funny on It's easier to be funny on HBO than it is on NBC.
Exactly. Like the fact that they have an entire masturbation episode on like an NBC sitcom show is pretty nuts. Like it's pardon the pun. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think I love early Seinfeld, but I actually think it's when the show gets crazy that it's like season 7, 8 or whatever, where I actually think that's when it really crescendos. That's where you get a lot of just the stupidest shit, like Kramer having the Merv Griffin set and all that stuff. Like that's when I think the show is absolutely zany and ridiculous. It did lose a lot of its grounded real life stuff and became much more of a cartoon of itself, which actually I think Curb Your Enthusiasm has as well in some way.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Like I remember watching when Curb came back after 10 years, whatever that season was, because that's the last season I watched.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, this isn't as funny because Larry David is playing a version of Larry David in which he is aware that he is supposed to act a certain way, as opposed to just reacting like Larry David.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like a too meta.
Yeah. There's a scene where he like cracks a selfie stick in half, and I was like, I don't know about that. Like he walks by like these people taking a selfie, and then he like cracks the stick and hands it both back to them. And it's like, this is not, it's amusing. It's still fun. That's a great season still, but I don't know. It's like Always Sunny in some way, where it's like, it has highs and lows. I've been watching Always Sunny again recently.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Hulu is like $8 million a month now, but I'm gonna get it back for to watch the rest of Sunny this new season when it's done.
Yeah,
so I can watch it like in a month or whatever.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I have HBO right now because of Hard Knocks, the football series. So I'll let that run, and then maybe I'll go to Hulu at some point. All right, Dustin, do you have anything to say on this topic before we move on?
No, I've seen Seinfeld, but I've not watched all of it. So
yeah, okay.
Nothing to say.
I didn't think you would. However, you might have something to say about this. ASAC Paredes wrote in and said, Colin, I think it is your turn. I'm doing this for you, Dustin. Take this opportunity for revenge. Last week, I was absolutely cringing listening to Colin's take on why he doesn't need a sound system. Not because he is not interested in one, but his reasoning and explanation was absurd. I respect you guys just sitting there and listening to this nonsense with a straight face, but he is your boss, I guess. Dustin, Chris, besides this, and I rather look at a picture instead of traveling, which is something I said back in the past. What are some of Colin's worst takes? Fire away, boys. Love you, Colin. Let the boys cook. I have no problem. I'll sit here. I'll sit back. I just want to say, just to set it up, and if people weren't here, my argument, which I don't think is absurd at all, was that the sound comes from the screen that you're watching. That doesn't seem weird to me at all. That seems to be a totally normal observation, that why the fuck would I want the sound coming from back here when the screen is right here? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. So apparently this is a controversial thing. Dustin, take it away, my friend.
Hold on one sec. I got to get my list. Okay. Let's see. Breath of the Wild isn't Zelda enough while complaining that Zelda never changes. Feeling like a poser for not playing every game in a series, even though new entries are often designed for new players. Caring about a record of a gaming achievements while, over the fun of just playing a game. Specifically, I'm thinking about Micah playing a game on Switch, and you said, oh, there's no rec. Too bad you don't have a record of that. It's like, well, maybe the point was to have fun.
She could be lying.
Something about that. Who cares? Far Cry 6 being GOTY material. What else we got here? Choosing to play pretty much anything over Danganronpa V3. I mean, that's been the stickler for a long time. Saying you don't like Nier Automata when really you were just filtered by the intro. Cheesing Dead Space remake on your first playthrough to get the platinum. Saying that One Piece is too long. A highly rated, beloved anime show is too long as you're watching Walking Dead.
I stopped it.
Okay.
I stopped it. I couldn't get past the beginning of the third season. There was just something.
Dude, the third.
It just immediately, it was getting good at the farm. And I was like, okay, I'm digging this. But I couldn't do it after that. Just, there's too many people now. There's like all these characters. I don't know who the fuck any of these characters even are.
Yeah.
And now I'm supposed to. Anyway, go ahead.
The last one, I just have a direct quote from the Discord that I found. It said, Far Cry 5 is better than God of War. There was another quote in there, too, because it was like a line where I don't know if you were just, it wasn't bait, because I believe that you meant it, but it was that, and you said, Wolfenstein The Old Blood is better than Uncharted 4. And there was one other in there that I can't remember.
When did I say that? I mean, that's got to be like Kind of Funny era or something.
No, this was in our Discord. This was in the Discord.
I said that in the Discord?
Yeah, let me...
Oh, I believe you. I mean, I believe you. That's Far Cry 5 is probably better than God of War. Yeah. But...
oh, man.
Yeah. Those are just a few gaming ones, But hey, you said go off.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind.
There you go.
Keeps you
some
honest.
gaming takes. I got to say, in saying those out loud now, do you want the one that hurts the most?
Yeah.
It's got to be the Danganronpa V3.
That hurts you the most.
That's the one that pains me the most personally.
I know this is weird, but I just want to... I don't think I even beat the second Danganronpa. I played it twice, but I don't think I even ever... Yeah, I don't think I ever even finished it. By the way, I found something that I think you might like that I wanted to give you. Hold on, I'm going to go get it.
Now he's going to give me a gift after
No, you'll see.
See?
I got this photo of Luffy signed by Gear 5 Luffy himself.
Gear 5 Luffy. Holy shit. I've been trying to avoid all that, even though I already know what it looks like.
Yeah,
it's just all over the internet.
You can't avoid it.
Oh, is this a wall scroll?
Yeah, it is.
Perfect.
But I I bought this in Japan, one of my trips there, and I was going through stuff. So I was putting everything in the garage away because, like I said, we're getting everything redone for the merch shop. So everything went into the attic. But I pulled this aside for you. I really did, to see if you wanted it. It's a Danganronpa.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
Wall scroll.
Yeah, I would absolutely.
Or Danganronpa. This is for Danganronpa 2.
Right.
And I felt that I bought this in Japan because you want to have like your Japanese wall scroll. I had them when I was a kid. My brother gave me like some when I used to watch Dragon Ball. I had a bunch of those. But if you want this, we'll send it over to you.
I would love that.
Apropos of nothing. It wasn't. Fantastic. See, I told you it would make sense. I'm not just trying to give you a gift to buy your love.
I know.
This was put aside for you
specifically. That's funny.
I'm just joking.
Chris, do you have anything you want to add to this, or are we done abusing me?
No, I mean, he, I guess, pulled out the fucking receipts. You know,
Yeah.
I was actually really thinking hard about like I was trying to remember any point where like you might have said something where I was like, is that a bad? And I'm sure there are, but like I don't. And maybe this is just a me. I just don't make a record of these things in my head for anybody, really.
I've had this list for 2 years.
No, like I like even I don't know. I just don't. I don't hold on to. I don't know. It's, usually I'll think like, all right, that's an opinion, and then I'll immediately forget that conversation even took place. You know?
I totally because I was trying to think about it in reverse, and I'm like, I don't really know. Like, I don't think.
Yeah.
Bad takes. I don't know.
Dude, I don't even remember my own bad takes.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember what I say like from a moment to moment basis, frankly. So I appreciate the writing. I do take umbrage though with the things that set this particular person, ASOC, off, because he was bringing up that I said I'd rather look at a picture instead of traveling. That's kind of not what was really said. I mean, the point of what I said, I think at the time, was that I'm well traveled. I've been to almost every American state, multiple Canadian provinces, Mexico, Europe multiple times, Asia multiple times, so that I feel sufficiently traveled. Right. So that now I can just see something and be like, that's fine. You know, because I've done these things. I don't need to do everything.
Yeah,
that was the point. And then as far as I still stand by what I'm saying about the TVs. Teach their own.
Okay, it's been brought up twice now, so I need to remind you that we're talking about two different aspects with the sound thing. I said, if you don't need surround sound.
No, I know. I totally understand. Right. But he was making fun of, I think, what I was saying. Why he doesn't need a sound system. And he said that was really what was annoying him. And that was my argument. You made that clear, but I think what he's saying is the argument. So I don't know that like what's setting him off is what I know sets people off are the games that I play. But I always thought that this was an advantage. Isn't it? I play a lot of games. Isn't it good to play different things than the mainstream sometimes? Have a little bit of a different take on things. Mm-hmm. I couldn't be any less interested in Baldur's Gate 3, and people would think that that's because it's popular, but I'm like, I don't know why you would think that when I play a bunch of popular games. We bring this up about Far Cry. Far Cry is incredibly popular. We like to make fun of it and take the piss out of it on the show, and a lot of people do in the industry, but it's one of the best-selling games every time it comes out in that year that it comes out. So it's not, and I used to love Call of Duty. I just got, you have to kind of look at the patterns, right, Dustin, and say, I'm pretty consistent. Like when I say that I get tired of things after a while, it's true. I played Call of Duty every year until I didn't, because I was like, this is enough. I really tried to get into Assassin's Creed until I just got overwhelmed with it. It's like, I can't do this every year, twice a year sometimes.
Sure.
So I do think that there is some level of consistency to the things I say. I just don't think that people like the foundational elements of what I say, too much of a good thing.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think that, we have a well-rounded aspect of what different people play. Like if the show is just Chris and I, we would never talk about Far Cry ever. Or, stuff like, a lot of things that you end up playing. So I don't think there's anything. That's why, the gaming takes are just, those are the fun things to make fun of and give each other a hard time about, because they're purely subjective.
Unlike the One Piece take, which is One Piece is absolutely too
long.
I think, Dustin, as far as you're concerned, I think you're kind of both like this, I guess, but I think it's just because you have different tastes than me. So I don't even think it's anything but like kind of you're very like shruggish about a lot of PlayStation games that are clearly of a superior quality in some cases than a lot of the other games that come around them. I think of Horizon, for instance, which is like a totally supreme game. And I have to sit here and pretend that it's not, because 2 of the 3 people on the show are like, "Oh, it's fine. It's fucking Horizon." And I'm like, it's like probably one of the greatest gameplay masterpieces ever. But yeah, no, it's just fine. Sure,
it is just fine.
It's probably the most beautiful game ever made. It's probably the most beautiful game ever made, but it's totally fine. Other than that, it's fine.
You couldn't resist. This question was about your takes, and you're trying to sneak other ones in here. Someone else can write in next week, but that's not the case this week, bitch. This is all about you and your takes, but no. And Horizon,
it's fine.
It's just fine.
Yeah,
it is the finest of fine.
Horizon gets in its own way, I think, is really the problem. Like that's really it for me. If it was just if Horizon was just the gameplay, I would love it. But it's just kind of a lot of this
that's the
ginger.
opposite how I feel.
It's like this ginger conversing with people that I don't care about.
Yeah, it's like the thing about Horizon is that the story idea, it's too good, right? The gameplay, it's too good. The graphics, it's overwhelming, I guess, in some way.
Oh, I'm just overwhelmed by when
it comes together in such a high quality way. You might somehow, through some lens, maybe if you squint, broken Hubble telescope, you might see it as something mediocre.
I was gonna say, I think that just Horizon is just too high quality, and some might say too AAA. It is the most AAA game ever made. So
it might be.
It just might be too AAA. Yeah,
it might be the most AAA game ever made. You're right.
Yeah. Wow.
ASOC, thank you for writing in. We appreciate you. All right, my friends, let's get into some of the smaller news items this week. We have some things to talk about here. Our friends over at Insider Gaming. Tom, let's stick with the one website. I appreciate it. He writes exclusive details on PlayStation's Project Cronos cloud streaming for the PS5. I was curious what you guys thought of this. So he says, quote, earlier this week, PS5's cloud streaming beta officially rolled out to some PS5 users. And whilst we were only able to gather that the streaming will support up to 4K, Insider Gaming sources have provided us with more information on the streaming architecture. Internally named Project Cronos, the new streaming architecture aims to build a robust PS5 streaming experience that will serve as a major step forward in the company's growth in the ever-growing market. It's understood that the development of Cronos began 5 years ago due to the complexity surrounding the PlayStation 5's SSD. Whilst the SSD is very fast in the PS5, it created a new challenge that made it impossible for Sony to develop the infrastructure needed using current technology on the market, functionality, latency, etc. This means that Sony, under the Future Technology Group, designed a completely new network storage solution based on PCIe NTB, I don't know what that means, which leverages NTB and the PS5 I/O coprocessors. The final product is custom storage servers under the codename Kura, which reads up to 5 gigabytes a second with a less than a 1 millisecond latency. Sources said that Sony will have a total of 28 data centers across 15 metros for the PS5 cloud streaming rollout, with its plans to fully launch this feature in fiscal year 2023. So we're in fiscal year 2023 right now. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So that's all we know about this. Let's go to you first, Dustin. I'm curious what you make of this. Some people are, I think, saying that this is surprising that Sony seems to actually be further developed than it seemed in this space. Does this also put Project Q into a different light in some way?
Well, Project Q is different since it's streaming from
the PS5, right? Yeah. But now this gives you access to a whole new. This is a much more casual way to play, right? Like where you don't have to. You can kind of dip in and out and all that kind of stuff. I just wonder if these things are kind of meant to be used in. Obviously, you're going to need your PS5 as the center of Project Q. That doesn't erase that at all. But I wonder if maybe this puts in a little more use context.
I think, though, that with that case, you would be streaming a game from a server to your PS5, and then your PS5 is streaming it to your Project Q, which I would imagine would not be a very good experience, but maybe not. So I've been curious about this, and now it seems that it's finally here, and the people that are testing out saying that it is a significant upgrade. And that's exactly what we were hoping for a few months ago. I was saying that Sony absolutely needs to upgrade their streaming, because in particular, compared to their competitors, and even with Stadia, which obviously Stadia failed for a multitude of different reasons, but it wasn't because of the quality of the streaming was bad. And so it seems like now, the Sony, the company that was ahead of the curve when it came to streaming with Gaikai and stuff like that, who then fell behind, seems like this is pretty dang good, to the point where I would like to try it out. I initially thought that if you had the beta software of the new firmware, you could try it just immediately. But it turns out it's a separate invitation on top of that. So I ended up updating to the beta firmware, and I was like, oh crap, I can't actually try this. But I'm very, very curious, seeing 4K streaming that apparently is very low latency, very low compression, and pretty dang close visually to having something run native. It's very, very intriguing, and clearly something that a lot of companies right now view as a really valuable aspect to the future of their console, or I guess not even console is not the right word, the future of their platform, in that hopes that someday you won't need a PS5. You can stream it from all kinds of devices, just like kind of Xbox's move as well.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, when is that going to happen? Like, we've been saying it for so long. Like, when, if you asked me in 2012, would we even have a PlayStation 5? I think everyone would have been like, I don't think so. Like, it seems like at that point we would have had it solved. There's like a stinginess about trying to stay on console that I appreciate. Jeremy Jones wrote into us before we throw it over to Chris. He says, don't have a question, but wanted to report in on the PS5 beta update and PS5 premium streaming. I tried playing Death Stranding through streaming and it ran pretty flawlessly. Looked good the whole time and only had a few hiccups due to internet connection. They seem to have really improved on the streaming quality. With the increase of the game sizes, I'm excited for the future of this feature just so I don't have to download something to try it. On the upside, all I can really report is being able to turn the beep down is life-changing. I set it to low and it's not so ear-piercing at night when my wife is sleeping. I imagine that I love that was the phenomenon in the PlayStation culture when this was announced, because it's everyone knows that, and everyone I used to deal with that in relationships, like on the PS3 even. Well, it's like, why does it have to beep like this? Like, why do you can't, like, someone like going into the shower and then I'm like, I'm gonna turn on the PS3. So like, and then just leave it off or whatever. And then so like when someone, for some reason, like spouses have a problem with people playing games sometimes when they're like, it's like, come to bed, stop playing Demon Souls remake. Chris, what do you think about this? Do you think that there's he kind of speaks to it a little bit about what Jeremy does, about what I was saying about maybe a more casual ability to just try things, which would be pretty cool. And Sony investing a lot of money in physical plant stuff. I mean, the rumors talk about how they have data centers now that they're going to unleash to lower the latency, since this is obviously constrained to the laws of physics. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for that use case, I've always been a proponent of. I think streaming is a great way, especially for something like, I don't know, you think about a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is kind of like a big ask. It's like a really big download, and you're like, you should really play it. Asking somebody to commit that much of their hard drive to something and that much time downloading it, that's kind of a big thing. So to be able to kind of jump in and try it out, see if you like it, that is objectively, I think, the best use case for streaming. The issue for me is that, if I try something through streaming, which I certainly will, chances are, if I like it, I'm going to go download it. Like, there's no way in hell I'm playing through an entire game on streaming. Like, I can't do it, because even in these, the write-ups that people are talking about, where it's like, yeah, it's the compression is low, which means it's there.
Right.
And when it's pretty flawlessly, it's like, well, it can't run pretty flawlessly. It's completely contradictory. You can't. It's not possible. It's maybe light on flaws, but I just these things really bother me. Like, I remember trying it out with some games and also the games that I play are very, very action focused too. And I really need that latency. And when compression is getting all weird and it starts to look like a 480i YouTube video, and even if it's for a couple moments, it's so distracting, and it just kind of yanks me out of that feeling of even enjoying the game in the first place. So I think it's a great way to try stuff. I think it's awesome way to play, like maybe like casual stuff, maybe even I think turn-based stuff like Yakuza Like a Dragon. I streamed on my phone on the Backbone, and that was a pretty good experience, honestly, because it didn't really lose a lot. But I don't know. I think the use case for me for streaming will always be, oh, I want to try this out. Oh, it's 100 gigs.
It's so frustrating when that happens. That doesn't happen to me very often. But when I want to play a game and it's like, even if it's 30 minutes or something, I'm like, fuck. forget it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If just the download time in and of itself is kind of a deterrent in some way, because you only have so much time, and it's like, I think it's great technology. I remember fucking around with it. I remember actually screwing around with On Live back in like, was it 2011 or something, and thinking like,
oh yeah,
it ain't there yet, but it will be there at some point. And I do think we are at a point where it is here. It's like reliable enough that, dude, if people are playing their games at 30 frames per second and they don't even notice, there are people playing their games on their televisions and not putting game mode on, and they're losing like an entire fucking second of input delay. And it's like, if people play like that and don't have a problem with it and don't notice, then for the majority of people, streaming is going to be perfectly fucking fine. But for me, who's a little bit, a little bit autistic about this.
Well, it's game dependent.
Yeah.
It really is for me, because I play so many turn-based games that it wouldn't matter. But But yeah, if you're playing,
I can't play Destiny 2 on stream.
You can't play any shooter, I would imagine, on streaming. I would imagine that would be very hard. Or for me, I wouldn't be able to even stream something like Mega Man. That would be off in my muscle memory just enough where it would be unplayable. It would be like, easily. It would be like handing me. I remember when Mega Man Legacy, or the original Mega Man collection, came to GameCube and the controls were backwards and you couldn't map them, and it's like, this is literally unplayable. Like, you cannot unlearn how to play Mega Man.
Dude, when Stadia was still a thing, I wanted to do a stream where one of the games on the service was Sekiro. It's like, can I beat Sekiro streaming on Stadia? Is it that good? I don't know if it was that good, but now the chance is gone. So it was surprising that they put that on there.
From a layman's perspective, this really probably has to come down to geography. Like, it literally has to come down to geography. You have to be near people. And that's what they're doing with these metro area things. So in some way, it's going to be like the spreading of cable internet and broadband, which is still not complete in the United States, where now this kind of stuff is just not going to be possible in places that are just getting broadband because they are not close enough in physical distance to these data centers. So there's just going to be latency. There's just nothing you can do about it from a certain perspective, which is interesting. So we'll keep an eye on this, obviously. And this seems to be part of the whole beta, and who knows when they're going to roll it out. By the way, there is another firmware update available right now for PS5 that you might want to go download if it doesn't do it automatically, but it is not the one that is under beta. So this is just more of the smaller interstitial ones. Dustin, I wanted to know if you looked into this at all. Video Games Chronicle wrote in about a story. They didn't write in. Video Games Chronicle writes, Evo competitors claim heavy use was breaking PS5 USB ports. So, of course, Evo returned in kind of a full-fledged way. I think, was it the first time last year where they really returned, or was it this year where they were able to get back? But it's kind of more recent. Evo kind of shut down and went digital for a while. During that time, Sony, first of all, people will remember during that time, there was a lot of controversy around one of the guys that founded Evo. Don't know exactly what ended up happening with that. But the second thing is that Sony came in and bought Evo. And what's interesting about it is that this purchase will obviously mean that PS5 is going to be the main console here, unless you're playing a game like Killer Instinct or Smash or something where another console will be necessary. And there's rumors out of Evo, although in reading about it, I'm just not sure what to make about it, because I just don't know enough about this, the more technical aspects of it, where USB ports on PS5 under constant use, either through just using them a bunch actively or by removing and putting devices in them over and over again, has been kind of like frying people's devices and the USB ports in PS5s, apparently. And I'm wondering what you think of this story, and is there anything here to note? Because I'm always fascinated by Achilles' heels of hardware that would only be discovered in certain ways. But why would Evo be the first place that this would have happened? Shouldn't this have happened in smaller ways, just at people's houses and stuff like that? And that would start to spread on Reddit years ago and all of that. Very similar. It reminds me of when the PS4 controller nubs would start to unwind. That was discovered really quickly. That didn't require any special use case. So I wonder what you think about this.
Yeah, so I'm trying to determine. I'm looking at another article now where someone is saying that I'm trying to figure out if it's just the front USB port or just the back USB port or both, because this one tweet says, this is from a user named Dan Aiden, who said our locals got 3 PS5 setups for Street Fighter 6 during the first weekend where all consoles were on for multiple hours. The backside USB ports of the 2 of them melted and got ripped out. The back ports were either not designed for this or they underestimated the heat that the console generates. I have heard of this happening with the back port specifically. I've heard of people saying, hey, my dongle for the headphones, Colin, the one you're wearing, you shouldn't put it in the back because that's exactly where the exhaust of the PS5 goes out. And so it was basically frying them in certain instances. I've had mine back there for about a year now, and I've not had that be the case. But I'm not saying it's impossible either. I wonder if it's becoming more of a problem now. We are seeing games that are really pushing the system to the point where if your PS5 isn't in a well-ventilated space or it's not cleaned out, it is causing them to crash. That was specifically a thing with Final Fantasy XVI, where there was a suggestion like, hey, clean out your console, make sure it's not, sitting under a box, which some people practically do. But clearly there is a lot of heat going in and out of the system. So I wouldn't be surprised in a case like Evo, where it's, first of all, the device is being used and it's outputting heat all the time. And also there's just things getting plugged in and out left and right the whole time because everyone uses their own personal sticks, right? So they would already be under tremendous use in and out, which, the more you do that, the more it's going to put wear and tear. So I don't know if this is something that the common man needs to worry about with their home PS5, but it definitely sounds like something's not necessarily designed correctly for more, I don't want to say commercial use, but a more tournament type situation.
All right. So we'll leave it there for now. Yeah. Cause I don't know. I don't want to feed necessarily into conspiracies, but also don't want to ignore things either. Like you said, this kind of edge case revealed something that we weren't even really aware of until then. And so it can't be that prominent, except for, like you said, the back USB port. So something to keep an eye on moving forward. I don't think Sony ever released a statement. I don't know if anyone asked them. I'm sure that they did. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about this tweet that was going around from my old friend at IGN, Ryan McCaffrey, that's been making the rounds, and people wrote in about it, so I didn't want to ignore it. And he tweeted out a picture of a dusty PSVR 2 unit at his house and says, I massively regret the $597, including tax, that I spent on the PSVR 2. I love great VR game experiences, and I was excited that Sony was doubling down with a truly powerful second-gen headset, but they burned me. There are no games. It already feels dead. Look at the layer of dust. And this was a very controversial statement. Errant Rob wrote in and said, greetings, Milkman. What does the crew make of friend of the show Ryan McCaffrey's feelings on PSVR 2? I saw he recently tweeted that he regretted buying a PSVR 2 and that it already feels dead. Where do the sons and father Colin stand on the state of PSVR 2? Is this software AAA drought more dire than the first generation, or is the best yet to come? Thanks for the Final Fantasy XVI spoiler cast, which is the best spoiler cast Last Stand has done. Keep on keeping on. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, Errant Rob. So, Chris, let's go to you first. I'm sure you're a creature of social media, and I'm sure you saw this making the rounds, and our friend Ryan McCaffrey getting that kind of digital abuse that only comes on Twitter and other social media networks. But nonetheless, I think what he said was inelegant, but in spirit, I think he's saying what's obvious, which the volume of games is not to be contested. There are a lot of games on for PSVR 2. There are. It's just that, and these are both games from PSVR, but new games, and then games that function on PSVR 2 optionally. And I think that if any of them were truly compelling and truly next level, that we would know. I just refuse to believe that truly great games stay hidden. And it seems like the truly great games on PSVR 2 can be played on PSVR or on other platforms, things like Beat Saber, which is cool. But the sales kind of speak for themselves. I delved into Sony's financials and their financial statements for this last quarter, and we'll talk about that stuff later, and in their financial call transcript, and PSVR doesn't even come up.
Yeah.
So it's obviously an afterthought, and it does seem, if you didn't know that Sony probably had grander plans, which I think they must, then you would be safe assuming that this thing was just DOA.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a pretty obvious observation of just how things currently are with this machine. It's and maybe that has something to do with our expectations of, because I've long felt that VR it's like a cool novelty. It's an interesting thing to kind of try, especially for like at a cheap price point, which I think is why the Quest is so perfect. But it's never going to be the main way that you interact with video games. It's just never going to supplant the television. Like, it just won't do it. And maybe there's like an expectation in there that maybe we should try and level with, where it's like, okay, well, maybe this high cost machine is really just something for every once in a while. And maybe that's just kind of how we have to think about it, instead of the way that we think about consoles now, which is, oh, I use it every day, because I use it for, Netflix or YouTube or video games or to blast Spotify or whatever. There's like a million different use cases for your console that VR just doesn't have. It's comparatively a very, very limited tool set, or a very, very limited piece of hardware, despite its, advancement. I don't know. It's just kind of, they haven't supported it all that well. They haven't really made a good case for it, outside of it just having better specs than a lot of other VR platforms, which is fine. But like, I don't know, man. I 9 times out of 10, I'd still rather have the Quest or something, which is like just no wires, smaller. Like, it's just kind of, it's in an awkward place right now, where there's no support. There's no AAA support as far as we know. And it's been a while since we've heard anything really about it. So I don't know. It seems to me like it's dead, but maybe there's more to come. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be so dire, right? Like, I think that the thing can kind of just limp along, and they can come back to it and try to support it later. And maybe there are things in development that we just don't know about yet. I would hope so, that would justify the PSVR 2. But Dustin, let's go to you. Is that I guess I understand in the main why people took umbrage with what Ryan said, because he said there are no games. And that's a good example of why you shouldn't even be bothering with social media, because then people are going to be very pedantic and be like, there are fucking 75 games or whatever. And there are a bunch of games. But what he meant was that there are no AAA useful or very few games. And why the fuck would anyone care about this thing if Sony doesn't seem to even want to talk about it at all? PlayStation blog posts and the occasional YouTube posting for a trailer is really not sufficient. And you would think that they would just get behind it more. So I think that Sony itself is creating this dire atmosphere for the unit by refusing to seemingly even want to talk about it very much.
Right. That's the problem with Twitter and social media, where I think that people would have perceived this tweet differently if they knew that he was saying it in his perspective. He says, there are no games that I'm interested in. I think people would have maybe responded differently to this, but probably not, because it's Twitter. So it is complicated, because I agree with him and I don't agree with him, in that I agree that it feels kind of dead right now, just because we don't know what the future is. And that was something before launch that we were saying, is that if Sony really wants this thing to take off, they really have to support it and put their money where their mouth is in terms of first party support, or even if it's not first party, some kind of second party support that involves using their biggest and most important IP to say, hey, this is a platform that we believe in, and we're willing to do that by putting our biggest stuff on there. And granted, they did Horizon to mixed results, but still, that was kind of a big statement. But since then, it really hasn't been much. The big next release that's from Sony proper is going to be Firewall Ultra, which comes out on the 24th, which I think looks pretty exciting. I think that will probably be the game that gets me to hop back in. But Colin, I think it was correct when you said it was ineloquent, just the way that he said it. And again, this is Twitter. It's not like some kind of like harsh criticism of Ryan, but there are a lot of games that VR enthusiasts are really, really enjoying on the platform that have been coming out. And there's been buzz amongst those circles. There was recently that Synapse game that people like. There's a game called VR Skater, which is pretty high on the charts right now. People really liked Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners Chapter 2, but that one's a few months old at this point. So there has been games coming out for him, but again, this is where it's like the two sides of it, just that there are games, but the problem is only enthusiasts are really interested in them, and Sony is showing no signs of life. So in that way, Ryan is totally right, and I agree with him on that standpoint. So Sony does need to step it up with PSVR, but if you are a VR enthusiast, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of things there for you. You just can't. It's not the Sony first party machine that we were hoping it would be. So hopefully, who knows though? The big question is, how much longer can they let it feel dead before it's too far? You know, when are they going to give us like, hey, what is actually going on? Are you going to give us another Astrobot game that's for PSVR 2? Are you going to do anything right now? Because right now there's Firewall Ultra and the Resident Evil 4 thing, which isn't really yours, but I would imagine they paid for. So that'll be exclusive to the platform, which will be really cool, but it's not enough.
No, it certainly isn't. And I think that there's probably maybe not so much a second party tension, but because you can just contract whatever you want. But first parties, if I were a first party, I'd be looking at this thing and be like, why would we want to make a game for this? Why? Not that they do have kind of a choice, obviously, but it's very similar to what happened with Vita, where Vita ended up being a death sentence for literally every developer that made a Vita game except for Bend. Were shut down immediately after their Vita game came out. And you'd look at something like this and be like, this seems to be suicidal for us to even be concerned with this thing. If you guys don't have any specific interest in having, for instance, a state of play all about PSVR 2 right now. But I think that the silence, not only relative, and we'll talk about it later, not only relative to PSVR 2, but the PS5 itself, just indicates the obvious that there's just more to say. And there has to be more to say this year. Now, I said, right after the last state of play, that a source told me that there obviously is something happening later this year, or at least at that time that was what was planned. But who knows what ends up coming of that.
That's copium, Colin. That's cope. That's what I always see. Anytime that a second showcase, people are like, "That's cope, man."
Well, think about
it. Just obvious. Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know, but think about.
I agree with you though.
Think about what that means, though. That would be so weird, because that would indicate that Sony would allow itself to get beyond Spider-Man 2 with literally no roadmap at all for anything that's happening. Like they've pushed it to the absolute maximum breadth that they could in getting through Helldivers and Spider-Man. And we know Wolverine's out there. We know the Uncharted game, although still unacknowledged, is obviously out there, but they can't possibly let it go that long. Like, there has to be something to say. They have to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They have to talk about, that Ronin game, whatever Sucker Punch is making, this Uncharted game, this Last of Us rumor, Factions, Fair Games, all Concord. Like they have to say something. So it just seems like that's obvious to me. And I think it would be really, are they going to go into the November, into Black Friday, into Christmas and say nothing about 2024? I just doubt that. How can that be? Especially because, as we're going to discuss in a little while, they're saying that PS5s are selling kind of softer than they thought relative to what their expectations were. Their expectations are important to know, because their expectations were the most sold ever in a year. So they know that they're going to have to push it with games. I mean, that's the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. I think PSVR 2 is in a between a rock and a hard place, though. I think this, and we talked about this a little bit, but weren't there rumors that it will work with PC? Like that like didn't you see that too? Like there was like some developers saying that like there is some intent to make this thing work. And I just don't know if that is the future of it, or if they just want this thing. They haven't even really talked about sales. I actually went and looked, because I remember that 600,000 units thing kind of circulating. I'm not even sure they announced that. I think that was from like Ampere or some analyst firm. So they've never, and again, I read their financials. There's no numbers or an acknowledgement of the PSVR 2. I just don't know. There has to be one more honest push in it, at least, to see what happens with it. So I think what Ryan said was inelegant, but at the same time, I think that I understood what he meant. The abuse he received, obviously, completely over the top. And you're right. There are games that people are interested in, but there are no games breaking the barrier around PSVR 2. Like an example of that would be Spider-Man 2. Now, I'm not saying that on PSVR 2. I'm saying Spider-Man 2 is a game that will breach the outer walls of PlayStation and bring people in, because it's Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
So what is the PSVR 2 game that's going to breach that smaller? It's like Attack on Titan with the walls inside walls. What's going to break just that outer perimeter to just get someone interested in the machine? And maybe Firewall is it, although that I'm not totally clear if that's a true sequel or not. That's the thing that's bothering me about it, is and I haven't read any of the much more recent stuff, but it seems like a 1.5 version of the game.
Yeah.
In some way, which is fine, but they're not. There needs to be $100 million, $150 million AAA game on it, frankly, and that's just not something they're really probably going to do. So we'll see. All right. Let's see here. Oh, I want to talk about this real quick. So on Sacred Symbols Plus, we've been covering Twisted Metal, the TV show, over on Peacock. All of it is out right now, all 10 episodes of the first season. Deadline, the industry publication for movies and TV, writes, Twisted Metal sets audience record for Peacock comedies, earns spot among streamers' top original series. So it says here, quote, in the 2 weeks since the video game adaptation launched, it has become the streamer's most binged, in quotes, comedy premiere to date. According to NBC Universal, the average account watched about 3 episodes per sitting, with some opting to knock out all 10 in a single viewing window. The company didn't report exactly how many people watched Twisted Metal, but it is apparently joining the ranks of Bel Air, The Best Man, Final Chapters, Poker Face, and Based on a True Story as one of Peacock's top 5 original series launched to date. So I'm not saying I'm like a TV hound, but like I don't even know what any of that stuff is.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's necessarily like the grandest thing. And I hate these. We always make fun of Microsoft for doing this kind of stuff. It's like these like the most binge show. Okay, cool. But it does seem like by Peacock standard, Twisted Metal has been a success story. So I assume we'll get a second season. And it's, as I said on the Sacred Symbols Plus episode we did, the last one, that I don't think the show's getting a fair hearing with audiences still, because there's just no one doing media rounds for it. So there's nothing pushing it into the consciousness. It kind of just came out. Mm-hmm. And it's still doing well enough to solicit a second season. So, Chris, are you anywhere in that? Where are you in that series?
I haven't started it yet, but I figure I can just like binge it before we start talking about it, because if I start it now, by the time I don't know, I'll forget shit, because I'm doing a lot right now. So I just kind of want to binge it, like maybe like the night before we record or something.
Well, wait, what are you saying? We already recorded 2 of the episodes, so you're going to want
us, like me, to be honest.
Oh, so you want to do it for the 3rd episode? You're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
But okay, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It seems insane. It kind of, it leads into what I was talking about, like, or when this first kind of came to our attention that this was even happening, where like we were kind of speculating on how good it would do or how good it would be. And I remember specifically feeling like the expectations for something like Twisted Metal are so nebulous that I feel like it has I remember saying that I felt like it had a pretty good shot of actually being surprisingly good. And it seems like that's what the consensus is. I still maintain that that one scene that they showed of Anthony Mackie and Sweet Tooth in the casino was like not great. But people seem to like it, and so I'm excited to check it out. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Yeah, I'll be eager to see what you think. I'm gonna obviously not keep Peacock beyond this month, but and all these companies, by the way, I don't know if you saw, like they're all hemorrhaging users, and Disney Plus had like a record number of people leave last quarter, and they're raising prices 20%,
and they're locking down sharing.
Yeah, I do. Dude, subscription models are I don't know. I just, the clarion call, my friend, the canary in the coal mine. I just don't know what people don't understand about this. Like, we're seeing it happen in real time. I remember when Disney Plus came out, I want to say it was like $7 or $8, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Like maybe even less than that.
Yeah, it was like $7, $8.
And now it's 18, I think.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Man, I don't know why the fuck
so you can watch the Mighty Ducks.
You can't, because they shoved that into oblivion to write it off on their taxes, so you're never going to see that show ever again.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I actually went. It's so funny you say that. Last night I went and I looked at a website of all of the things that they removed for tax reasons, for tax purposes, because people are saying, "Oh, this is also for, for residuals and stuff." And I'm like, "That's true, but no, they want to take these things, they want to write them down, like the entire production, and to take a loss like that, you can't profit on it in the future. You need to remove it." So, it's just crazy that they're commodifying creation, creative things like that, which just goes to show you they're making too many things. The one thing I learned reading that list was, I was like, well, what is this stuff? Like, who wrote this. They obviously paid a bunch of money for this. Clearly no one watched a lot of this stuff. It makes me, we're not making like high tier content here at Last Stand, but it makes me proud that for $5 a month, you know, like you get all of this stuff and you don't feel, I don't want to squeeze people and stuff. It just seems so, I don't know, it's the intersection, it's the nexus of corporatism and art, not always clean. I thought this was interesting over on Video Games Chronicle. Eurogamer wrote about it as well, but they were really citing VGC. It says, Hideki Kamiya thinks Japan should be proud of JRPG and wants to use the term J-action. And it says, Platinum Games Vice President Hideki Kamiya has said he thinks Japan should be proud of the term JRPG amid fresh claims it could be considered discriminatory to Japanese developers. And they say at some point after explaining that Naoki Yoshida, who of course is the producer of Final Fantasy XVI, noted that he wasn't a fan of the term JRPG and that it had negative connotations. And he said at that time, quote, for us as Japanese developers, the first time we heard it, it was like a discriminatory term, as though we were being made fun of for creating these games. And so for some developers, the term can be something that will maybe trigger bad feelings because of what it is in the past, end quote. But Kamiya asked about this, quote, said, quote, I have a lot to say on this. Just to be clear first, though, I have a positive sentiment when it comes to the term JRPG. Indeed, I think it's something that we should be proud of. In my creative life up until now, there have been two things that have left a huge impression on me, which I think about to this day. The first of these was a localization issue with the manga, The Fist of the North Star. Kamiya went on to explain in depth that the first issue of the manga had a scene where a group of thugs on motorbikes were standing at the top of the hill overlooking a village. In the background, the manga uses an onomatopoeic do-do-do-do-do sound to represent the pressure of the scene. And while it wasn't an actual audible sound, it was being used to create tension. In the localized version, however, this sound was changed to literal vroom of the bikes, something Kamiya says was different from the original manga artist's intent. Quote, using language to express a unique atmosphere such as this is something that's fairly unique to Japanese creative taste in a sense. It's something that you can't really express in other cultures so well when you see it from a localization perspective, end quote. Kamiya went on to give a second example based on the Ultraman superhero TV series. He explained that in the Japanese version, he made a sound like a jet engine anytime he took off, despite not having any visual effects like flames behind him. However, in the Ultraman Powered series, which was made in the US, the sound was more subdued because they wanted the sound to be more realistic and match the lack of visual effects. And he says, quote, so it left the impression on me when I saw the American version of Ultraman because of how much they focused on reality when trying to match Ultraman's sound effects to his visual effects, end quote. And he goes on to say, quote, the American portrayal of Ultraman was also cool because it made it feel like a 50-meter tall giant was about to launch up in the air. It's not really a case of good versus bad, whether Japanese or American creators created the more positive portrayal of Ultraman. It's more the unique differences in our culture and how our influences affect our creativity. The fact that Japanese creators have this unique sense of what we do, of when we do create content, end quote. And he says, coming to his main point, Kamiya argued that in his opinion, Japanese game developers exhibit similar cultural differences when making their games, giving the example of Bayonetta and the original God of War as an example. Quote, when you look at God of War, you have Kratos. He's muscly, he's huge, he's bald, he looks really kick-ass, basically. So we thought, okay, we have games like this, which are becoming more popular globally. Could we create something similar from a Japanese standpoint? We discussed this internally, and the conclusion was that no, we obviously can't, because this is something that's not unique to us as Japanese creators. So in order to make an action game that would stand out, we needed to create something that was expressed our unique sensitivities as Japanese creators, and Bayonetta was a result of that. When you look at Bayonetta as a character, she doesn't look strong like Kratos. She doesn't look like she could take on these massive demons, but she was very unique in the way she was created, in the way we view action game heroes from a unique Japanese viewpoint. So when it comes to the term JRPG, this is something that ties into this. These are RPG games that, in a sense, only Japanese creators can make with their unique sensitivity when it comes to creating these experiences. I think it's certainly something that should be celebrated moving forward, and someone should actually aim to make the king of JRPG games to express that. As Japanese game creators, we're very proud of the actual term JRPG. And he says he wants to use the term, like I said earlier, J-action. Dustin, I wanted to read all of that because this is exactly what I said and what I had assumed, was that within Japanese development, largely that this term is understood to be positive and a compliment. Now, some people use it and have used it, especially I would say during the late PS2, early PS3 eras, as a derogatory term. You know, and I think, as I've said many times, that I would argue that that was a really dead point in the genre. It really was. And of course, there are a few examples, but that's generally the feeling of it. But I never really used it. I never used it as an insult. And I do believe that making JRPGs can be done outside of Japan. We're trying ourselves, but that the most unique and high quality ones will almost likely come from that community, and that should be embraced. And there is such a thing as a Japanese game, and it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And I think sometimes people look at it as the same, like calling something a JRPG is the same as saying something is like has Euro jank. But I'm like, it's not. It's not that at all. So what do you think?
Well, I'm a firm believer that Japan makes the absolute best video games in the world. So it's it's clear for me that adding, J to JRPG or doing something like J action, that's going to make me more interested because of my sensibilities in gaming. And I'm clearly not alone. You look at just the rise of not just Japanese. I mean, Japanese games have always been very popular, but even when you think about, we'll say games that are distinctly Japanese, like Persona and Yakuza and anime, and just in general, how it's just continually more and more and more and more popular. And because people love it, people are into it, and that's because it's fucking awesome. So I am in agreement with him that I think it is absolutely something to be proud of. I mean, Japan has created so much and given us so much in this industry in so many different ways that anyone who uses it in a negative context is probably a moron. So, yeah, I guess that's my long-winded saying I totally agree with him, and I encourage the use of JRPG.
Chris, what do you think about this whole controversy? I was disappointed to learn that there are at least some Japanese developers that think it's an insult because it was not. There's a lot of reverence for Japan, like Dustin is saying, in Western gaming culture and Western console gaming culture anyway. And so attaching that J has always been meant as as nomenclature to just understand what it is, not to put a value judgment on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've personally never heard of it in my experience used as like a derogatory term. It's always just like a way to describe something or to describe like the vibe of something without necessarily make a value judgment on it. So I mean, obviously they would know better than I would because I'm not really in these circles at all. But it surprised me to even hear that was that had a negative connotation in the first place. I mean, it has a negative connotation to me in the sense that I just know that I don't vibe with a lot of those games. But that's not really like, oh, it's bad. It's more just like, oh, that's not for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. It's interesting insight to hear like him talk about Bayonetta in the context of Kratos. It's kind of an interesting point of comparison because I don't think I ever would have thought to ever compare those two necessarily, but especially in the way that he was talking about it. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that at least some people over there understand that it's not an insult. You know,
it's funny because in the original God of War, I would be interested to know what Jaffe thought of this because he would know better than anyone. But I did get Japanese vibes from it, not from the aesthetic or from anything, but from it felt like Devil May Cry or something. It felt informed by those like Capcom games from that era. But anyway, Kamiya, I'm glad that JRPG is a positive term with you. I'd love to see. I hope maybe they'll bring in the term J action in their new marketing. Who knows? All right, we can get through these next few news items quickly as we get into what we're playing. Just wanted to note that in the Hollywood Reporter, they did an interview with Charles Roven. For people that don't know who that is, Charles Roven's like a very well-respected producer in the film industry. He's actually best known for his affiliation with DC stuff, and he worked with Christopher Nolan on the Dark Knight trilogy, amongst other things. So they had this really long-winded interview about things that I don't care about, but Uncharted came up, and he actually produced Uncharted. And the Hollywood Reporter asked, is there still a desire to continue Uncharted after an impressive box office run, especially for the time in which it was released? And he said, quote, "Oh yeah, we had a really good time with that movie. The fans really liked that movie, and people who didn't know anything about the game really liked the movie. So we are definitely looking to make another one of those," end quote. So it shouldn't come as a surprise, but there will be an Uncharted film sequel. I wonder when we'll get it. Dustin, what do you want Uncharted 2, the film, to be about? We get a little taste of it in the, I won't spoil it here. There is I think a post-credit scene that kind of maybe sets it up a little bit, but
yeah,
and ties it into a specific game more. And as we know, the Uncharted movie, and this isn't a spoiler, it's just telling you, is a lot of it is based on Uncharted 4 specifically. So where do you want it to go from here?
I'm not really sure, because I think in some ways you could say, hey, they can feel safe to go and make something that's more like the game or more closely follow one of them, but they've set the trajectory that things are going to have to be pretty different from here on out, just because they've already set things up very differently. But I think that if they just, this is going to sound weird and not very exciting, but if they kind of just do the same thing again, only maybe, try to keep, well, I don't even know if you need to go more crazy than the last movie, because I think about that ending sequence that I won't spoil, and it was like pretty over the top crazy, and for the most part with an action film, that's kind of what people are looking for. We're not necessarily needing to change the formula too much. So I think it'd be cool if they pulled just more scenarios and different scenes from the games. I think that would be cool, and just make it, fun, and maybe no more Papa John's and weird like marketing things in there. But this is a Sony movie, and that's kind of their thing. So we'll see. I'm wondering if there's any of that in Gran Turismo.
I heard it's like gratuitous in Gran Turismo.
I was like, oh, we got to figure out how to fix the car in a subway or something like that.
Yeah, there's I heard it's like crazy. Like that was one of the things I read in a couple of things.
Oh man.
But I think that's kind of sports. That's racing anyway. Like just cars covered in ads anyway. So I don't know if it's just one and the same. Chris, are you eager for an Uncharted film sequel?
No, but I feel the Uncharted movie was fine. I just didn't feel particularly compelled by it at all. It kind of, I know you're saying it's based on Uncharted 4, but there's like so many sequences from other games as well. Like there's like an entire Uncharted 3 sequence in there, and it's like, I guess. So it seems like they're kind of, it almost feels like an alternate universe Uncharted, and less of a, oh hey, this is the games brought to film. It's almost like this is like Earth 969 Uncharted, where like this happens here. You know what I mean? Where it's, so I feel like they can almost do whatever they want with the next one. They don't even necessarily have to root it in a game. They could just probably borrow some set pieces, which is what seems to be like the glue of what they're trying to do. Like, hey, let's make our own kind of action movie, but we'll borrow certain set pieces from certain games. Like I'm sure the Uncharted 2 train sequence is going to be a part of a movie that probably has nothing to do with the context that it is in the original game, just because it's such a cool sequence.
Yeah, it's one of the great sequences ever. Yeah.
Although it's going to be hard to top opening something with that, I don't think they could open the next movie with that in the same way that they did the game.
No, and they did the Uncharted 3 like the airplane scene.
Yeah,
they touch on all of the games in some way.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I'm curious about it. Maybe they'll jump the shark immediately and then just throw aliens in there.
Mm-hmm.
Have Nathan Drake survive a nuke.
Yeah, I was gonna say Indiana Jones might as well just go full indie.
Yeah.
At that point. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Maybe that'll be announced in the coming year or so. Couple more things here, a few more things to get through. Do either of you guys care? Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 has been confirmed. We already knew it was coming because of copious leaks, but it'll come November 10th to PS4 and PS5. Any interest in this?
I'm excited to navigate that the next version of that Hulu menu. It's going to be really fucking exciting.
I've been seeing stuff about this, Colin, and I should have done a little. I'm seeing conflicting messages where initially they were like, "Oh, this is basically an expansion for Modern Warfare 3." That was the rumor, and now they're announcing it, and it's kind of having. I heard that it wasn't. That it's gonna be. It is pretty much a new game, but I just I'm unsure. I want to see more when they reveal it, because Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 I played pretty consistently for like 2 months straight, and then I dropped it and haven't touched it again since. So I would be potentially interested if it's just an expansion, really, though, to the multiplayer of the last one. I think I'm out.
Yeah. Isn't that what every Call of Duty game is, though?
No,
really?
They all. I mean, sort of. They all have that base feel, but I mean, as far as like the fact that a lot of them feel different in terms of like slide canceling and stuff like that. People doing
right,
yeah. So. They are just expansions. I'm not defending that they're like totally new games or anything like that, but it is my once a year excuse to like just check it out and get into it. Not that I need an excuse, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think I don't know, man. I've been playing some of the older ones because they fixed the the servers and it's back compat on the series consoles, and I was playing Modern Warfare 2 a couple nights ago and having such a good time. Like the original Modern Warfare 2, and I was like, oh man, why don't I like Call of Duty like this anymore? And it wasn't even nostalgia too, because I don't have like a ton of nostalgia for Call of Duty. So it was something I played back in the day, but it was more about like, you know, the fact that I was playing with my friends, but I was like, this plays like everything's readable. I can see where people are. Like the menu, the UI is clean. It's not cluttered, runs well. It's kind of nuts. And I don't know, like, Call of Duty hasn't grabbed me like that in a while.
I tried to do my usual, but I had something in my throat, so it came out like instead, which it was not my intention.
Yeah, like a little fucking gremlin.
Two more things, actually 3 more things. I didn't put one of them in here, but there are 2 games that have gone gold. Liza P is gold. Are any interest in this game? Comes out September 19th. Are you guys going to play Liza P? It's on Game Pass.
I don't have Game Pass anymore, unfortunately. So I'd have to. Not that I'm opposed to buying it. I just didn't really. I wasn't sure about that demo, but they said they were going to fix the things that I didn't like. So I'll see what reviews say. That's one that if it does seem like it's pretty vastly improved, maybe I'll check it out. But I'm a wait and see on this one.
Yeah, fair enough. Chris, are you going to play Liza P? Liza Poop?
I don't know. I this seems like a game that I would want to like more than one that I will. I get that sense from it. Yeah. So like I'm probably with Dustin in the sense of I'll probably just wait to see like what people are saying about it, and then I'll make a decision. It's kind of how I treated Baldur's Gate, which we'll get to in a minute.
Yeah. Liza Poop sounded like it was a value judgment. It's not. I have no idea if this game's going to be any good or not. Definitely not for me. It looks cool, just like many games in the Soulsborne genre look cool, but I have no interest in playing it. The other game that's gold is much more immediate because it comes out August 22nd, so they are really really close to the border here. But Ascendant Studios announced that Immortals of Aveum has gone gold in anticipation of his August 22nd release date. I am amped about that game. I think that game looks fucking awesome. I want to be very clear about that. I don't know if it's going to be.
It looks cool.
It looks good. It really does. And I think, not that I played most of them, but just based on people's relative reactions to them, EA Originals. Coming in hot, you know?
Yeah.
So Immortals of Aveum, August 22nd, Liza P in September, both gold. And finally, this shadow dropped on the PSN whilst we've been recording. Quake 2 is now available as rumored, and Quake 2 Remaster on PS4 and PS5. This is, of course, interesting for multiple reasons. Amongst them is that this is a Microsoft published game coming to PlayStation. But I think that this falls within line of what Microsoft has mostly said, which is that games that will have a heritage on these various platforms will go to those platforms. Now, what's funny is that they felt that way about Quake 1, but Quake 1, I don't know if you guys would probably know this. Quake 1 never came to PlayStation. Quake 1 came to N64, but never came to PlayStation. It launched on PC in 96. I want to say it came to N64 in 98. Quake 2, which of course is developed by id, post Doom, was released on PC in 1997, and Quake 2 actually had come to PS1. It came to PS1, I think, in 1999. So this does have a little bit of a heritage there, but nonetheless, it just goes to show you that they mean what they say, I think, in a lot of these different ways, that they want to kind of proliferate these games. This was announced at QuakeCon and was long rumored, so check it out, PS4 and PS5, if you want an old school, brutal id shooter. And I assume that's on Game Pass, if you have that as well. All right, my friends, let's get into the games we're playing, as that's it for the news this week. I'll go first, and I'll go quickly here, or somewhat quickly anyway. I've been playing 2 different games that I want to discuss. And one I discussed in the past on this, as having played it a little bit and got a lot deeper into it. The other I just kind of started on a whim and playing through it, a little bit. But the big game I'm playing is Rogue Legacy 2, and from Stellar Door. And this game came to PSN just back in July, I want to say. Maybe it was even June. Actually, I think it was June, because I think it came out actually right before Final Fantasy 16, which is why it's taken me this long to actually get to it. It's so fucking good, man. Rogue Legacy 2 is a totally immaculate side scroller with a lot of heart, really wonderful gameplay. For people that don't know, Rogue Legacy is the first one, and it's similar to the second one. It's brilliant because you play as a character, and then you play as the character's progenitors over and over and over again. So your character has a child who has a character who has and then you get to select your characters. And so it just it doesn't really matter. It just like makes a huge family tree of all of your characters. And as your characters are born, they're born with different traits and skills. So like I'm playing as one now who's like a little person and takes like a ton of damage. And I had someone who had like blue skin, and I had I played as someone who was colorblind. So the screen is black and white. and all of this different stuff. And it's so cool. And there are different classes. You play as a Valkyrie and a knight and a mage and a gunner and all of these different things. It's almost too many classes. I almost don't want to play as all these classes. I just want to play as my sword wielding, quick and stick and move kind of classes. But Rogue Legacy 2 is really wonderful. And I really like it because I've played it for probably 15 hours or more now. And I only have 3 trophies because the game is just so hard to get trophies in. But it's really, really fun. And I highly recommend Rogue Legacy 2 especially if you like the first one. It's a no-brainer. But Rogue Legacy 2 is a really solid side-scrolling action game, a lot of heart and a lot of humor and cool upgrade systems. Very unlike, say, Returnal, where you actually get more and more powerful. The more you die, you get to spend your money, upgrade your character, so it gets a little easier for you. That's the kind of stuff I like. And then randomly, I just started Dying Light 2, finally.
Oh.
And played it for a few hours. It's good. The movement in the game is really nice. It runs really smooth at 60 frames. The parkour is just really, really good it's on like the right bumper and the R1 button, and you are moving quickly through the environments, and the combat's pretty good, but something about it tonally is just missing for me. I'm not crazy about it, but I don't know if it's just my mentality or what, but there's just something not quite syncing with me on this. So I think I might not see it through this time around, and maybe just come back to it later. It could be the game, but it could just be me. But I'm just so into Rogue Legacy 2, and then with Aveum coming out, I'm definitely going to play that. So who knows if I ever even finish Dying Light 2. But that's the stuff I'm playing. I want to speak to this real quick, though, before we move on. Wiley Olmstead wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys. Colin, you recently seemed to lament that even though 2023 is now lauded as one of the best years of gaming of all time by many, that much of the best of what has been released is not for you. Do you think if you keep passing... Oop, I just got rid of the window. There you go. Do you think if you keep passing by games that may not be for you because they don't fit into your comfort zone, that you may gradually become a less valuable game critic or expert on gaming in the modern age? I know you are incredibly knowledgeable in the industry and have over 140 plats and have written tons and tons of guides. I'm not doubting your credentials in the slightest, but you're not playing Zelda, Diablo, Baldur's Gate, or Starfield. Why even have a Game of the Year episode? I say this with all due respect now. Please call me a sensitive parasocial baby. Thanks. Thank you, Wiley, for writing in. I just reject this notion that you have to play certain games to have a say in what a Game of the Year is. I think in some way your Game of the Year has to be presented as something subjective based on the games you were exposed to. I think the only thing that matters is, were you exposed to a sufficient number of games that came out that year to discuss something cogently? So you have different choices batting around and you come up with the best possible game. This is how I came up with, Detroit or whatever, Fell Seal as being some of my favorite games of those specific years. But I want to just this is every game I've played since January. And I want to see if people think that this is like a good enough mix of games for you to think. So I beat and platinum the Callisto Protocol. I beat and platinum Evil West. I beat Uncharted 4. I beat and platinum Dead Space. I played Hogwarts Legacy for probably 5 hours. I played Horizon Call of the Mountain for a few hours. I beat Gal Guardians Demon Purge. I platinumed Wild Arms 2. I beat Resident Evil 4. I played Octopath Traveler 2 for probably 15 or 20 hours. I platinumed Final Fantasy. I platinumed Dead Island 2. I played Dead Cells for probably another 15 hours. I beat Forspoken. I platinumed Final Fantasy 2. I platinumed Bat Boy. I beat Castlevania Advance 3. I platinumed The Light in the Darkness. I beat Grand Theft Auto 3. I played Gravity Circuit. I beat Final Fantasy 16. I platinumed Final Fantasy 3. I platinumed Twisted Metal. Do you really believe that I don't have the sufficient knowledge and I know you're not saying that as far as the knowledge of the industry, but that's not enough? Because I didn't play fucking Baldur's Gate. Are you crazy? So I'm not going to call you parasocial.
It's like one of 5 games he listed, though, to be fair.
I don't want to play Zelda. What about those? Listen. Listen.
Oh, he's adjusting the mic.
Oh, I'm nervous.
I have talked about how I do not like CRPGs for years, right? Why would I play Diablo or Baldur's Gate?
Diablo's not a CRPG.
Or that's an action RPG now, right? Why would I want to play... Baldur's Gate was a CRPG.
Well, Baldur's Gate is I'm saying Diablo
I'm sorry.
Not
Diablo was a CRPG, right? And then that's... Baldur's Gate... I think I have them backwards. Nonetheless.
Anyway,
let me go on here.
Yeah.
because it's really not that important, but I just want to make my point nonetheless. These games, none of them line up with anything that I like about video games. Why would you think that I would want to play them just because they're popular? Dude, I don't know how many times I can tell you that more I hear about how big Starfield is, the more I'm like, oh my God, I would never play that game. And people are like, you would play it if you were on PlayStation. Like all the time Skyrim has come out on PlayStation and I haven't touched it. Yeah. Like how I walked away from Fallout 4 and haven't touched a fucking Bethesda Game Studios game in years. Never would play a Diablo game ever. Never played a Baldur's Gate game ever. And haven't played a Zelda game at launch since Twilight Princess. So I don't know. I don't like this level of criticism, not because you're not allowed to have it, but because it ignores the reality that it's like I'm playing nothing.
Yeah.
Dead Space wasn't a big game. Resident Evil wasn't a big popular game. Final Fantasy is not a big popular game. So I think it's important to be able to see through the texture of what people are playing too. I do think, Wiley, and this is an important thing to say, is that it's up to you what you take serious and not. It's not like up to me. You can not take me seriously at all because I didn't play Baldur's Gate, but I'm going to tell you what would happen if I played Baldur's Gate. It's like, I think Baldur's Gate for me probably sucks. I mean, I watched it. I actually did the thing of like looking at lots of gameplay and being like, what is it about this game? I'm like, I don't want to play this. You know, not because I don't think it's bad, but because it's like not for me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand why my lamentation of saying games aren't for me doesn't mean they shouldn't be for no one. And why do you want me to suffer through Starfield? Yeah. Dude, when the thing about Dying Light 2 that really sticks out to me was when I was playing it, I looked at the map and I'm like, oh my God. Like it's so big. And I go to like another section and then there's like question marks and I'm like, oh my God. Like it's just becoming too overwhelming. And Starfield is like beyond any interest in me because of that. I don't know. Right. I just wanted to speak to that. It bothers me that people care so much. Here's what I want you to care about is if you see me just stop playing games, then you can reach out and get mad at me about it. You know, if I just go months without ever playing anything or something, then maybe you have a point. But I think that it's kind of cool that I go back and play a game like Forspoken and beat it, or that, you know, I spend a ton of time in Platinum Dead Space, or that I Platinum Dead Island 2 and stuff like that. I think that gives me a lot of interesting and frankly unique knowledge. Go find 8 million people that can tell you how good Baldur's Gate 3 is.
Or even just like, stuff like Fell Seal, which is like so out of the... It's very like that's an out of the conversation kind of game if you're spending all your time playing like the heavy hitters and not really like looking into that. So I don't know. I don't think it necessarily like decreases the value of your critique.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was just gonna say I think you're right to the degree that like it kind of pushes you to play stuff that we probably wouldn't play. Like I know that I was not going to play Fell Seal. You know.
No, of course not. And you know. I'm proud to like games like Fell Seal because I know that I've turned potentially thousands of people onto that game, you know, over time that would have never heard about it. You don't need me to, I mean, there are going to be, so what's a game that's coming out this fall that I'll play? I don't know. Probably even nothing that's
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Right. That's a great example. Spider-Man or Helldivers, but Spider-Man is a great example. Like I'm going to be all over Spider-Man because I love the original Spider-Man game. I think it's awesome. And I love Miles Morales. I think the game's awesome too. So just ease up a little bit. I'm not you. You know,
yeah,
I'm not you. You are you. But let's get into Baldur's Gate 3 because I know you're both playing it. Peter Long wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I'm currently playing through Baldur's Gate 3. It's excellent and one of the finest examples of Western RPGs I played since the golden era of BioWare games and Fallout New Vegas. With it coming to PlayStation 5 at the beginning of September and it currently being #1 on the PSN, are any of you interested in this title? It is worth noting it's the best-selling game on PSN right now, I think.
Oh wow!
In terms of pre-orders,
yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Which is impressive considering Spider-Man is being pre-ordered right now. Madden, EA Football Club, all this kind of stuff you would think would be much higher. So that's a good sign for them. And actually, it's great for PlayStation just for the random reason that the game will not come to Xbox anytime soon because of parity issues with Xbox Series S, which makes it kind of a de facto timed exclusive, which I think benefits PlayStation in some weird way that was not intentional.
Easily, yeah.
And I wonder what if they're gonna. I keep looking at Baldur's Gate as being so important that I wonder if that's the game that allows Microsoft to break down the parity clause between the two consoles just to get it on X as soon as possible. But nonetheless, let's go to you guys about Baldur's Gate 3. And Dustin, we'll start with you.
Yeah. So I did, it was funny when I said I was playing this, a lot of people like, see, you played it. And I was like, well, I'm always intrigued by it. I was just very intimidated. That was my main thing, is I was very intimidated. And even starting up the game, I thought, oh no, I'm going to last 45 minutes and be afraid and turn this thing off. But I was surprised when I started it that it really does ease you in pretty gentle situations as far as combat and stuff like that. There's still a lot that, as I'm 5 or 6 hours in, that I still feel like I don't understand. But the number one thing that I was concerned about, because when I checked out Divinity Original Sin 2, I didn't like I had to read so much. I just don't want to read constantly when I'm playing a video game. I just don't want to read this long. I don't want to sit and have a conversation with someone for 5 minutes where I'm just reading this dialogue back and forth. I just don't want to do that. So immediately I was really impressed by it. And I knew this was the case, but when I saw it in action, that the character conversations are not only all voiced, but all really well animated as well. And just a level of production that is honestly quite surprising, to the point where I'm like, this is probably the best conversational system in an RPG that I've probably ever seen. Because you think about games like, Bethesda in particular, with Fallout 4 kind of trying to evolve it a little bit and honestly not necessarily succeeding in a lot of ways. But I'm just impressed by that aspect. I don't want to cover too many my overall thoughts, because I want to give Chris a chance too, since we both have probably pretty different experiences. But the one thing I'll say is that the feeling I have, and hear me out on this, is sort of reminds me of the first time I played Hitman. Obviously, Baldur's Gate is not like Hitman at all. But my first time playing Hitman is you get into a situation and you think, how the hell am I going to kill this target? There's no way. It's impossible. But as you learn the mechanics of the game, maybe you hear about some things people have done online or other friends that have played it, you realize, holy shit, there's a million ways to do this. And I just wasn't seeing it, or I didn't know. So I am in situations in this game where I'm like, I have no idea how to do this. And then I realize, like, oh no, I can talk my way out of this situation. I can sneak in through here. I could steal this and then do this. It is staggering how many different ways you can do things in this game. And that's what is one of the most fun aspects of it, is just right now I'm learning, like, oh, I can get into this room by figuring out how to jump through here. I didn't know that that's how the jumping worked in the game. Or I could rescue this character, and that's going to give me the option to do this or talk to this guy. Or if I pass this skill check, I'll be able to do this. And the one last thing, sorry, I already said it would be one last thing, but if this game was super serious, I don't think I would be as connected to it. It's seriously surprising how shockingly, it's very silly often. I'll just name one early example, because there's so many and I don't want to spoil it for people. I found a situation where these goblins had tied a gnome up to a windmill. And so there's just this gnome that's like over and over. So I shit talked these goblins, told them to fuck off. But then I was in a situation where inside the windmill, I was trying to turn it off. There's 2 handles. And I was talking to Brad from Easy Allies. He's like, be careful, because one of those will make it so the windmill goes super fast and he'll fly off and die. I was like, okay, I got to make sure. So I ended up being able to save him, and then ended up being a total asshole. It's like, well, this sucks. But there's all these different situations where you can handle them in different ways, and oftentimes they're very silly. And I like that kind of wild card aspect of the game. So, Chris, I'm very curious how your experience is. In particular, I saw you save scumming.
Oh yeah,
Twitter,
absolutely. Oh,
and
easily.
I don't know how I feel about this. So take it away.
Well, it's like, well, first of all, I agree with pretty much everything that you were saying. It is cool. Like, and I'm not a CRPG kind of person. I'm not really like into these games. Granted, that's largely because I've just never really tried. And also just like, they are, like Dustin said, for me, they're just kind of intimidating games. Like I'm more of a real-time player, and so like I like having direct control over my character. I like knowing that there's like a physics engine in place that'll let me do certain, like I'm just more comfortable in that almost simulated VR type of gaming. That's like what attracted me to video games in the first place. So CRPGs have always just kind of existed outside of it for me. And then like I'd play like more isometric stuff like Mega Man Battle Network, Bastion, and throughout time it's like, okay, well maybe I can play something like this. And this game was so, everybody was talking about it, and it's one of those things where it's like, all right, there's got to be so many people are talking about it that there has to be more to it than what I'm assuming. And so I gave it a shot. I agree with everything that Dustin's saying. It's I like the tone a lot. I like the conversation systems. I like experimenting with different ways to solve certain solutions that like it's almost like it opens up in front of you. It's almost like the branching paths of like the dialogue trees, but like almost like in how to approach certain things. Like once you learn how to jump and like the limits to it and what you can do with it, that opens up like a crazy dimension to it. And it's super satisfying. It's really cool. That said, there are certain, I think a lot of this comes down to like D&D, where I feel like I would love this exact game a lot more if it wasn't stapled to D&D. Like, because there's certain things about D&D, like I don't like the whole, like once it gets into combat, I really don't like it at all. Like I'm trying to talk my way through as many things as possible. And if I'm ever in a situation where like I'm getting, I have to fight 9 million goblins, no, I'm reverting back to save. Like I'm not doing this because I just do not enjoy the type of turn-based tactics that this game kind of employs. And it's not necessarily because I don't like tactics. I feel like I would love this game a lot more if it was just tweaked slightly so that the whole advantage system isn't necessarily at play in the way that it is. I understand that that's like standard D&D stuff. I get it. Like if you play like 5th edition, that's like everybody knows that. Like, but when I get into combat and then, one of my characters has a turn and then the entire enemy team has a turn and then like the last 3 guys on my team have a turn and then it cycles over, I'm just my brain's like, why can't it just be my team, their team, my team, their team? I hate this. I hate this weird shit that goes on. And then the game is so expansive that you think a lot of things will work because the game kind of invites experimentation, but then it's in some ways it's less sophisticated than I think it thinks it is. Like, for example, there was a character very early on, by the way, like, so I've only played 8 hours, but like anything that I'm going to be talking about is going to be like within the first, like maybe like hour, 2 hours. So I'm not trying to spoil anything, but there's a character that like ends up in a cage or something. Right. And, you can talk her captors into leaving and then, you're free to set her free or whatever. And so I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, okay, she's in a cage. There's like a rope leading up to somewhere that I can't quite see, but it looks like I can get up there and maybe let her down through there. Right. And so I leave to go around to where I assume the path would be up to where this like little mountain thing is where I could like lower her down. And it says, you have left this person to her fate. And I'm like, well, I just left the screen. Like it wasn't. So it's really weird because like there's a lot of things you can do and it invites kind of experimentation and it invites thinking as if you are in this world. But then in certain areas, it's got this really antiquated kind of jank. Whereas like I feel like that in like a Skyrim game would, or like an Elder Scrolls game would work. Like that person would still be there if I walked around the fucking corner for like a minute to try and figure out how to lower this person down. And then you think like, oh, and the solution apparently is that you just shoot the cage open, right? But then you're thinking like the cage is so freaking high up. If I shoot the cage open, then isn't she gonna fall and die? Like it's a whole thing where it's like I don't know if I'm overthinking it or underthinking it.
That's classic adventure game shit, which is why, and I know this is not necessarily an adventure game, but that's why I hate adventure games. It's just like, oh my God, what are the rules? What are the fucking rules? I remember playing Maniac Mansion and shit like that. I'm like, what are the rules?
Yeah, it's such a deep game that lets you do so much, and yet like for something as simple as like let me go around here real quick before I get back to you is like a fundamental like dividing line choice, and that stuff like that kind of bothers me. Also, I'm just not adept at the combat. I got to look at some like guides or something because I'm not getting it. Like, I don't know why I don't have advantage. I don't know why I can't sneak up on people with my rogue and backstab them because I don't have advantage, even though I'm in completely low light and they don't see me and I'm sneaking and they don't. I don't get it. I don't fucking understand. But everything else about it, like the exploration, like the conversational, talking your way out of things and having that dice roll is weirdly satisfying. But for me right now, as somebody who's just not in a position to fight like 9 million people at once, I don't have like a barbarian or anything.
It's funny you bring up dice. Hold on.
No, he's got some D20.
D20. Oh no.
I found my D&D dice when I was going through my stuff from my childhood.
Oh, that's crazy.
And they're in a Jack's bag. And I bought this in, I don't know if this comes through, in Montana.
Oh wow, look at that.
95 because I wanted the bag to collect rocks with. And see what's in here. I actually didn't open it. Yeah, so this is my original D20. That's the boy. That's the boy I was using. Let's see. You're in 1d6. All the rest. And then your little figures for the maps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got your I don't know what that is, dwarf or something.
But yeah, but one thing I will say.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was just totally.
No, you're good. That's kind of insane that you have that. I have been early on in my time with this game. I have been save scumming a little bit.
There's nothing
absolutely
wrong with that.
1,000,000%, like egregiously. Because my luck is bad. I will like look, if I fail a dice roll and it leads to something interesting, I'll keep it going. But there are certain things where it's like, dude, I know I need this. I know what I want to do. I know the plan that I have to execute this really cool sandbox moment, and I know I need this thing. And I want to see that sandbox moment play out. So I will absolutely save scum until I can do that. Because there's one boss that I beat just by like picking up a bunch of powder kegs and placing it next to them because I wasn't strong enough to kill them on my own. And I covered it in grease and lit it on fire. And then I just won instantaneously. And that shit, that's the stuff to me that's really cool. That's like immersive sim style stuff where I'm like, I want to do that. I don't care to, I fail. I got caught here and I failed the conversation check. And now I'm going to be descended upon by thousands of fucking little goblins who are going to rape and pillage me for the next 6 hours. And then it's just, and then like all my characters die. Like I get it. Like at some point, like when I'm a little bit more familiar with the game, when I have a better handle on combat, I won't cheat the game that much.
Yeah, you were save scumming a lock though on Twitter, right?
Oh, I don't know.
That was the thing that was like just
but I want that gold. See, somebody was like, you can't do that in the tabletop game. You shouldn't do it in the game. It's like, well, the game lets me do it, so I'm going to do it. Like, yeah. I'm sorry. It's like don't use the battle rifle. It's too strong. It's like, all right, how about you don't use the battle rifle?
Right.
Everyone's always worried about what everyone else is doing. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I'm having a great time save scumming my way through this.
I only save scummed once, and it was literally because I was talking to someone. A shopkeeper, and I was like, yeah, I accidentally clicked the button. I was like, okay, cool, I own everything here, and then immediately got into a fight. I was like, no, that's not what I meant. So I reloaded for that, but I didn't feel bad. But I did. I don't know.
I don't feel bad.
Did have an instance where I'll be not very non-specific. I got into a situation where I was talking to some people. I didn't accidentally. I told them information that then made them decide they wanted to kill me. And then they promptly did kill me. So I had to reload. I'm like, well, now with that knowledge, I'm going to do this situation again because these guys are, and have them not fight me because I cannot win. So there is an element of that too. But
I do also one thing real quick. I really like that you can push enemies off of like ledges.
I had a great experience doing that.
That's really fun. That's like a really cool, like just to avoid combat with that person, you can just sneak up behind them and like push them off a bridge and they just fall and get a concussion and fall asleep and die.
I'll tell you about an instance later. I don't want to spoil every funny instance in the early game for people, but I did push someone off a bridge that felt awesome. But Did you? Okay, one other funny. That's the thing really that I'm finding really impressive overall. Or I guess an element of it is just that I talked about the voice characters. I knew that you could talk to animals in this game, like certain characters can talk to animals, but they really mean it. Like you can go up to a cow, and not all of them are going to have conversation, like full conversations, but in one of the early areas, there's this cow. It says strange cow. So I like looked at him and I had the perception check and I won it. And they're like, something is not normal about this cow, but I couldn't talk to him. So eventually I got a character that could talk to the cow. So we talked to the cow and he's like, yeah, I'm going to Baldur's Gate. That's my mission. And that was it. Like I couldn't, I think I failed a skill check after that. So I couldn't talk to him anymore. I'm like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this one specific cow in this town because he's on a mission for something. But the game is filled with stuff like that, like just totally random things that feel appropriate in the type of adventure you're on. And that's what you were saying, Chris. I totally agree with, is that the world is very inviting for you to just experience this adventure as it's presented, which is why I would argue I'm against the save scumming, but do what you want.
Yeah.
I'm always like, oh shit, I'm in a crazy situation because of this now. Let's see what happens. Yeah. And that's usually been rewarding.
Yeah. I don't mind being in a crazy situation where it's like, narratively, like that's fine. But I don't know, man, this fight is so fucking long and I just have no chance of surviving it. Like I just don't have the stats or the equipment necessary. So I'm like, no, I'm avoiding this if I can. Yeah. But yeah, it's really cool. I'll say this as somebody who's like really kind of opposed to these kinds of games and or not opposed, but like just not really, I don't gravitate to these kind of games all that often. I feel like the onboarding is really good here. Like it does a really, really good job. Like if this is your first CRPG, I feel like it's a good one. Because I feel like I'm grasping everything. I feel like, everything's laid out in a reasonable way. Like it's not cluttered. It's not confusing. There's certain aspects that it's obviously going to be a learning curve, but it is one of the more easy to get into CRPGs that I've ever laid my hands on. Which in fairness is a limited pool of games. I think maybe 3 games before this. And yeah, I mean, it is really good. And I think I'd recommend it. I don't think you need me to tell you that though. I mean, it's like one of the highest rated games ever. And it does evoke something that I do feel like people, I don't know, man, people want these kinds of games, like specifically like these old school RPGs, like people want them. And all it took was like one developer to just make one. I don't even, and we're singing its praises a lot here, but I mean, it's kind of janky a little bit. Like I saw a cutscene where like there was like a floating cup, and I was like, oh yeah, whatever. That kind of stuff is like really, really forgivable because of the breadth of like what you're getting and the fact that you get so few of these now. Like there really aren't a lot of CRPGs like this, and so it's not that I think the standard is necessarily super high because of Baldur's Gate. It's just the only example of something like this that we've had for a very, very long time. I feel like if people really wanted to make stuff to challenge this, I feel like they could probably do a solid job, but no one's really doing it. So
it's hard. It's expensive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
They benefited from being an external team building on someone else's IP, which helps. And it was an early access for a really long time as well.
Yeah. 100%.
Are you guys interested in buying the PS5 version and transferring your save over when the time comes?
I need to try the controller mode on PC first. I feel like that sounds bad just because with inventory management and there's so many different abilities on the ability bar. I think playing with a controller might suck, but I know some people like it. But having that cross save support would be nice. But buying the game twice just so I could play it on my couch feels a little painful.
Yeah,
but
I get that.
Yeah,
they won't need the extra money. They're doing great. Congratulations to Larian, because it's a real great success story, not only critically, but or not only commercially rather, but critically as well. With it, I think even kind of tying or being in the same breath as Zelda, which is going to be a big deal. So it's kind of shaken up the whole Game of the Year situation, I think.
Yeah,
in some interesting way.
It's a stacked year, man.
Yeah, it really
Crazy.
is. Is there anything else to say about games? It says you're playing Pikmin 4. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I finished it up just the other day. I did the Colin Moriarty way, 100%ed.
Nice.
All levels, got all treasures. There's one little mode that I didn't do, but I'll just save that to return at some point. But awesome game, highly recommend it. If you're looking for something on the Switch that's just a little more lighthearted and fun.
I gave the demo a shot.
Okay.
And I did like it, actually. Like I was like, oh, this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I got into it, and then I was like, I don't have time. I don't have time to play this right now.
Yeah. Well, then you can just keep it in your back pocket.
Gate. And yeah, I'll probably. Yeah. I feel like Pikmin's like a perfect like December game for me. Like it will, like when I go home for to see my family.
I would argue that beginning is the worst part of the game because they're so chatty. All the different astronauts. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Holy shit.
They get better after that, though.
I couldn't believe how fucking Shakespearean these people were. Like, it's just like the density of what these round-headed fucking imps were saying to me. I couldn't believe it. It's like, dude, how long does the tutorial for Pikmin have to be? Like, conceivably, it's really not that complicated of a game. It's cool. I like it, but I don't even. This guy's telling me like, "Hi, my name's David. My son's dead," or something. I don't even know what the fuck he was saying. I was skipping through most of it, but it was just like, I don't need to know who you are, dude. Like, I don't care. This is Pikmin. Stay in your lane.
Mike has been saying something about
guys at big things.
Mike has been saying something about the game not being quiet about Pikmin sprouts or something. It keeps just bothering her about sprouts or something, and she's just saying it's driving her crazy as she's trying to 100% the game. But I'm not entirely sure what she means. I asked her. I was like, "Can you shut off the VO or whatever?" And she was like, "No, you can't." So, but she's enjoying the game as well. So shout out to Nintendo.
It's a very cute game. I like it.
All right, my friends, let's get into the news of the week. There are a few items that I wanted to talk about. Items that have to do with a new announcement, some sales data and more that I think we should get through. Let's start with number one as usual, of course. Why would you start with anything else but number one? Sony's financial results are in from the period covering April through June earlier in 2023. And not surprising, the results are positive, though there are some weaker aspects of Sony's larger business that somewhat hurt the overall picture. For this Sony's Q1 period in their 2023 fiscal year, the company's overall revenue is up 33% year over year. However, their operating income, also known as their profit, was down 31% year over year, still very much in the black, but not as profitable as before. In their report, the Japanese corporation notes that it experienced quote-unquote significant increases in their so-called games and network services division, which is the PlayStation brand and all that it entails, and it remains the most revenue-rich vertical in Sony's repertoire. It appears that most of what eroded Sony's profitability stems from its movies and television division, which includes PlayStation Productions and which is being negatively affected by some poor box office draws along with the standstill to production across the industry due to the writers and actors striking. Year over year, the PlayStation Games and Network Services division of Sony saw a year-over-year increase of 167%, which is staggering. However, its profit margin slightly fell, back about 3.6%. Indeed, every part of Sony saw year-over-year sales increases except for their movie and TV silo, which was down 21% in revenue and 34.7% in operating income. Sony attributes PlayStation's strong year-on-year revenue performance to third-party game sales, positive exchange rates, and the obviously explosive adoption of PlayStation 5, with cumulative hardware numbers for the console now reaching 41.7 million. However, operating income suffered in part due to continued expenses related to the Bungie acquisition, a lack of meaningful first-party releases, and decreased PS5 profitability by units sold since they're now being sold at a discount to make way for the new discless model. If you dive into the financial call accompanying the release of the financial data, you'll find even more interesting information. Software sales on PS5 are up 27% year over year, even without a strong first and second party presence as of now. However, game time on PS5 is only up 2% year over year. As noted by Newswire Reuters, Sony retains its expectations to sell 25 million PlayStation 5 consoles this fiscal year, which would conclude at the end of March 2024. This would make it a meteoric sales year in PlayStation history, if it can be sustained. That they think they can reach that mark is a heavy indicator that there's a lot more meaningful software we don't know about. CNBC agrees, writing in part, quote, Sony is anticipating a bumper year for its PlayStation gaming business, end quote, pushing a third more PS5 units year on year and forecasting 6 million more sold in fiscal 2023 than 2022. This is a powerful statement for a console that will be 3 years old this fall. Meanwhile, GamesIndustry.biz reports that Sony pushed 56.5 million games for the quarter, with merely 6.6 million of them from first party. And we should know that Sony considers obviously second party games first party as well, since they're all published by Sony. So pretty weak sales there, but not a lot of games coming out. Dustin, let's go to you first and kind of just go over some of the stuff that I think is interesting. And this is kind of what I wanted to ask about is I was reading a lot of the news articles and Bloomberg and whatever, seeing other things, there seems to be a lot of negativity around Sony as their performance. The stock price actually did dip after the numbers came out. It's worth noting that if you read the financial data too, they said in the call that PS5 sales adoption is actually slower than they thought, that they're still sticking with their 25 million, but they're actually not on pace to necessarily hit it, and that they think aggressive price cuts and obviously the new model and software will really help ameliorate the situation. So what do you make about this? And do you feel like there is a negativity about just the way Sony is perceived right now? I just feel like whether it's PSVR 2 is a really good indication of this actually earlier on. It's just nothing seems to be right. Nothing seems to be the way it's supposed to be, but I feel like they're doing pretty well, all things considered, and kind of with like one arm tied behind their back, since there is no major software really coming until Spider-Man 2.
I think that the negative feeling just mainly stems from the recent showcase that people don't. It's so funny because I almost said people don't feel like they have anything to be excited for. But at the time of the showcase, we had Final Fantasy XVI and Spider-Man 2, which are two of the biggest games of the year, which if you care about your console exclusivity and your platform winning, I mean, those are two huge wins right there alone. So it's one of those things that we have to, just because it's not something we are constantly speculating about. It's funny how something is sometimes more exciting when it's further away. But now that Spider-Man's almost here, people are kind of like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal, when I think it's clearly, and that's my other point about this data overall, is that I would imagine that Spider-Man 2 is going to be one. Is this possible? This will be the fastest selling PS5 game?
Presumably, yeah.
Presumably,
it'll launch out to 45 million probably PS5s, and then the millions that will probably sell on the back of the game as well. Because I'm sure there are people that are waiting to buy it. Maybe Spider-Man doesn't have the same pull, but I think it does. They in their financials they talk about the performance of the new cartoon, the animated movie, Spider-Verse movie, making $600 million or whatever. I
mean, arguably, and this is just my observation, is that it feels like Spider-Man is bigger right now than ever. That recent Spider-Man movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was huge. That was kind of their biggest success since Endgame. Then we also have the Into the Spider-Verse movies, which are also huge. And I just remember, particularly when the last Spider-Man game came out, is I knew it would be big, but then seeing that holiday and how many units they were moving for that game. And to be fair, it did come at a time later in the PlayStation 4's console where we saw price cuts, but we are already seeing, I just saw the back to school sale, $450 for a disc PS5. So you can already get $50 off, which is pretty nice. I don't know if they'll hit the 25 million, but I really do think that Spider-Man cannot be understated as how big of a game this is going to be for them. Bigger than God of War. Like I said, this is probably the biggest game yet that they've launched in terms of sales, and also its ability to move units and have people get into the ecosystem for that game.
Knowing that, I mean, as usual, fiscal years do, not everyone, some people use calendar years or go at the Q2 mark, the typical Q2 mark, and begin their fiscal year. But fiscal year 2023 ends March 31st. So it indicates that either they're really banking on Spider-Man or that there might be another game. And you could get it out in January, February, March and count it. But maybe they're just, as we see, the over-reliance on third-party software to the point of what was it? 56 million to 6 million in terms of software sales. Now you make 2.5 times more basically on your first party stuff. So let's bring that number up to something more like 20 million comparably, but they're still really relying on that 30% rip from all the games being sold on their console. And Chris, let's go to you. If you have anything you'd like to say, I was actually, this really goes to show you how small Sony is compared to Microsoft, and why people comparably, and why people, and we all need to check our expectations of what they can afford and what they want to buy and how much they want to spend. Is they took a massive cut to their operating income simply because of Bungie. And that was a pretty small purchase. about 5% as big as the Activision purchase, and that caused their stock price to fall as their operating income fell 33% year over year because of that cost. So they're still profitable. They're still in the black, but less so. So I don't know if it shows more limited maneuvering ability for them. But one thing that I thought was really interesting, and this is what I was saying about Sony becoming a truly creative company over time, is the 3 silos of music, TV / movies, and games is a big driver of their business if you go into their financials. And they were really, I don't know much about their music business at all, but they were going on and on about how good their music stuff's doing too. So anything that you want to draw out of this and talk about?
I don't know. It's all, I feel like a poser talking about a lot of this business stuff as somebody who's like, just like not well read. Like when I see a bunch of these like percentages, I'm like, up percentages sounds good, you know? But
well,
I do think it's interesting that like, I think it's interesting that, and it's not even necessarily to do with this, but I think it's interesting how they've seemed to. I mean, we talk a little bit about this, like when we talk about the Q Lite and the PSVR in general, and how they seem to be. And maybe this is just a recency thing. Maybe I'm thinking about it too loosely, but it seems like they're diving into electronics specifically through their gaming vertical, because they don't make the top of the line TVs anymore. They don't make the top of the line laptops anymore. And it seems like
do they even make computers anymore? I don't even think they even make them anymore.
I'm sure they have to still make Vaio, right?
I think Vaio's dead.
Really?
I could be wrong. Yeah.
Sony laptop new.
Slowly resumed producing laptops.
Oh, so they're back.
That's interesting.
I think. Yeah.
My information's out of date. Fair enough.
Interesting.
I thought they stopped.
I didn't know they did either. So
yeah, I mean, I just kind of assumed they did, because like laptops are like, there's so many brands of laptops that you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, you might as well have Sony in there. But I think it's fascinating that like, because I think we talked about how like they kind of stepped away from electronics in some way, but like with outside of just PlayStation and stuff. And it seems like with Q Lite and all the PSVR, they're kind of delving back into that stuff again. That has nothing to do with necessarily these numbers, but
yeah, I'm trying.
There was no Q Lite equivalent during PS4, you know.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up. I was looking to go back into their financials, but I don't know where they are off the top. Oh, it's probably because I downloaded it as a PDF. But yeah, the big numbers here is just the fall in profit. But the reasons why it happens, like CNBC blames it on their life insurance unit and like all this random shit. Obviously, PlayStation was hurt by Bungie. Like I said, I just think a lot of this is false or optical negativity only.
Right.
It's kind of silly to act like the gaming business, I think, is up like 100% year over year. It's doing great. I think that it continues to kind of defy odds that it continues to do as well as it does. PlayStation's brand, I think, is stronger than I ever realized going into this generation.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in any other way than I just think it has that je ne sais quoi that certain consumers or like edge case consumers care about and get involved in buying a console, because they just kind of have an inertial sales trajectory, selling what they sell, like 1.5 million a month, basically around the world, or so, maybe even more than that. They're going to need to do 2.75, something like that, to make their 25 per month to make their 25 million sold. But I think that there's something fascinating about that I don't think I ever really took into account, because I don't really see it because I'm not an external player. I'm inside the ecosystem. So those numbers really indicate a strong trajectory with nothing necessarily exclusively drawing people to the console right now, except for the brand, because there just aren't that many games, and they need to obviously sort that out. But they're outselling their primary competition by devastating numbers. Xbox's games, I think, is either slightly negative or flat year over year. Their games vertical, and that's going to change obviously with Starfield, and we're going to talk about Starfield later in the listener inquiries. But yeah, I just wanted to point out these new financials for Q1. Very interesting to see their film vertical suffering, and I don't think that this situation with Hollywood is making it any easier on them, but I'm sure that they'll recover.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see what you guys think of this next one.
Yeah.
Number 2, as reported on this podcast more than a month ago, the original Red Dead Redemption, developer Rockstar's 2010 follow-up to their 2004 PS2 game Red Dead Revolver, is being re-released. And the condition it's being released in has a lot of people upset. As you may recall, a rating from the South Korean ratings board emerged earlier this summer, simply noting that a product called Red Dead Redemption had been rated for release. We then told you on this podcast that Red Dead would indeed be re-released, as a source had sent us marketing materials regarding it. But you didn't need to know it from us, as games don't just randomly get rated. So lo and behold, it was announced in August like we said it would be on this show, but its timeline is sudden. Red Dead Redemption comes to PlayStation 4 on August 17th, alongside its popular expansion Undead Nightmare. And yes, we said PlayStation 4, which is where things get controversial. In Rockstar's PR materials released to the public, they refer to the game as a quote-unquote new conversion undertaken by British studio Double 11. If they sound familiar, it's because they were a longtime PlayStation second-party partner, the team behind Vita's bespoke version of Little Big Planet from 2012, a number of Vita and PS4 ports for games like Limbo and some pixel junk titles, and more. Anyway, we note this to let you know that this isn't Grove Street Games, the team behind the questionable remasters of the PS2 Grand Theft Auto trilogy. But this being a conversion is a problem for some people, as it means it's not a remaster and certainly not a remake, though anyone who thought either of those things made those pieces up to the story in their heads to begin with. Red Dead Redemption will cost a staggering $49.99 on PS4 and will get both a digital and physical release. Per that price, website IGN notes that Take-Two Interactive CEO Strauss Zelnick said during their recent financial call that the price is, quote, what we believe is the commercially accurate price for it, end quote. The PSN object for the game is live and makes no note of any upgrades made to the title, including resolution and, most importantly, frame rate. There's word that there might be a separate PS4 Pro patch for it, as the PSN object did indicate it was Pro-enabled, but it's unclear if that's actually the case. Lots of people wrote in about this, but I went with Trent Sinning, who said, what's up, fellas? Is Rockstar pulling an out-of-season April Fool's joke on us with the upcoming Red Dead PS4 port? I'm glad that the game will finally be playable on modern PlayStation consoles, but in my opinion, asking $50 for a straight port of a 13-year-old PS3 game that has zero performance or visual upgrades is just absurd. It seems like a massive wasted opportunity to not at least have made this a remastered 60 frames version on PC and modern consoles. Do you think there is some hope of an actual remaster or remake? Do you think the rumored GTA 4 re-release will end up being a straight port just like this? Thanks and keep up the great work. I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this. I went back and listened to what I said when I talked about it, and I gave no indication of what it was because I didn't know. The materials that I saw had its marketing materials that had timelines on them and the consoles that it was coming to. And through that, I actually texted you guys a few weeks ago saying, by the way, the game's not coming to Xbox. And I was afraid to note that because I was afraid everyone was just going to fucking jump on me for that. But we realized, obviously, that Red Dead is available through backwards compatibility all the way back through 360. So there is no need for an Xbox version, which indicated to me internally, at least, that this was going to be kind of a lo-fi re-release of the game. But I know that I would call this a remaster just vernacular because it's so much longer after the fact and it's just kind of re-releasing. But I understand what it really would be a port. I guess a remaster would be like there would be some upgrades and obviously a remake. I don't know where the fuck anyone got the idea that there was going to be a remake. That's totally strange to me. There's even people getting mad at me over this. I did something wrong. I told you when the game was getting announced. I was right. By the way, if you want to tell me things about games you're working on, you can always reach out to us on Patreon. I protect my sources. I appreciate my sources that have given us cool leaks, both in the distant past and the recent past. And this is another one of those. Wish I had more information for you guys, but I really didn't. So I told you what I knew. I didn't know that it was going to be launched this quickly. I knew it was going to be announced in August, but the announcement date was not in what I saw. All right, let's go to you guys first. Chris, what's going on with this Red Dead Redemption thing? I was looking for more information. Are they really doing this without any upgrade at all? That's so weird.
I mean, as far as I've been able to I don't know if Dustin has any information that I know, but as far as I've seen, there's really nothing new to speak of. I think it's still at 30. I'm pretty sure. As far as I've seen,
it's gross.
So I don't know, man. It's weird. Rockstar has this weird inability to treat their history with respect. It's kind of bizarre, like, because I wouldn't have necessarily expected a remake. You know, I know some people were like, oh well, the original the entire map of the first game is already in Red Dead 2. Why not just? But that's it's more complicated than that. So I wasn't necessarily expecting that, but I did kind of expect, I don't know, like 60 frames at least.
Oh my god, I'm never playing that game at 30 frames. Are you kidding?
It's weird too, because like, although maybe I'm misremembering, I swear, because I was playing many years back on the show now at this point, like probably when we were still doing the show in person, before we had any video. I remember talking about playing Red Dead Redemption on backwards compatibility on the Xbox console, One X or something, and I remember it ran at 4K, and I remember feeling like it ran really well. I don't remember if I don't think it's 60, but
it's not. I just wanted to, I looked that up because I was curious. Yeah. It's not a FPS boost game, but you're right. Yeah. It was 4K.
It was
on One X.
Yeah, but it did feel like really good. Like, I don't know, like maybe it's, I mean, look, maybe it's just a good 30, which is possible, because I usually am cued into that stuff, and I didn't notice anything with that backwards compatibility version. But the thing that I found so interesting about it is that even though this game is being released for PS4 and Switch, it doesn't have the multiplayer mode, which the current 360 backwards compatibility version does, because it's the original game. So in some ways, probably like the best version of this game to get is not the one that they're trying to sell you right now, which is very bizarre. Like, I can't think of, I mean, I'm sure that's happened before, but like, I think it's really fascinating that it's happening with Red Dead. And do I think GTA 4 re-release will also end up being this? Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not doing
I'm
that
under
either.
no assumption that they're about to remake Grand Theft Auto, which is a shame, by the way. Like, they should. Like, that game deserves like a lot of TLC and a lot of love. In my opinion, more than even the original Red Dead Redemption. Like, Grand Theft Auto 4 is amazing. Like, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, it really is.
But they will undoubtedly just kind of port it. I mean, should we count our blessings that it wasn't like a Grove Street level port? Like, they didn't just use AI to go back and make a saloon from images they found on the web. You know, like, is it? I don't know how to feel about this, really, because it's bad. It's not great, but knowing what it could have been, like, holy shit.
It's interesting because there was that rumor going on around a while ago that there was going to be a GTA 4 and Red Dead remaster that were canceled after the reaction to the Grove Street ports, which you can imagine might have been true, because you can square that with this, which is that this isn't what that was. This is something a little bit more rudimentary. It frankly comes off to me a lot more like trying to get your game on Switch and just porting it to PS4, just because that's something you can do and just keep it kind of the same. I think the price is ridiculous, just absolutely an absurd price for the game. And it's literally as much as it basically cost when it came out.
Yeah.
And you can get physical versions of it on Xbox for a lot cheaper and play it over there. I don't know. Dustin, what do you have to say about this situation?
It's definitely most unfortunate from a fan perspective that you want to have these games and you have awesome new consoles and you find out about a port and it's just the absolute bare minimum. I am a Nintendo fan, though, so this is not my first time getting the absolute bare minimum effort when it comes to releasing ports. So this is when I put on the 2K business hat. I think, oh yeah, definitely do the minimum amount of effort and charge $50 for it, because absolutely people are going to buy this for that price, without a doubt. By the thousands, by the potential, I don't know, millions, you think? Like,
yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I think so.
So I get it from the shitty business perspective. And I kind of, these companies operate so backwards that it definitely, the signal was sent that, hey, we want you to re-release our games and not mess with them. And it's like, that's what they did with this one after the Grove Street conversion, whatever those are, remakes, I guess. They're just giving you a straight port. But I think that even if they just did a little more effort. In fact, I think the biggest thing would be the frame rate. They're just like, hey, it's now at 60. People would be like, cool, I'm in. Even just 60 and a higher resolution, I would have to imagine that the PS4 version will be running at 1080p. The PS4 Pro version and thus the PS5 version is going to be 1440p, I would think. Just because if it's the PS4 Pro version, I think the PS5 could run it at 4K, but I don't know. We've already seen how minimal the effort is to see them do the type of PS4 Pro patch that gives the PS5 version a little extra juice, kind of like Last of Us Part 2. Maybe. I mean, that would be the ideal situation in the shitty reality that we're in right now, is that the PS5 version goes up to 4K 30. That would be nice. But this definitely just seems like a minimum effort type thing. I think it's is most compelling on the Switch version, just because it'll be cool that it's a portable game, so people can play it on that platform. And I know that, we're angled on the PlayStation side here, but I gotta say the most egregious thing is just that there's still no PC port of this game at all. That seems like a huge omission to not have it there. But this is like I said, the bare minimum, and they're going to make a lot of money on it. So that's just the reality of these things and why we get these type of things.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I think it goes into what I was explaining to Micah recently. We were swimming around the pool and I was talking about, like, we were talking about games. Obviously, it was what we always do, and talk about the increase in cost of production and how The Last of Us Part 2 cost like 3 times more than The Last of Us Part 1 to make. And think about the profit that they made on The Last of Us Part 1, and then think about the profit they made on The Last of Us Part 2. Pretty good profit, but when you're spending $220 million and you're making maybe another $100 million in profit after your marketing costs and all these kind of latent costs, they look at it and they're like, that's great, but we don't really want to make $100 million profit. We want to make a lot more than that. Like we have, because of the opportunity cost, right? Like you have to kind of deploy your resources to maximize the return. And I really truly believe, especially post Grove Street experience with the GTA trilogy, that they're just like, the money's in Grand Theft Auto 6. And every resource we have should just go into that game. And we can just make latent money by spending almost nothing to get these games out and make a little bit of money, but having spent virtually nothing on it, as opposed to investing something in it and making something, but not enough to justify those resources not going into something that would make more money. It's just, I think it's that simple, and it sucks. But I also think that they really tried to take a shortcut with the GTA trilogy, and having just played GTA 3 from that trilogy all the way through a couple of months ago, it's in a good place now. But why, to your point, Chris, it's like, why wouldn't you want to spend the money and the time to do it right and make more money? Like, I think I don't think you have to remake Red Dead Redemption yet. I think that's probably something they would do in the future, but a proper remaster that costs you a few $1 million more, frankly, and to buy us, to pay a studio to do all the bells and whistles. Let's say a really great port or a really great remaster that had all the bells and whistles would cost you $20 million, which I think is pretty high, actually. You could still sell even a cheaper price, like $29.99. It'd be more appropriate, I think, at that price, and sell a ton of copies and still make a lot of money. I don't know.
Well, I'm looking at Red Dead Redemption on the Xbox Store digital, and it's currently, like, the original one is $29.99. Like digitally.
Yeah, it has more features.
And it has more, and it does have more features.
That's weird, because that seemed to be the right price when I saw it. I was like, $29.99.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird, man. I just think about it more from like I don't know, just respect your history a little bit, like,
I agree.
Red Dead Redemption's no joke, Grand Theft Auto 4 and those Grove Street games, like those that's not just fucking, it's not like the shit that we see on the PSN where it's like jumping sushi or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Like, these are like really seminal, like really important games to the industry, to the medium, to every, like, they're so integrated in the fabric of what video games are. Like, you could not. I mean, still to this day, like Grand Theft Auto 5, like, you know, is a powerhouse. But even before it was like this powerhouse, like in the 2000s, like you couldn't. If you were talking about video games, Grand Theft Auto would inevitably come up in that conversation because it was such a big cultural thing. Like, parents were upset about it, like news organizations were talking about it and how like dangerous it was. You think you'd want to have a little bit more respect for just what you've done and celebrate that, especially with a company like Rockstar who makes so much money. To be able to, they're really one of the few developers that's in a position to really treat something like this in the way that it deserves to be treated. And it's, I don't know, it is disappointing to not see them put that effort in. And, you know, I don't need an amazing remake. Even just 60 frames would have been enough for me, because I personally think Red Dead Redemption actually holds up really, really well. Like, playing that 4K version is outside of the outdated lighting is a pretty fucking modern looking game. Like, it looks really good and it plays really well. So I understand it, but at the same time, I think about how good Grand Theft Auto 4 is and how that's inevitably, if that's ever done, it's going to be treated the same way as this, and that hurts me. Like, that bothers me. That's a more important game to me. So I don't know.
I agree with you in just the sense that you would, in this digital ecosystem with what we would hope would be forever platforms, beginning with PS4 and Xbox One, like we say over and over again, plus PC, like Dustin, you were saying, kind of this weird vacancy. You would think you would want the ultimate version of it, not a remake or anything, but like the ultimate high res, high frame rate, all the bells and whistles. Like for GTA 4, for instance, you would assume that package would have all the DLC running at 120 frames a second, 120 frames at fucking 4K, considering what it is. And that would be exciting for you to have that available for all time and have this low level sales of games that are well respected. But you're right in that. I mean, at least for me, keeping an eye, Take-Two is not doing a great job on keeping an eye on their old products. And it makes you wonder, remember in the NVIDIA leak, there's that thing, BioShock RTX, which I guess would be ray tracing. Are they going to release like some sort of low effort BioShock port, in a similar vein or something like that with like, what the hell is that?
I just took that as a PC thing. That they'll partner with NVIDIA to say, hey, look what you can do with your graphics card with ray tracing of BioShock. Because they did that for Quake. They did one of those where they're like, hey, the whole game is ray traced, path traced now. So maybe they'll do that with BioShock, but
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't know if they would do that for console. I mean, it would be cool to do it there too, but I feel like we already have the ultimate collection of that game. We do.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
What is it called? Is it just called the BioShock collection? I platinumed the games in all three of them in that.
Yeah.
In Britain, they released them a la carte in some way where they all have new trophy lists, and I've always wanted to get the British version so I can platinum again. Because I platinumed BioShock Infinite twice and BioShock 1 twice. PS3, PS4 on both of those.
Yeah.
So it'd be fun to do it a third time at some point. All right. Well, we'll move on from there. Red Dead Redemption, the original 2010 game with its Undead Nightmare. Very popular DLC, as I remember. I remember we gave it a 10 at IGN. $50 available right after you hear this on public feeds. Maybe by the time you hear this, depending on who you are. All right. Number 3. There's a lot of hullabaloo about Final Fantasy XVI sales figures and whether publisher Square Enix is happy with its timed PS5 exclusives performance on the console. As we know, Square Enix revealed not even a week after the game launched that it had surpassed 3 million units sold, and indeed, the publisher is well known as being an entity that talks candidly about how its games perform. Remember, it openly discussed the financial failure of games like Crystal Dynamics Avengers and Platinum's Babylon's Fall, and so it would seem unusual for them to immediately release sales data with confidence only to backtrack in their financial statements, which is what's being claimed in some corners. So let's analyze what we know. As is the case with Sony and virtually every other corporation in the world, Square Enix's most recent financial quarter ended June 30th, meaning that it only counts 8 days of Final Fantasy XVI's performance on the market. But it was enough to boost the publisher's year-over-year revenue figure 14.4% higher. What has some people's attention, however, is the fall in Square Enix's profit. Year over year, that profit is down 65%, though it does remain profitable. The company notes that Final Fantasy XVI and Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster helped sales remain high, while it saw a decline in sales from legacy products and its MMOs. Deeper in its financials, It notes that it's benefiting from foreign exchange rates similar to Sony, and Square Enix later notes something rather candid and interesting in part, quote, "As a result of the digitization and other technological advances, consumer game content is increasingly sold via downloads rather than physical packages. Monetization methods such as free-to-play, microtransactions, and subscriptions have also given rise to greater diversity of business models outside the confines of traditional one-off sales. As such, the consumer game market continues to grow. New releases tend to be met with either market success or market failure, as players throng to handfuls of major titles," and then an ellipsis. "Given the intense competition in both the consumer and smart device game markets, it will be important for us to not only leverage existing intellectual properties, but also to endeavor to create new intellectual properties and to recruit development resources if it is to continue to produce hits," end quote. Square Enix's outlined slate of upcoming games also bears note, as they tease the upcoming Dragon Quest spin-off Infinity Strash, which I'm also going to be all over. That game looks awesome. Coming to PlayStation on September 28th. The remake of Star Ocean: The Second Story, which I'll probably also be all over. Coming to PlayStation Network November 2nd, and perhaps most key, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 to be launched in early 2024. We now have confirmation because it was winter. And there was some nebulousness that maybe it would come out, but no. Now, while Square Enix's stock is actually to its lowest point since last spring, publication Bloomberg reports on multiple sources privy to the financial call held in Japan accompanying this financial release, noting that Final Fantasy XVI nonetheless didn't, quote, "meet the high end of the company's expectations," end quote, something not seen in the financial reports themselves. All right, so there's a lot to say here. I think we should separate it out. I want to talk about Final Fantasy XVI first. Zeke the Plumber wrote in and said, hello, beloved Sacred Crew. I'm a little confused about Final Fantasy XVI sales, and more specifically, the narrative seemingly changing week to week. At first, the headlines were 3 million sales, good. Then it was the game is selling decently well. Now it is the game has underperformed, Square is disappointed. What's going on? Is the game selling well or not? Considering it's a massive 60-plus hour campaign, which can be a turnoff to some gamers, and also the fact that previous game is widely considered a disappointment, the sales numbers seem fine to me. Am I wrong? Not to mention this year is so stacked with quality game releases that many people may be waiting to clear their backlog before jumping into Final Fantasy XVI. Love you all. Yeah, I'm curious what you guys make of this. I mean, I think that there are just certain important things to note about Final Fantasy XVI, and I think that the conversation around it is becoming very disingenuous. Final Fantasy XVI came out June 22nd, and the quarter ends June 30th. So that's where the sales numbers cut off, and that's what they're reporting. And they're reporting a profit in that period where they're also incurring the development cost of the game. So at least part of the development cost, the development cost, of course, is spread out.
Yeah.
So the insinuation is that future copies of the game are mostly made for profit, or mostly going to garner profit, which is great. And I just don't know I'm really confused about what people's expectations were for Final Fantasy 16. I see 3 million in 8 days, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking great.
Yeah.
There's only 41.7 million PS5s, as we know now. Now it was in the high 30s when Final Fantasy V came out. That's a higher than 10% attach rate, with more than a third of the people that have played the game already, close to 40% now, beating it. So mega engaged with it. It's like, what do you want? Yeah. That seems like a great success for Final Fantasy. People talk about Final Fantasy 15 launching on PS3 and Xbox 360, and that is true. The games launched on those consoles the same distance from, or around the same distance from the launch of those consoles, but there was many more of them out there. And so I don't know. I feel like this conversation, more than the Red Dead conversation and more than the Sony general conversation, is the most disingenuous of the conversations, because it wants to undercut Final Fantasy 16's success. Did it meet their high end according to these calls that I was not privy to? And I couldn't find the calls on Seeking Alpha or anything where you can read like the transcript, so I don't know what was said on it. But I did read some of the other things that they put on there. But just because it didn't meet the highest end of their expectations doesn't mean it didn't meet some level of expectation. They announced the sales.
Yeah. They
would not do that. And they do not do that traditionally. What do you think of this, Chris?
No, I mean, I think certain publishers have a weird way of going about it, because I remember this was a big topic of conversation back when Activision was talking about Destiny and how like Destiny's not meeting expectations. But it's like, that's also a company, you know, that's a company where their expectations are skewed by the fact that they make fucking Call of Duty, you know? And so, yeah, Destiny's not going to do Call of Duty numbers. But if you give that same you give Destiny in the exact same place as it was to like, I don't know, Embracer Group, and they're probably fucking thrilled. So I think it's a matter of, I don't know, I think it's a matter of perspective and what Square sees in 3 million as disappointing in some way, or like maybe, or the fact that, oh, it didn't meet our highest end of our expectations. I wonder what their highest expectations were, given the number of machines out in the wild already. Surely they have data to suggest that they have an idea of like how many people in that ecosystem would potentially buy this at launch. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they expected, because 3 million seems pretty good. What was that? 210 million at 70 a pop, depending on obviously like, yeah. I mean, that's considering it's probably going to continue to sell for a while. Like, I mean, that's pretty fucking, I don't know, man. I don't
those numbers are 6 weeks old too. I mean, I assume that it's 4+ million now. And
yeah, you would imagine. Yeah.
I don't know. Dustin, what do you think about this? Because the one thing is like, why isn't the same energy foisted at games that aren't even selling as well? Like Final Fantasy 16 is selling far better than Street Fighter 6, which is on 3 platforms, right? And Capcom celebrates those numbers, which they should. 2 million sold, 2.5 million, whatever it was. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's great. Street Fighter is still somewhat of a niche and an inaccessible game for a lot of people. And so they should be proud of those numbers. But then people see Final Fantasy 16 selling 3 million in its first week, and people are like, that's on one console. I just think the energy is inconsistent. And I just feel like it's strangely targeted at this company. I have no idea what that's all about, especially because I would imagine that this energy would be a lot more recognizable to me if the game was bad, but it's anything but.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to figure out what their expectations, that's the thing that both you and Chris said, like, what were their expectations? And so the only thing I could think of is just that, were they expecting or hoping that this would sell like Elden Ring? Because they're like, well, we're a Japanese action game, and we've got Final Fantasy as a brand behind us. And I was trying to look to see if you could even make a comparison. So Elden Ring sold 12 million copies in 1 month after its arrival. But you have to think about the fact that it was on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X. It was on PC. So it's not even really a fair comparison in some ways. So, but doesn't Square have kind of a history of having overly high expectations? I recall there was something about like the first Tomb Raider game.
Yeah, they were disappointed in that.
Yeah, it seemed like everything was like, hey, this is doing pretty well. People love this game. It's selling well. And people are like, it didn't meet our expectations. It's like, well, what? This is a company that consistently has pretty high expectations and continually. It's one of those things, and I'm not truly well versed enough as far as like stock market meetings go, but it's like, well, wouldn't you want to just set more realistic expectations so then your stockholders feel like they're not being burned or something like that? Like, you could still be honest about how you're performing and just be more realistic about things, because as you said, that attach rate for the PlayStation 5 is really, really good. And I would imagine this is a game that's going to also have long legs to it, where, as the write-in said, games are so busy right now that I'm sure there are thousands, millions of people that are interested in Final Fantasy 16, but they're just going to wait a little bit. They're going to get it when they have a gap in their schedule, or maybe even if it's a little bit on sale, which I understand that, day one numbers are the most essential, but to act like that doesn't have any value at all seems weird to me.
Deeper in this, and this is what I wanted to get into second, Benjamin Lippard wrote in about this in a way, and I want to discuss it with you guys too. He says, hey, gents, Square Enix said in a recent earnings call that their revenue is up, but profits are down, and that Final Fantasy 16 met expectations, but didn't exceed them. Square Enix also got a new president earlier this year. So what changes do you think he might bring to the company? And what do you think he'll do differently moving forward? In the last year, Crisis Core, Octopath Traveler 2, and Final Fantasy 16 have been some of my favorite games, with Octopath being my current game of the year. So it makes me sad that these games are doing well enough for them, as it means we might see less content like this in the future if it costs too much to make. Thanks for the great content as always. Square Enix is making too many games. We've been saying this for a long time. And that is the unfortunate reality of their situation, because it sucks when I see something like when they release like Saga Frontier again or something, or Live Alive, or however you say it. I'm like, that's really neat, but they certainly, and I love it personally. I think it's super cool, and I buy what I can, what I'm interested in, but they aren't seeing the return. It's not like the old days where a game selling 300,000 copies is a success. That's a success for some games and smaller publishers, but that's not a success for Square Enix, and they're making too many of those games. And I think if we're going to see any change at all, I mean, we're already seeing part of the change, because it looks like at the Final Fantasy XIV Fest, where they're working with Xbox now. And I know some people are making fun of that, like a PlayStation 3 game finally coming to Xbox. And I'm like, that's funny, I guess, but like, it's a big deal that they've finally broached this long lingering topic that Phil Spencer has been asked about for years. And it's a sign that Square Enix might want to spread the field. I'm not really a believer that being available on Xbox would have made much of a difference for Final Fantasy 16. I do believe that being available on PC would have made a big difference for it. And I assume that it will one day come there as well. But Dustin, how do you feel about I'm a fan of some of these niche games. I'm a fan of Square Soft going way back to my childhood. And of course, Enix was a favorite of mine as well, going back to my childhood. And when they got together 20 something years ago, about 20 years ago now, 21 years, it was unthinkable that they would even be able to work together. And they sit atop this mountain of IP and old games. And I love seeing them be re-released, like ActRaiser, Tactics Ogre. It's cool, but you can tell that no one cares relative to how they need to do. So what I read in this is that you're going to get a lot fewer games and they're going to be bigger.
Yeah, and it's disappointing just because I think that there is potential for lower budget games to be successful as long as the scope is correct. Thinking recently where they had that trio of lower budget games with Valkyrie Elysium, the Diofield Chronicle, and the new Star Ocean game, which were all three relatively, I don't want to say low budget, but definitely not anywhere close to the scale of their big games. But all three of them were kind of just met with a mixed critical response. The one I played was Valkyrie Elysium, and while it wasn't great, I also didn't hate it. It was fine. It was like a nice 7 out of 10 game. But I think that's the thing, that if they want to be able to straddle having these big AAA tentpole games, you think Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Kingdom Hearts, whatever, and they want to have these little things that are kind of spread out in the intermedium. Number one, they need to pace them well in the market instead of just shit them all out at once. And second, understand the scope and make a great game within the scope instead of just kind of making a shitty wannabe AAA game, which is kind of what Valkyrie Elysium was. So just kind of managing those resources properly. But it's unfortunate that it probably will result in them just being like, yeah, we're going to take a more Sony approach and we're only going to release big tentpole games. And that's just unfortunate because they have a lot of cool IP and they've done a lot of cool smaller games. It's just they've kind of lost their way in terms of their quality.
Sorry, I muted. Upcoming games from them, they've really slowed down because I'm looking at their list of releases and we were making fun of them a lot last year with releasing like Voice of Cards, Various Daylife, Diofield, and Valkyrie Elysium within 2 weeks of each other. It's like, what are you doing? Then they release Harvestella and Tactics Ogre and Dragon Quest Treasures and Crisis Core, basically all within a month of each other. But this year it's been a lot slower for them. Forspoken, which didn't do well. Theater Rhythm, which is very well received. I don't know if it's sold well. Octopath Traveler 2 was a critical darling, and I think actually did pretty well commercially. They did that game Paranormasight, which is on Switch, that I don't know anything about. And I'm not sure about. It's not an internal game, but they published it. And then they are doing Adventures of Dai Infinity Shrash, which looks great. That's September 28th. And then Star Ocean is November 2nd, like we said earlier. And then they basically just have the Dragon Quest Monsters game that's coming to Switch. And then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Foam Stars, Dragon Quest 3 2D HD, Dragon Quest 12, and Kingdom Hearts 4. Those are their only announced games. And I would imagine that list might not expand very much, moving forward as they try to like net things out. I'll be very interested to see how Foam Stars does.
Yeah. That's a point of curiosity for me.
Because like people really loved it when they played it, which is hysterical. and I want to know if that translates at all to anyone caring, because it seems so shameless as to be incredible. Yeah.
This Paranorma site, I'd never heard of this game at all.
Mhm.
And I'm looking, it's listed as overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which
I never played it. Yeah.
it's apparently a visual novel, but it looks cool. I'm glad you mentioned it because this game is definitely now on my radar, and it's only $20. So
The price is
I'm gonna
right.
have to check that out.
They need your money right now.
Hey, if it's overwhelmingly positively good, they can have my $20.
All right. Final inquiry. Unless do you have anything you want to say, Chris, before we move on? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, about Square? No, you guys are more
okay.
versed.
All right. Number 4. It's another week. And so it's time for more PlayStation Plus games to discuss. The games being added to the subscription service this month are for extra and premium tier members only, and not the base PlayStation Plus Essential tier that most people are at. So keep that in mind. As we already know, the big game of the month at both tiers is a new release, Sea of Stars. The long in development RPG in the Messenger universe from developer Sabotage comes to the service launch day, August 29th. Otherwise, the rest of these games will be available as of August 15th on both PS4 and PS5. The Team 17 published puzzler Moving Out 2 is free upon its launch that day, a sequel to the 2020 PS4 original. Meanwhile, Sony-owned studio Bungie offers up the 2022 Destiny 2 expansion, The Witch Queen, which obviously requires you to already have the base game. 2021 Yakuza game Lost Judgment from Sega and Ryoga Gotoku will likewise be offered, as will 2022 Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed, a remake of the 2006 PS2 game originally from Pandemic and in modernity from Embracer-owned Black Forest Games. Other PS4 and PS5 games include the 2022 side-scrolling roguelite Source of Madness, 2022 sports roguelite Curse to Golf, which I really want to check that game out. I meant to back in the day.
I've heard it's good.
Licensed children's title PJ Masks Heroes of the Night. Have you guys ever heard of PJ Masks?
No.
I have never heard of this in my entire life. It is a French cartoon. And I went and looked it up, and this is a game based on it. Licensed action adventure game Hotel Transylvania Scary Tale Adventures, and 2022 surprisingly popular Lawnmower Simulator Landmark Edition. Available on PS4 only are the following: Media Molecules Sunsetting Game as a Service Dreams, first published in 2020. 2021 Sim Game 2 Point Hospital Jumbo Edition. The 2022 PS4 edition of the 2017 RTS/RPG Spellforce 3 Reforced, and 2022 action game Midnight Fight Express. Finally, 3 new classic games make an appearance, all at the premium tier only, and it's unclear if they will be available a la carte as well, though they likely will be. All 3 games are PSP titles ported to both PS4 and PS5, and they're all from defunct first-party teams that Sony once owned but no longer. These 3 games are Western PSP launch title Medieval Resurrection from Cambridge Studio, early PSP game Ape Escape on the Loose, also from 2005, and a remake of the 1999 PS1 original from Japan Studio, and Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, a 2007 vehicular action game from Big Studios. Is there anything here for any of us? Sea of Stars, I'm going to buy. I don't need to have it on a subscription service. I think that's going to be very compelling to people, though. And when you go to buy it, it's going to tell you that you could just subscribe to PS Plus. So I wonder how that's going to work out for them and what kind of numbers they're going to get here, though. But Chris, anything for you this month? I saw a few that I thought you would like. Destroy All Humans 2, Reprobed, Lost Judgment, The Witch Queen.
There's some there's a lot of stuff for me here. Unfortunately, I own all of it.
Right, exactly.
So nothing for me necessarily, but I am curious about these. I want to play these classic games a lot. Like I want to check out Pursuit Force. I've never played Pursuit Force.
Yeah, that's the sequel. I think Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, I think, is the sequel. I think they already released the first one.
I have no experience with Pursuit Force at all, but I remember playing a little bit of Medieval Resurrection when I was a kid and really feeling like they dropped the ball in some way. So I'm very curious. I don't know. I don't remember it that well. So I'm really curious to check that out. I love Medieval. It's weird that Medieval and Medieval 2 are not on the service yet, although this at least assumes that it's on their radar in some way. So hope is still there.
Yeah, they seem to be working backwards in some way. With like they're pretty amped about the PSP.
Yeah,
which is weird.
Which is
they're
awesome.
releasing a lot of stuff. Yeah.
If Wipeout Pure, get Wipeout Pure on there. Wipeout Pure might be the best Wipeout game, and it's stranded on PSP right now. Like, get it out, save it.
Well, they're getting all their defunct studio PSP games out there. So Liverpool's
Twisted Metal Head On. Oh, dude, come on.
Yeah. What about you, Dustin? Anything for you here?
I'm really curious about the Ape Escape game. And I know I could look this up, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to check it out when it comes out because Ape Escape the original is so the whole game is designed around the analog sticks, both analog sticks.
Yeah, it required the DualShock.
You know, you're on the boat. You got to do the different motions in order to move. You have the propeller thing, and with Ape Escape on the Loose, you're playing on PSP, which has the little nub. So I've always wondered how that remake works, since there's a fundamental hardware difference. So I'm curious about that. And then I kind of played a little bit when it was on Game Pass, but Lawnmower Simulator. Oh wait, not Lawnmower Simulator. I read this wrong. I was thinking of Power Washing Simulator.
Oh yeah,
different simulator. I don't think that's part of the
Square Enix.
I want to check that out at some point. But yeah, nothing too crazy that I would want to check out. I do have a soft kind of half correction. I realized when you were reading this out loud is that you wrote about Destiny that you'll be required to have the base game. Important to know, the base game is free to play. Yeah. So you're required to have it, but it's not going to cost you anything. So like I said, not really a correction, but just so people know that you don't need to buy anything to be able to check that out. So
cool. That's smart, by the way. It's a good thing to get people in that way.
Right.
So one thing I will say about Ape Escape on the Loose, a little weird, a little redundant here, because so Ape Escape is, and I'm looking it up just to make sure, but it appears to be literally just a port of the original.
Yeah, it is.
And I understand that like the original's already there, so I don't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's
from a PSN
weird
perspective, you're saying I get you now.
Yeah, from a PSN perspective, it's very redundant to have that there. Like I don't see the purpose. Especially because like I'm looking in the comments of like one of these like long play of Ape Escape on the Loose, and the first comment is, "I love Ape Escape, and this remake is an abomination." So I mean,
well, there you go. That's exciting for everybody.
Very, very exciting.
Hey, I want to tell Sony PR something real quick about the service. I have a request, Sony. Jim Ryan, just go ahead, Sony PR, pull this up on your phone in Jim Ryan's office. Where's the Parappa the Rapper remake for PS4? It's not on the classics. I went to look the other day because I was like, oh yeah, they remade that a few years ago. It's not on the classics. I'm like, what the fuck? This is clearly something that you should just throw on there. It's not on there. It's a big omission. So just go ahead and take care of that, Jim. Just drag that file over on the PSN, put it on the classic selection.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Also, did you? I know this is all for me, but did you see that they figured out over at Bungie the replacement actor for Lance Reddick?
Yeah, I did see that. It was who is it?
Wow, what a Chris Ray Gun moment.
Yeah,
there is no. That was. It's literally. So they're bringing in Keith David to to take over Lance Reddick's role, which is like the most. I can't. This is what I mean when I say that Bungie is like just this studio that I will for like I don't know, man. They get me, man. That's going to be so jarring. They don't sound anything alike, but everybody's happy about it because it's Keith David. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's amazing. You get up whatever you want.
Yeah.
Even when things seem to go bad, they go good.
Yeah.
All right. So those PS Plus games will be added, except for Sea of Stars, which comes August 29th. The rest of them will be added on August 15th. Okay. Let's end the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Over on patreon.com/laststandmedia, I post a thread every week in the newsfeed on Wednesday. You post in that thread, I go through it, take what I want out of it, sprinkle them through the show, including 6 down here at the end. And then I delete the thread on Thursday so you don't waste your time posting in it when I no longer need it, which is why some of you can't find it because it's no longer in existence. Brody Lowe wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, what do we think about Fortnite these days? I used to be a hater due to all the annoying kids and their dances, but ever since Zero Build launched, I have been completely hooked. I think it's an incredibly designed game with constant updates and keep it fresh. As a single player guy like Colin, this is the first free-to-play game that I've actually bought in and spent money on skins and battle passes. I just feel like they do such an incredible job with the game, and I love firing it up with some friends a few times a week." I have to say, I'm completely ignorant on Fortnite. I just truly am. I wanted to bring this up because I know you guys aren't, and I want to hear more from you.
Yeah.
Like, I have a nephew that plays, and I know some of that from him and watching him or whatever, but and you just see gameplay. Everyone can just see it in their heads because we've seen it so many times. But I think that one of the amazing things about Fortnite and what I wanted to bring up about it was it's clearly well done. I don't know that anyone can say otherwise. It wouldn't. There's just no way that you could keep the attention of such a fickle audience like video game players and children for years and years at a time, to the tune of billions of dollars a year, if it wasn't something very high quality. That's not surprising to me. Dustin, what's your take on Fortnite these days from a more clued in perspective?
Yeah, well, I think that the no build mode was an amazing, and for a decision for them that probably, I mean, they were already on top of the world as far as money, but I'm sure that no build opened up the game to just a whole new audience of people that just the level of building was getting so insane that the skill gap between people who could build and people who couldn't build was just getting too high. And particularly, I would argue that PC players had a major advantage in building. And since there was crossplay enabled, that choosing to get rid of that for people that didn't want it was an amazing decision. And I think that, we've talked about not liking crossover porn constantly, but if you're going to do it, just go all out. And that's what Fortnite has done. And I actually find it's like, it's hilarious at this point where you're walking around and like Aloy is beating the shit out of Rick and Morty or something like that. It's just like
fucking fever dream.
Yeah, it's a fever dream, and at that point it becomes cool for me. So I haven't played it I last played it when they introduced the Dragon Ball Z stuff, and that's what I think dude. Yeah. And that's what I actually think is really cool, is that it's not just, hey, we're going to sell you an overpriced Goku skin, which don't get me wrong, they're very happy to do that. But they also implement different mechanics from those worlds into the game. So you could pick up a Kamehameha blast in the game and do that and shoot people across the map, and it would make all the sounds and stuff. And you could float around on the Nimbus that Goku flies. Like stuff like that is super cool. And why eventually they're going to have to do the One Piece crossover, which then I will definitely, I'll stream it. I will stream Fortnite when they do One Piece crossover. Imagine you can pick up Devil Fruit on the map and maybe do like a cool, like stretchy punch and stuff like that. I think it would be awesome. So doing that. And like they did that with Attack on Titan too, where they implemented where you could use the, I can't remember what it's called, the gear,
the grapple thing.
Whatever it's called, you could use that and fly around the map with it, stuff like that. So
when they put Spider-Man and they put in his web shooters or something, and you could actually like swing around and shit, and it was actually like a really competent. Like I remember playing it, and I was like, this kind of like the swinging is kind of. I don't want to say it's better than the PS4 game, but it's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
And I'm so I mean they props to them, man. They do. It is a clusterfuck to the eyes, and it's an assault on the senses. It's just a mess. But I do think they've made like really, really intelligent decisions there. Everything that they do, while obviously profit motivated, is done with a level of finesse and attention to detail and an amount of care that is nice to see in a game like that. Like, because I remember I played Fortnite initially, like when it was like, well, not initially, because initially it was just that save the world thing that nobody gave a shit about.
Yeah.
But when they did the Battle Royale stuff, I remember playing it. I was like, this is fun. It's pretty solid. Yeah. And I liked it. I thought it was fine. And then it became so ubiquitous and so unavoidable that it got annoying. And that was when they started just doing, hey, here's a skin and that's it. That was when it was just like, all right, this is kind of annoying. And then they kind of evolved into this point where it's like, all right, now we've got skins. Now you've got these characters, and now you have these characters' abilities and like actually things from these universes that actually like give texture to the world. Now you don't have to build a fucking, a tenement building in the middle of a team deathmatch. Now, there's like fishing, and it's kind of become this weird like Ready Player One style game. Honestly, like when I look at Fortnite, I think of it as like, oh, that's the Ready Player One game. Basically, because it's exactly what I would imagine people would have made a game out of that IP to be. It's just this big crossover mess where everybody's just running around with each other, and it's, to their credit, it's fun, man. I dabble in it. I think the last time I played was around the same time Dustin played with the Dragon Ball Z stuff, because I saw that Kamehameha and I was like, that looks fun. And it was, and it was awesome. And I brought this up a couple times now, but like that mechanic where you can down people and then pick them up is hilarious. I can't believe I have never seen that in another game before, because that is so much more disrespectful than teabagging or like hitting the gritty over a kill. Like being able to like down somebody, pick them up, and throw them in a closet and burn the house down is so fucking
hysterical. That's hysterical.
Like it's hysterical, and it's a level of interaction that I didn't realize I wanted until I got it. And I was like, this is, you know what, Fortnite's all right with me. The second I could throw my downed combatant into a dumpster and leave him there, like that's the satisfaction is immense. So I get it. I've come around on it. It's fine. It's still not something that I would dedicate like a tremendous amount of my time to, but it is something that I get curious enough about every once in a while to fire it up. If Sweeney's on, usually he'll turn my attention to something that's like, oh, hey, this is happening in Fortnite now. You want to jump on it? I'm like, yeah, why not? And it's always a good time.
I do dig two things about it from the outside. It's not for me. It's not that I don't want to play online shooters and all that. I know it's not for me, but
yeah,
I do like that they have immersive in-game storytelling where things just happen and no one knows why. Like I think that's really, really cool, where people just experience them on the various maps. Wasn't there like a cube slowly like crawling across the map once or something? And I'm like, that kind of shit's cool. And that's an interesting narrative pull for a game that's not really about ostensibly much of anything, really, you know?
Yeah.
And I know that it's, I guess, and I think we talked about it a long time ago, actually, that one of the fascinating things about the show or the game is that I guess the entire plot is how it's supposed to somehow be a metaverse of everything, right? Like that is the idea. And so that's funny and interesting. And they got to it first in some way. So they get the lay claim to it. But the one thing I wanted to say in parting as a sign of respect to Epic is, and there's a lot of reasons to respect what Epic does, but from their engine work and some of their games back in the day and all the rest. But just think about the amount of capital command you have to say like everyone is participating in this game and there are no rules in it, so that everything interacts with each other in ways that you can't control. And it would be like a Coke ad guy being on a movie set and they're drinking Pepsi, and they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't drink Pepsi on the movie we're paying for. And it's like, too bad, you know, because now we're drinking Pepsi. And it's like, well, there could be Coke and Pepsi in the same scene. And that's might, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, that can't be understated. And I've said this before, so I don't want to be redundant, but that you can have like Master Chief and Aloy fighting each other is a big deal. That's unthinkable. That's completely unthinkable. Just because there are marketing people and PR people being like, oh my God, what happens when Aloy gets her fucking face smashed in by Master Chief and it becomes a GIF, you know? Like that's the kind of shit they think of, but the money is so tight there that you're just like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You know?
Yeah. You could probably play as Coke and kill Pepsi. Who knows?
That's exactly right. Like that's the kind of things that are not. I would assume there are exceptions to this, and I'd like to read about what they are maybe one day. But I would assume that you not being in Fortnite means they don't want you in Fortnite, because I just don't think that people say no. Why the fuck would you say no?
Yeah,
and because you're Nintendo, that's the only reason.
Are they the
They're
holdouts?
the only ones to hold out.
I mean, that makes sense, because like you don't want Mario running around with a Luger.
Yeah,
it's funny though, because it's like what it does.
As amazing
the question,
as that would be, yeah.
Is Sonic in it?
No, but to be honest, I think that's just because I don't think they can figure out how to get the skeleton to work.
That's true.
Like, you would have to have a really like you'd have to have like movie Sonic, and he'd have to be like weirdly tall, because it still has to fit the skeleton. Like even there are like giant characters, characters that are canonically like really giant that have been in Fortnite, and they're just like the size of, you have like Megatron, but he's like 6'2" or something.
I love that. Are there any G.I. Joe skins, I wonder? There probably are.
No.
No?
Not yet.
Transformers is in there. Hasbro's on board, which is good sign, I guess.
I'm
G.I.
sure
Joe's not really big enough, I don't think, though.
Yeah, when the next G.I. Joe movie comes out, I'm sure there's going to be like some kind of promotional, because why not? But I mean, I remember seeing images of Goku and Vegeta running around with AK-47s and thinking like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's so weird that it's looped around to just being like, I have to respect it. Like that they got permission from these people to just have Goku and Vegeta run around with fucking German weapons, shooting Hatsune Miku and Aloy and it's just a mess.
It's hysterical, dude. What'd you say, Dustin?
Nathan Drake was in there. I always forget that he was there.
Did you see? We didn't talk about it, but did you see? Actually, I don't know if it's. I don't want to undercut somebody else's. Okay, no, it's not in here. Did you see that Nicki Minaj is just in Call of Duty?
Yeah,
that doesn't work. That. See, that doesn't work.
That's hysterical.
No. You haven't earned that. I don't think. No. Fortnite's earned it.
I wonder if you pay for something like that. You know, like
maybe. Yeah.
It's like that's such a vanity. It's like a vanity project in some way. Like, it's interesting to me, though. This is what I was bringing up about Sega earlier and about Nintendo is I understand that they would have a line, but they should almost be convinced in some ways, like, why are you the line? Like, why are you above this? If like we can all kind of put aside our differences and just be as fucking crazy as possible, like, can't you just be normal in one sense and just participate in this one thing, you know, the metaverse of metaverses or whatever? And I get their protectiveness of it, but it would be much cooler if Nintendo was cool enough to be like, yeah, all right, like put Bowser in there and Mario, Luigi. Yeah,
they
would be fucking hysterical, and
they're not cool enough. They're not cool enough to do it. They're still so stingy. And we've got some questions about that as well. So.
Kirby, you said, Dustin, that would be hysterical because wouldn't he have to be like huge? Yeah,
he'd have to be really long. Yeah. It'd be long Kirby.
Yeah.
Somebody in the community draw long Kirby for us.
I imagine it's like a man's body that Kirby has swallowed, you know, and so it's like a Kirby head, but just a pink body, you know, something like that.
What about Olimar? He has a blaster, you know.
Yeah, but he's also small.
He's real
small. It would have to be a guy. It would have to be a guy dressed as Olimar.
Yeah, that's true, right?
So I think that's kind of how they get around. Isn't that how they got around? I feel like they. What am I thinking of? Where like the clothes of certain. Oh, it was Smash Brothers. Like when they can't get a character exactly, they have like stuff for like the Mii or something to wear.
Yeah,
where it's like, oh, hey, here's this character because we can't get him in here or something. Although it makes even less sense for Smash Brothers. Like you could easily get anybody in Smash Brothers.
All right, Fortnite, shout out to you.
Yeah,
keep doing your thing, I guess. Stray Bullets wrote in and said, hello, keepers of the symbols. What's with the very derogatory dismissal of Marvel that is so utterly vague? I understand being over the formulaic approach of the movies because I'm not an overwhelming fan of those either. But the source material is so much more varied and interesting than most people would ever know. There are even so many characters and ideas that could be adapted to games that a Marvel announcement that people would have no idea they were Marvel if the branding was eschewed entirely. So I should be insulted by a Marvel announcement, but rather eager for what? Another Indiana Jones homage, another post-apocalyptic zombie drama game, another feudal Japan samurai game, another near-future shooter, another original property about some infamous hero with superpowers that's definitely not a nod to Marvel and DC Comics. I love all the games I'm implying here, but the idea that Marvel is a bridge too far when often the alternatives are something derivative in their own way is so silly. I think Wolverine could really change people's expectations and perception of what Marvel means. I'd like to move past the idea that 1 or 2 Marvel games a year, when there are dozens and dozens of other significant games released every year, is such a crisis, especially when the quality is good. It's so hyperbolic. I have a lot more I could say on this, but I'll just cap it here. Thanks for reading, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Thank you, Stray Bullets, for writing in. Dustin, well, let's talk about it from multiple angles. Are you too hard? Are we too hard on Marvel? Or is clearly the odd environment that consumes this stuff is not nearly hard enough on Marvel? But
no, we were ahead of the curve now, it sounds like, because everyone now is kind of, not everyone, I shouldn't say that. I'm not speaking for the world, but I've been very glad in my decision to stop at Endgame, because I said it's never going to get better from there. And guess what? Now we are just getting, you know, the stuff on Disney Plus, the different shows. That Secret War show was the most recent example. She-Hulk, it's like, yeah, you're just getting fed shit now. And no one, and the declines on the movies too. And okay, here's what I'll say about Stray Bullets is that he's like, well, is it bad that we're getting Marvel instead of all of this other generic stuff? And it's like, why can't both of those things be true? But that we also don't want that either. So I don't know if we've been vague in why we don't like them. At least I feel like I haven't. It's like, too much of the same thing all the time. It's like we understand there's like the meme now about Marvel humor because the movies became so formulaic in the way they presented themselves and the type of humor that was in them that it was like you could make a template. And when you've gotten to that point, then we don't want that anymore because we've experienced it over and over and over and over again. We want something different. So I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
I feel like this is a confused question because I feel like when we talk about Marvel specifically in the context of, you know, gaming and specifically, I guess, PlayStation, most of the time we're talking about, you know, Spider-Man and Wolverine. And that is in the context of, hey, this is a Sony first party developer working on something that isn't theirs, basically. Like it's an Insomniac developed game based on something that, you know, creatively, you know, it's still led by Insomniac, but they have to work within the framework of something that isn't theirs. And my frustration with that, and it doesn't even extend to just Marvel, it extends also to, like, I'm not really all that excited about IO working on a 007 game because I don't really, I would rather see what they would do, like, independently, like with a new thing, even if it is derivative or even if it is, you know, loosely based on other things, like he's talking about, like, you know, stuff like Infamous and how it's obviously like based on, you know, superhero tropes and Marvel Comics and DC. That's fine, but at least it'll be something that's authentically theirs. And I think that's my frustration when it comes to Marvel games in Sony first party, where it's like, it's cool that we're getting another Spider-Man game. I'm excited for it. Wolverine, I'm sure, is going to be great, but there's like an opportunity cost there to wonder, like, what would Wolverine have been if not a Marvel game? And there's a potential there that it could have been its own very, very successful thing that could have in and of itself sprung out into its own, you know, tree of insane spin-offs. And you know what I mean? Like, but you'll never know that because now that project is Wolverine. And so that's really where it is for me. It's not necessarily that I don't want Marvel games still. And in fact, I think they're some of the better ones lately, like Spider-Man 2. And I'm sure it's going to be amazing. And people really like Midnight Suns as well. Like, no shade. It's just, when you're talking about first party, I would rather see what first party is going to do with their own IP or what they're going to do with their own creativity than see them kind of licensed out to these bigger entities that have to inevitably make them work within a certain framework that isn't even authentically theirs to begin with. If that makes sense. It's why I'm also not excited for Indiana Jones from Machine Games, quite frankly. Like, it's, I just don't really care.
Do you wonder,
I'm sure it'll be
I wonder if
interesting.
they're questioning that after the recent movie, if they're like, oh, maybe Indiana Jones doesn't quite have the IP power behind it that we thought that it did. Because I know Disney's probably feeling that way. Lost a lot of money on that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good. Stop
that's how
fucking running things into the ground. No, I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, but that's where I'm coming at it from whenever I talk about Marvel. Like, if we're talking about like TV and stuff, that's a whole different thing. I don't even engage with that stuff. But in the context of games, that's my frustration. It's not necessarily that they're bad.
I tried to think about like how I could put this to like cap it off because people are always so interested in talking about it, and I'm kind of tired of talking about it, frankly. So it's part of the reason why I wanted to bring it up, and so we can kind of get it all out. But the one thing I'll say is, why do we want so much of pop culture to be beholden to comic book like material? I don't understand that. Like, and I'm not saying it as an insult to comics. I'm saying, like, why would you want something so beholden and interactive with something that already exists? Aren't you curious about what that brain power would look like with new things? Because it's like you said, Dustin, why can't you want it both ways? The only open PlayStation franchise of any import that I consider right now that like has an incomplete story is Horizon. So if they were to come say, like, we're not doing another Ghost of Tsushima, we're not doing The Last of Us, I'd be like, fine. It's almost like an empty threat because I'd be like, that's great. that's totally great. I would love for you never to make another God of War. I'd love for you to not do Uncharted if it means all of those studios are going to do new things and see what happens. that is exciting. That's how you get up with a new Last of Us. That's how you become, you get your new Batman, or it's so weird to me that people don't understand that. And it was what was said earlier about an opportunity cost. Like, there's opportunity costs in the creative pipelines when all you're doing is making fucking comic book tripe. And just because Spider-Man is going to be good or Midnight Suns was good doesn't mean that the greater environment around it is creative or interesting at all, because it's so transparently not. And it's not me saying that. It's the people that are leaving Disney Plus by the millions a quarter that are saying that. It's the people that are not going to theaters in as strong as a way as they were for movies that used to be bigger slam dunks with larger spends for marketing and larger budgets that have many higher expectations. Disney's kind of fucked. And I don't know if you guys have been reading a lot about stuff, but there was a piece, I think, in the Hollywood Reporter where there was some analysis saying like this company is available to be purchased probably. And they were talking about Apple specifically buying Disney.
Yeah, that's what I saw the thing about Apple.
And
it's very interesting.
Yeah. And that like they would need to trim themselves down so that they wouldn't get regulatory ire, but that they're kind of in trouble. And I think a lot of it has to do with them hitching themselves to this stuff and losing sight of what made them so interesting as a brand. And that sucks. Because it's not to say that they didn't run The Lion King into the ground and The Little Mermaid into the ground, but like, don't you know how quaint that comes off now? Oh, there were like 3 movies in 10 years and a TV show. It's like, that's it? That's like a quarter for that brand now, Yeah. And so that's the thing that troubles me. I imagine what makes me frustrated is that at the heart of Marvel and at the heart of Star Wars is really good stuff. All you have to do is treat it with just a modicum of respect. What if, and I've said this so many times, if they were just like, we're going to do one Star Wars movie a year and that's it. That's the only Star Wars that exists. We're just going to do 1 2.5 hour movie a year and we'll have like a trilogy and we'll do one-offs or whatever. It's like that. 10 years ago, if you told me that, I'd be like, how is that even possible? That seems like so much Star Wars. But now I'm like, great. That would be like, I would sign that deal now. Just like, get out of here, leave us alone, and then get us excited about it again. And I just think the people that are kind of stubbornly holding on to this stuff, which I do think you're right, Dustin, that we were to this. I was to this so early that it's almost inconsequential because I was just wrong. Because I was saying 10 years ago that this was getting stupid. And there are even conversations that kind of funny to that effect, but we inevitably got here, and it became more comical, pardon the pun, than I could have ever imagined with like how much stuff is coming out and like what, and I just don't know why anyone would want to treat them things that they care about like that. And I don't know why people wouldn't want to see, if we had a rule where it was like only new things, no sequels, I would take it at this point. No sequels, get it all out of you now and just go. And I know that it's not safe to do that. And it's not judicious with money to do that. You want to build on things, and people do want sequels and they want trilogies and all of that. But to me, I don't want to see things go beyond 3 games, 3 movies, 3 books.
I think, I think you max out your potential at a certain point. Like there's no question that like, oh man, like some of the best games of all times are sequels. You know what I mean? Like unquestionably, like there's always a 3 or a 2 that's like in people's top 10.
Sure.
Sure. So, but at the same time, it's like, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 ain't moving people's hearts and minds, at a certain
the original
point,
5 Underground did.
Okay.
Just saying.
I don't remember Underground that well, to be fair.
Dude, it was awesome.
But I don't know, man. I think just a little restraint would go a long way. I don't even think things have to go away forever. I just feel like the inundation is kind of exhausting, and it would be nice. I don't dislike Marvel because I want to. In fact, it's the I really like Marvel a lot. Like I'm a big Marvel guy. I mean, specifically Spider-Man in all fairness, but like, I mean, I like that universe and I like those characters. They're cool and interesting, but it has been made so painfully inaccessible, and so inaccessible is the wrong word because it's unavoidable in some way, but
I know what you mean. Like, where do you go? How do you start?
Yeah. And it's just like, I'm not going to watch 8 shows to understand this movie. Like, it's insane. then yeah, that Secret Wars shows did real bad, which is wild because that's like that leads into like one of the biggest storylines in comic history for Marvel. So like that's crazy.
I just to me, I think what encapsulates to me the most, just from the outside, was She-Hulk. Not because I know some people liked it or whatever, which is totally fine. I'm not insulting really the quality of it. I think it's hysterical that there would be a world where there is a She-Hulk television show. Like, what is going on here? You know, that was the thing that was so strange to me. Like, you're so over your skis at this point that you're doing this. What is this? Like, what are you doing? You're just making things instead of like thinking about the intent. That's why I love like an MCU where it was one movie a year or something. Like, that would be so interesting. Like, make it a real event.
And even when they made other stuff, it felt like there was more dynamism to it. Like I really loved Daredevil. Like that Netflix Daredevil show was really, like, I really loved it. And even the first season of Punisher was really, really great too.
There's rumors that they canceled Punisher because it was too right wing, isn't it? Did you guys read that or whatever? There's like,
it's not surprising.
I
didn't hear that.
I don't remember that from the show, but I remember the second season was like a mess because they tried to Last of Us. They tried a Last of Us situation where they paired him up with like a kid or something.
Oh, and he remembers his dead kid or whatever. Yeah,
I don't remember. It was just fucking not good, that second season. But like, I mean, they felt like at least they felt genuinely different from the MCU. You know what I mean? Like tonally, writing wise, it was like a lot more mature. It was a lot slower. It was a lot more grounded. And I was like, this is cool. Because it's still Marvel, but at least it doesn't feel like the same exact tone and everything. But now it's like the shows feel like the movies because they have to, because they lead into each other, and you know, every script feels like the next script and the next script and the next script, because everything needs to be the same, everything needs to be cohesive. And it's like, dude, like, I don't know, man, it's getting tiresome. I'll still check out some of these movies when they're like by like directors that I admire and appreciate. Like, I actually think Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was actually fantastic. Like, it's a genuinely great movie, but that's because that's James Gunn, you know, doing what he does.
And he's gone now, right? Isn't he with DC?
He's gone. He's helming DC now.
Can I watch that without having seen anything else in whatever fucking phase they're on?
I think so. It's very standalone. Like, if you just saw, it's the third Guardians of the Galaxy, obviously. So like, seeing the first two would help. And
I've seen those. Yeah,
I mean, they fill you in pretty well, but it's like a great movie. It's got a lot of heart. It's like really touching. It's kind of surprising, actually.
You're going to miss some important thing that, like, oh, you missed a fucking silver samurai in the background of fucking...
Yeah, whatever. You know, it doesn't really matter.
Omega Red. Yeah.
But it's funny seeing these movies because it's like, damn, that's a really great movie. And then it puts into perspective how much slop surrounds it. You know what I mean? Because you have like one actually good director with like actual creative like authority over the project that he's making, as opposed to the other directors who are just kind of like sitting in a chair, you know, following producer notes. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's wild. I thought it was fascinating that they chose to release that movie because it just makes everything that they have made since Endgame look like absolute shit. And it's somewhat of a meta commentary about Disney. Like, the whole bad guy of that movie is like, he anthropomorphizes animals and profits from them. It's actually like really, you can read into it a lot, and it's pretty good. But I don't know, man.
I gotta be honest with you on the wide scale. Like, not that this is not obvious to anyone anyway, but it's like, I'm rooting against Disney. Like, just from a wide angle, like, I want them to fail, not like go out of business or whatever, but just like eat shit for a little while and understand that you are ruining your name and figure it out. Maybe Bob Iger needs to go, for starters. He was supposed to come back to help fix the problem. Yeah. And it's only gotten worse. And like, go back to the spirit of, dude, when I think about my childhood with Disney, being born in 84, and then really coming into these movies, like, it's not that they weren't sequels or they didn't try to bastardize them with marketing and all of that. It's just that when I think about the movies that I went and saw at the theater, it was like The Little Mermaid and you know, Lion King and Aladdin and Pocahontas and these were all within a few years of each other, and they were all like new, right? And they were not connected. They were just stories in new universes that would be explored to different extents. When I think about that, I'm like, it's cool that that's what they focused on doing. And then they would have like they were so afraid, and Dakin talked about this a lot, that they were so afraid of looking like they were bastardizing things that they would just send things off to like be direct to video. And then they started putting things on TV to make everyone, let everyone know. It's like, oh, we're not trying to like really do the Little Mermaid. We're just trying to make a little bit of money here. This is not really the Little Mermaid though. And I don't know. That stuff seemed gratuitous even at the time. And now, again, I've said this so many times, but the old behavior seems so quaint, you know?
Yeah. I was just looking up, because I remember the story about like how Bob Iger gave his staff like a signed copy of his book as a bonus or something. And I was trying to find that story, and I found, which is, by the way, like one of the most, it's like you're trying to be a villain. But I see this headline, Abigail Disney says Bob Iger's pay is insane, which is fucking funny.
It's objectively true. No one needs to be making the money that these high-end executives. It's not just Bob Iger. I've said this so many times. Why can't you just make $10 million? Like, why can't you just be very rich? Like very, very rich. Yeah. You know, you work a good 10-year career at Disney, make $100 million. Not bad. Generational wealth. I don't know. Yeah. I hate that shit. And then they're the ones that do these. I'm not the kind of guy that like attacks the C-suite and blames everything on them as if like nothing is anyone else's fault, but the buck stops there, doesn't it? And I don't know. So with Marvel, I agree with you. I like Marvel. There are components of Marvel I like too, and the names I was rattling off before. Like, I was a Marvel fan in the 90s. And I collected the toys and had some of the comics, was in the X-Men and X-Factor and all these random things. And Spider-Man is great. I like DC, Batman a lot too, but
animated series, so good.
I just feel like, I don't know, where's everyone's natural tendency towards the new and the interesting? And people say, well, that stuff exists too. And I'm like, yeah, it exists from other sources. But when you're putting all of your eggs into these certain baskets, it can't possibly exist at the spectrum that you would want it to from the most creative places in the world, because they're so focused on doing sequels and things that feed into each other. And it's totally heartless. So when someone holds a gun to my head and says, well, then I guess you can't get another Uncharted game, I guess you can. I'm like, fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Ideally, that would be true anyway. But,
I'll take the deal. Thank you for writing in. Justin Black wrote in and said, hello, CDC. Once again, Big Corpo is seemingly positioning themselves to screw over creativity and in return gamers. Nintendo patented a bunch of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom mechanics so that similar usage won't be allowed going forward in the gaming space. It reminds me of the Nemesis system that WD patented for Middle-earth Shadow of War. Should this kind of patenting be illegal in a field where creativity is crucial for the evolution of gaming? If so, what can possibly be done to prevent this? Keep the wonderful content coming. I would love to get Hogue on one day to talk about this, because there's the whole look and feel argument that was pioneered by Apple and Microsoft suing each other in the 80s. And the reality is that you can get away with an enormous amount of levity and copying things without getting in trouble. And as I understand it, the Nemesis system was copyrighted, not in, I don't think it's outcome, but in the way they did it. And in other words, the way they executed it. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I don't see why you wouldn't want to protect that if you owned like a game developer, if you had an engine, if you had a publisher, whatever the case might be. Why wouldn't you want to protect not the way it's necessarily executed on a controller, not the way it looks, but how you arrived there, whether it's with specific code you wrote, a specific piece of middleware that you designed, whatever. I don't know. I don't know why people would be opposed to that. Why would you be? I don't know. Maybe I've said too much.
I get it in some sense, because I mean, they patented that system and then they just never used it again, like ever. Like that Nemesis system does not appear in anything that they have made since that game at all, even slightly. So it really just comes across as, yeah, we made this and we're going to keep it. And if you have an idea of how to use this, fuck you. We're gonna keep it, and apparently it's not even worth doing, because it's not something that we value enough to continue to do it. So what makes it even worth protecting in the first place? That's what confuses me about a lot of these stuff, where it's like I think Bandai Namco did something similar with loading screens oh my God, I can't remember. It might not have been Bandai Namco. I can't remember the exact company. But
I
it was,
remember the playable,
you know what I'm talking about, right? The playable loading screens.
Yeah.
The playable loading screens in the Dragon Ball Z games that I specifically remember. I'm sure they're in other games that they made as well, but I didn't play those. And it was like, oh, this is like a fun little thing. It's cool. Like, it's a way to, obviously it's, it's a moot point now because loading screens are gone. But like, a lot of loading screens were made really fucking boring for no reason other than this company wanted other people not to do it, which is like, are people really buying your game? Like, is it really taking money out of your pocket that waiting for a map to load in some shooter gives you like a Tetris minigame or something? You know what I mean? Like, is that really such a, is that really important enough to like steal, or not steal, but like seal away from the broader industry? Like, I don't know. It's never these like mind-bogglingly like deep mechanics that are like, that have a splash effect. It's always these like really specific things that even the companies that do them never really bother to elaborate on or improve. And so that's where I think the annoyance factor comes in, because what about Tears of the Kingdom? I mean, I remember Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts like doing stuff like this. I remember, I feel like there's a handful of other, not exactly in the same way, obviously, but the mechanics in Zelda are put together in a unique way, and it's built in a unique way, but the mechanics themselves aren't particularly like, I don't know. Like, I'm confused as to what they're even patenting.
Well, I was reading about it, and they were saying that the idea is that there's like a gratuitous number of patents. Like they patented like 50 things or something that don't even really make a whole lot of sense. So I'm not speaking about the particulars of their patents, which I think were reported by a website called Automaton or whatever. But rather that they have the right to patent certain things in game. Like the idea that you just make a game and then anyone can do whatever they want with anything you did in that game, I think is outrageous. And that's not really the way it should work, because there should be some sort of, you should be able to protect a good idea, at least for a little while. Patents aren't forever either. So that's another important thing. Dustin, it seems like you had something to say.
Yeah, I was looking Eurogamer at their article, which you're right, it brings up this Automaton website that has the actual patent images. And I think that one of the aspects is that the amount of patents and some of the things that did get patented are a bit egregious. Just reading from this Eurogamer article, it says, when using fast travel, a loading screen shows a map of the player's current location before transitioning into a map of the destination. This apparently was enough for Nintendo to patent. So just showing a map screen in the loading screen has been patented by Nintendo. There's another thing too where they mention, they talk about the core mechanics being patented with like Ultra Hand and combining stuff, but it says another patent for Link's physics when standing on a moving object so he moves in the same direction and at the same speed without further input needed. And there's this other one too. When grabbing an object with Ultra Hand that he's also standing on top of, it prevents Link from grabbing an object with Ultra Hand that he's also standing on top of. So they've patented that specific aspect. He's standing on a box, and when he's on it, he can't use Ultra Hand. Nintendo owns that.
But doesn't,
that's so weird.
Doesn't a patent is a way to do something, right? Like the mechanical or like data driven way that you patent a design for something that like a factory device that makes whatever. So I would be curious to know, are they patent, because these sound silly and they are, but is it like, or were they patenting saying like, this is how we did it? Like how we executed on this in the back end is what because you wouldn't be able to even protect those patents, and that the patents got through and were published means that they were approved by an agent that the patent office that goes into each individual one and analyzes them. Very similar to trademarks. So it does seem silly, but there's got to be more to it than that, where it's just and that's what I'm saying about the look and feel stuff, where the outcome can be exactly the same. It's what you saw with Windows 1 and Mac OS. They're literally inversions of each other. And to this day, Apple and Windows are inversions of each other with things on opposite sides, because that's like literally all they had to do. But it's like what you're building in the back that I think matters most. And I'd be curious to know more about this if anyone's listening that's maybe a patent lawyer or something. But Justin, thank you for writing in. Travis Martin wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, can we talk about how Starfield doesn't seem to have any hype surrounding it? Considering this game seems like Microsoft's saving grace, I don't see anyone talking about this game whatsoever. You'd think that they would be shoving this game down people's throats at this point, considering it's so close to launch. As of writing this, the trailer for Starfield is only at 2 million views compared to Spider-Man, for example, sitting at 14 million. Will this be a flop? I'd love to know your thoughts." Dustin, what was the word you used earlier? Copium?
Copium. Yeah. Have you seen the Pepe meme where he's got the mask hooked up?
Oh, yeah.
The copium. Yeah.
I think that, and I'm not saying this is necessarily you, Travis. I think people are really deluding themselves if they don't think that Starfield is going to be this huge game, because it's going to be this huge game. You might as well, if this is for some reason going to be disturbing to you, you might as well steel yourself. It's going to sell millions of copies on PC alone. It's going to drive lots of Xbox hardware and Game Pass subscriptions, and it's going to be a revolutionary style game from Bethesda Game Studios. And if it's anything like Skyrim, now I understand what people are saying. Could it be like Fallout 76? No, it really can't. That we all know the story with that. It's also a different type style game. Could it be like Fallout 4? Perhaps, but I think Fallout 4 felt very, in my opinion, in 2015 felt very antiquated when it came out. And I feel like just looking at the new gameplay, which I've seen, it's like that doesn't read like that at all. I don't know what people think is going to be wrong with this game or why it's going to be off. I think they're keeping it close to their chest in part because they don't. I think it's one of those games that needs to be played fully to understand, probably. And I also think that they want to keep the story secret, and as much secret, like, what do you even gain at this point from showing too much of it? I do agree that there doesn't seem to be very much advertising for it, but I'm probably not just seeing where it's advertised. I mean, you're not going to see every advertisement ever. And I also think that there's some concern that people don't have the game in their hands yet, but I know that they will by the middle of the month. And so it's not like they're holding it to embargo or whatever. And so I don't know. I just wanted to, there's like this idea that Starfield is, because I agree with you, Travis, like, and we've said this before, and I've articulated this before. If you simply look at it from an objective point of view, Starfield is arguably the most important game that Xbox has ever released, per the need of it to be a component of a healthy ecosystem for them. And if it misses, I think they're in a lot of trouble in the mid and long term, because no one's going to believe shit from them anymore, you know, and they have to know that. So just put 2 and 2 together. That's my whole thing with Starfield, is literally just put 2 and 2 together. If this game is anything less than great, then I think they're going to have problems. But I think that knowing that, I think that it's going to be great. I don't think it's going to be a 97 or 96, but I think it'll probably be like a 9, like a 90.
Yeah.
And and it's going to be big. So just, I don't know, like, what are your feelings here on Starfield? Are we not seeing enough of it, or do you have any concerns, or do you kind of share my thought that this is so obvious, a slam dunk, that they have to nail it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I think in the current ecosystem where Xbox currently is, I think this has to be good, and I think they know it has to be good, and so I do think it will be good. I've also felt similarly about, certain, things like Halo, where I'm like, how are they going to miss with Halo? And they miss like 4 consecutive times. So, like, I don't know. It's never certain. It's always up in the air. But like, I don't know. I think even Fallout 4, I understand I understand that that's a contentious game for a lot of people. I really enjoyed my time with Fallout 4, actually. Like, it definitely wasn't what a lot of people wanted, but like I had a fun time. A lot
of people liked it.
Yeah. It wasn't amazing, but it was definitely wasn't. I don't know. I didn't consider it a bad game. And so whatever this is going to be, at the very least, it's going to be a baseline. I imagine it's going to be a baseline pretty damn good. And you could look at the the views on trailers as a sign of something, but like I personally I attribute that more to the fact that we haven't seen anything about Spider-Man quite yet until that trailer came out. That was our first look at it, really. Also, Spider-Man is a ubiquitous established character, and Starfield is a new IP from a story developer that you would really only know about if you are paying attention to the games industry. Like, I'm sure people's parents saw the Spider-Man trailer, like in some capacity. So they're on different, they're in different ecosystems, I would argue, in a lot of ways. They're very, very different games. They appeal to very, very different crowds. I don't know. I think it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty excited about it. My expectations are that it's just going to be a fun game, and I think that's what it will be. But I think people are fooling themselves into thinking that this is not a huge deal just because a YouTube video doesn't have as many views as we think it should have. Like, what was that thing? It's like if Twitter or like the internet was the real world, like everything would look so different. So it's, not exactly the best metric.
Dustin, where are you on this? Is there a lack of hype? Is there a lack of marketing? What are your expectations? I mean, I'm so surprised that this is a topic of conversation because it seems obvious to me.
Yeah, I think that in terms of like the views, it's important to remember that we all know that Starfield is the next game from Bethesda, the creators of Fallout and Skyrim. But by overall, I think there's probably a lot of people that just see Starfield, new IP, game I've never heard of. And I think that a lot of the excitement around this game, as far as a mainstream appeal, is going to happen when it comes out, when there's, the early access period, and then there's a water cooler conversation. It's like, oh, I'm playing Starfield. Someone's like, what's that? And they're like, oh, it's the game. It's a game that's like Fallout or like Skyrim. People are like, oh, I know that. I'm going to check that out because I didn't know they had a new game out. Right. So I think that there's a lot of that where they're just kind of fighting against the fact that it's a new IP and that when it comes out, it will kind of advertise itself. I will say that it has been a little weird seeing the lack of push overall and the lack of marketing, but I wonder if that's just something that is going to ramp up throughout the month.
It's early.
It's one of the
I think it's still early. You're not buying the game. You're asking people to subscribe to a service. So you want them to be there when it's time. I don't know. It seems obvious to me. But
that would make sense though, that because their strategy of quote unquote selling the game, which it's really actually selling the subscription, is that the marketing then would say, kind of like how we talk about when we announce a new product, we have for Last Stand. The first show is available that day because we don't want you to have to wait and subscribe or check it out later. We want it to be available right now. So it would make sense that they've got their diehards ready to go on Game Pass. That's not going to change, but you're not going to, the mainstream is not going to pre-subscribe to Game Pass in advance. At least I don't think they would. Maybe some would, but it would make more sense to be like, hey, now it's out, go get it.
I also suspect it's going to be a similar situation to I feel like it's going to be one of these situations where this is one of those games that people will play on day one. They've got a lot of people kind of on the install base already with Game Pass, and as people start to play it, you'll see clips circulating, and people are going to not stop talking about it for months, and it's going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, what's that? What's that thing? Oh, I saw this viral clip on Twitter or whatever. I got to go check that out. And I feel like it's a game that's going to sell itself. I don't even think they need to market it really all that heavily, to be honest. I think, and especially with that, like, what is it, that early access thing that they have where it's like
3 days early, right? For if you have to buy it, right?
It comes out September 1st on like early.
Oh, September 1st. Okay.
Is the early launch. So like, I think like if you, and dude, people are going to buy that shit.
Oh, hell yeah. Millions of people are
absolutely, dude, I'll probably buy it, honestly. Because why not? Like, if you're going to give me the option to pay for something and I'll own it forever and I can play it earlier, like, why the fuck not? Why wouldn't I do that?
I think it has to be the special edition, though.
Does it have to be?
Well,
first of all, I do think people will do that.
Well,
if the game is making the rounds on Twitter and people are like constantly talking about it, I think that those special editions will sell.
I also just think we can't look at at Starfield in the vein of a traditional game, like a traditional single player game that comes and goes ultimately, even if it remains a while, even if it's got a popular fan base like Uncharted or Horizon or something, those games eventually kind of just go away. And I bring this up because Skyrim, I thought you guys might find this interesting. I was looking at Skyrim's sales charts, and it took 2 years for Skyrim to sell 20 million copies, which is very respectable. I mean, 20 million copies is an enormous amount of copies sold. So the game came out in 2011. By 2013, the end of 2013, they had sold 20 million copies. And then by 2016, so 4 years later, right, they had sold another 10 million copies and got to 30 million by 2016. And then earlier this summer, they announced that it was up to 60 million copies sold. So in 7 years after that, they sold another 30 million copies.
That's
and
great. That's
so
nuts.
the point is, and obviously those are not sold at full price after a while. But the point is that I look at Starfield not like Fallout 4, but I look at Starfield like Skyrim. And not every one of Bethesda Game Studios games is like, they're not all really created equal. Like I think people look at Oblivion and Fallout 3 is kind of their own thing. I think they look at Morrowind as being a little bit lesser than. I think that then Skyrim kind of started this new generation, and Fallout 4 was looked at as like kind of a little bit lesser than. And I think Starfield is just kind of a new establishment of something different. And it is a new IP, so it's going to be hard to find people initially, but that new IP potential is just going to be endless. Like I truly believe. I think that the ramifications of Starfield being anything less than great are so significant for Xbox that I just refuse to believe that it's not going to be great. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be totally wrong. I have no idea, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
And certainly you can see it on the Steam charts alone in pre-order. It's already killing. I mean, what do we think it will do Baldur's Gate numbers? I was looking, Skyrim came out a long time ago. So Steam is different now, but I think it was like 210,000 concurrents at the highest for Steam. So nowhere near what Baldur's Gate did, but I wonder what its concurrence would be. I think 500,000 is pretty safe, I would assume, when it comes out.
Yeah.
Easily, yeah.
Well, just to double back on the early access situation, it is only for the special edition of the game, which starts at $99 or $100. But the thing is, with this early access, you do get 5 days. It's not like a weekend early access. It's 5 whole days, which is actually pretty significant. So,
and a sign of confidence because they're not patching it. Like they don't need all of the days up to launch, right? Or they feel like they can do it, which is a sign of confidence.
Yeah. So I think that would maybe affect its concurrence numbers if it's split off like that. But I mean, it's still going to be huge regardless.
Yeah.
All right. Argus Forever wrote in, said, "What's up, boys? I wouldn't dare call you slitterheads because I honestly don't know what that means." Well, you just did. I'm entirely new to Patreon. Since I was a wee boy, I've been reading and watching Colin's content on IGN until his departure, and I've been an LSM viewer for a couple of years now on YouTube. I have to say, I thoroughly enjoy watching and listening to the content you all put out. And I'm happy to contribute to the LSM cause. Thank you. Video games are something I've always loved. Immersing myself in an imaginative world, controlling an awesome character, and being part of a breathtaking story have always been the driving forces for me. I love certain games so much that I've taken time off work just so I can have an extra long weekend of gaming. I treat those moments like staycations or rituals of sorts where I'll make sure to have my favorite snacks on hand, turn on the do not disturb on the phone, indulge in delicious meals, and even make a cocktail or two. One example in particular was when God of War Ragnarok came out. I took Wednesday to Monday off. I already have weekends off, and boy, it was a blast. Each day I would indulge in gaming, food, and drink. I believe putting in almost 8 hours a day into the game, completing everything they had to offer in just 7 days. My question is, do any of you have or have had a gaming-like ritual for your favorite upcoming games where you'll take time off, ignore the outside world, and indulge with the little hedonist that's in all of us? The next game I'm planning on doing this for is Spider-Man 2. Already got a 5-day weekend planned. Cheers, boys. Thank you, Argus Forever, for writing in. That's too much pressure for me. I've never approached gaming like that, where it's like, this is going to be my life for days and days and to the detriment of everything else. I just don't know that I've ever really truly played games like that, with probably very rare exception. Definitely not in recent adult memory. Maybe when I was a kid, I'd get crazy with it, but I can't relate to this particular way of playing games. Like I like Final Fantasy 16. I almost didn't want to beat too quickly. I took 3 weeks to beat it. And I think I was kind of just stretching it out a little bit. Dustin, where are you on this, on the ritual of playing games and taking time and treating yourself?
Yeah, well, just by the nature of this job, I wouldn't really be able to just be like, I'm gone for 3 days and not doing anything. So it's not really possible. And I also honestly wouldn't really want to do that, in the same way that I want to savor it a little bit. I would say I think that taking a day when something comes out, if you can do that, is awesome. I remember when Fallout 4 came out, I took the day off of work the following, I went to the like midnight release and then took the following day off work and just like really was able to get an awesome first start into like a really meaty game. And that was fantastic. I love doing that, but I can't imagine taking 5 days to blitz through Spider-Man 2. That would just be something else. I mean, whatever floats your boat. If you want to play the game that way, more power to you. But I'm more just would want to be like, yeah, I'm taking one solid day. And like, for example, this weekend, I don't think I really have anything major going on like Sunday. So pretty much most of Sunday, I'm probably going to play Baldur's Gate, and that's good for me. But 3 days straight, that'd be
a day's rest.
Or 3 to 5 days. Like, wow.
What do you think, Chris? Are you a ritualistic gamer like this, or you take it more as it comes? Because I just maybe I'm speaking from a place of privilege in the sense that I've been doing this for a living for so many years that games are just part of my life, and so I just play them all the time. I don't play them all the time. I play every day though, and so maybe I just take it for granted that people have to literally have to carve out the time, or they simply cannot.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I do think that's part of it. I remember my friends taking specific days off of work when like big games would come out. I remember Skyrim was one of those games like where no one being in college like at the release of Skyrim was so funny because it was noticeably empty. like the entire campus was like there. This is like maybe 10% of the normal people here. And I'm sure all the teachers are like, what the fuck happened? All the professors are like probably confused. But, you know, I get it. For me, I remember specifically when big multiplayer, like when like Halo 3 came out, or like when Call of Duty 4 came out, or like when things like that came out. I was like, listen, we're going to the midnight launch. We're not going to school.
Dude, that was me on NW2.
We're going to figure something out. We're all going to fake sick. Okay. And we're going to do it, and we'll succeed because we've run the simulations. And then we would spend the whole next day like completely at home, just in lobbies like the entire day. Like that was what we did. I remember specifically this was probably 2012, I think. Yeah, this is my second year of college where I think Halo 4 had come out, and we literally got to campus. It was like 2 days after Halo 4 came out. It was like the beginning of the day. We were like in the lounge, like getting our coffee and getting ready to like go into our classes. And we were just like meeting in the lounge, and we were talking about like, oh man, that was so fun last night, right? I was like, yeah, dude. And we just kept talking, and then we were like, I remember this like really, really vividly. All 5 of us looked at each other. It was like, do you want to just go home? And keep playing, and we all did it. Like we drove to college to talk about going home, and then we just did it. Like it was a completely wasted day, totally irresponsible, waste of gas. But it's a fond memory for me because it was just so fucking funny that we all actually did that. But I can't say in my recent life that I've done that. But that's largely because our jobs are so unconventional. Like it's my job to play these games in the first place. So taking a day off to play it isn't really a day off. It just doesn't feel as grueling as work, you know?
I think I also I get wistful when I know I'm liking something and it's like ending too. I have been known to just not to put off beating things just to, it's like you don't want it to be over in some way.
Yeah, I did that with Psychonauts 2 for a long time. I was on the last level of that game and I was like, you know what? I'm going to put it down for 7 months. And then I finished it like 8 months later when somebody hounded me about it. I was like, yeah, I should probably finish it.
All right, Kevin Bogue says the last one. I can answer this quickly. He says, Colin, let's talk about Castlevania. I've never played a game in the franchise, and I'm ready to fill the hole. In my gaming resume. I'm not sure if it was timing or access, but the series passed me by. I played all 2D Metroid games and consider Super Metroid one of my top 5 games of all time. Years ago, I started Symphony of the Night on multiple occasions, but never made it more than 1 hour in. Large sprites and slow movement were a turnoff, although that's crazy that you think that way. Although art and music were fantastic. What makes the series so renowned and historic, although Konami has left it cold? The real question is, where do I start? Should I head back to the NES games for context, use Symphony of the Night as the gateway drug, or possibly download the GBA collection? Dare I even ask if Bloodstained is a jump-on point? If you were to select a single game to get the hooks in a new player, what do you recommend? I mean, Symphony of the Night is definitely the best Castlevania game. I'm surprised that your problem is the large sprites and slow movement, because the game feels like it moves faster than Super Metroid with smaller sprites than Super Metroid. Certainly, maybe I'm crazy. I feel like Alucard is smaller than Samus in those two games, but I don't know. It's all up to taste anyway. If you don't like Symphony of the Night, I would imagine that the Metroidvania games aren't going to be for you. So the GBA collection is certainly not going to get your attention. Like Circle of the Moon and Aria of Sorrow and these games are not going to be interesting to you if you're not into Symphony of the Night. You could go to the NES collection. Castlevania 1 is a classic game, and the rewind features in those games make it somewhat trivial to beat them. I would wonder what you thought of Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 3 specifically. I love Castlevania 2, but it's a different sort of game, and maybe give Symphony of the Night one more go. It's one of the great games of all time. You can't get more than an hour in. That's so shocking, man. You're missing out on something truly great. But again, to each their own. So I hope that helps you, Kevin. All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. That's the end of this episode of Sacred Symbols. Chris, closing comments.
Oh man, I don't know. You know what? I've got some fried chicken.
Oh, nice.
Waiting for me in the fridge, and you know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat it without heating it up.
That's okay.
Oh,
So I'm excited.
Excellent. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Dustin, closing comments.
I wanted to say one more thing about Baldur's Gate 3, in that I am the meme that I saw going around, in that I am playing as a white male with a sword.
Yeah.
And I did that intentionally because I thought there's so much going on. There's different, racial tensions or special tensions and different moves and spells. I was like, I got to start with being a man that hits things with something sharp.
Sure.
That's what I got to do.
Sure.
Got to make it. And maybe I'll do another character someday and be a spellcaster, a lizard man thing or something like that. But for now, white man with a sword is just fine.
Fair enough. Well, I hope you guys continue to enjoy Baldur's Gate, and thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, etc. LastStandMedia.store for merch, patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access, and much more. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, Sacred Symbols Plus, and so on. We appreciate your support. Couldn't do without you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.